Hello, yeah, I'm Yehudi Geberer, and I'm here with my good friend, Reb Moshe Yarmish, the famous, legendary photographer of great rabbinic leaders, Gedolei Yisrael. And I want to thank you, Amudim, for the great opportunity to be back here at this special Amudim event. It's great to be back for a second year, and if Amudim invited us back for a second year, then I guess it's an even more cause for excitement. And it's really a privilege to be here together with the photographer legend Moshe Yarmish for the segment Behind the Camera, part 2.0. So we had part one last year, which was very well received, and it's still archived on the Amudim website, I believe. So if you remembered from last year and liked it, or if you're curious about it, we had some fantastic stories about these really amazing pictures and the history and the personalities associated with them. We're here for part two. It's mostly new material. There's a couple of personalities who might be familiar from last year, but there's new stories, a new angle, and mostly new Gedolei Yisrael altogether. The stories and the history behind these historic pictures of great rabbinical leaders is something that can be seen through pictures. The cliche goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and it's not just a cliche, it's actually true, and it's worth far more than 1,000 words. So I'm happy that you'll all join us here. I'm Yehudi Geber, a historian, tour guide, and host of the Jewish History Soundbites podcast, together with legendary Gedolim photographer Moshe Yarmish. And we're all happy that you're here to join us on behalf of Amudim as we embark on a photographic and historical, exciting journey together. So what we're going to do is the pictures, which are worth more than 1,000 words because they form a historical record. They are able to tell a story. They make it more alive, more relevant. They give it context. And there's all kinds of associations with each picture, and it adds so much more color than any text in the world could. And that's why it's so much better to tell a story through a picture. Why? So that's the answer why we're doing with pictures instead of just reading a text. But why Moshe Yarmish? That's the next question. Because there's many people who have photographed great rabbis, great Torah leaders, great Gedolei Yisrael over the years. But there's a certain uniqueness to the images that you have captured, especially in the pre-digital age. I think that's what's most important about your work, in that it was more focused, and it was more, I remember you describing last year about how you'd go out on specific journeys to obtain certain pictures at certain moments. And therefore, your stories, more than others, perhaps have an even more exciting and fun story to tell. So I think we're ready to go. And we'll go right ahead with the first picture. So let's start with this picture, Rav Avigdor Miller, one of the greatest rabbinical leaders, rabbis in the United States scene over the 20th century, lived a long and fruitful life. And his popularity seems to grow following his passing, as so many people listen to his audio lectures on every conceivable topic. The man was a genius who literally covered every facet of both Torah and scientific and general knowledge. So what can you tell us about the picture that you took here?
Okay, Rav Avigdor Miller, there happened to be a Hachnasa Sefer Torah. I think it was given to his son's yeshiva, Rav Shmuel Miller. He used to have a son who passed away, I think, during COVID recently. But it was written, they were writing it in the house by somebody by the name Feldman. It happened to be right here in Flatbush, and it's interesting because he used to walk a lot. His yeshiva was, he was like, I think on Avenue R and Ocean Parkway, and I think he used to walk almost every single day like miles. He was like, I think the destination was pretty much his son's, where his son used to live, which was pretty much close to like a mile away. And there was many pictures. I'm not the only one who took pictures of him on the street. There were many people on Avenue J in Flatbush. I don't know if these are familiar with people who are listening. You would see him many times just walking the streets. He would, he would take a long, leisurely walk. There's famous picture of him looking at, there used to be a New York Times stand on one of these corners. And he's there's a picture of him like bending down even just to see the latest whatever. But he happened to take a tremendous amount of, a lot of walking. It happens to be that he was coming from this Hachnas Sefer Torah where he wrote an ice into the Sefer Torah, and he was just walking to wherever he was walking to. I captured his, walking on the street. He happened to put his hand up. It looks like he was like waving to me. It wasn't. I just happened to capture the moment. And this picture has been very, wildly popular for Rav Avigdor Miller fans. It's just, it's colorful. It's nice. He's smiling. It's outside. It's just, it was so-called one of the best sellers. What can I say?
Yeah, and I can see why. Also, a few of the things you said, especially the last thing about his smile. He was, in many ways, a very serious individual. He took things and topics very seriously, and when you hear him speak, he has a very, a certain intensity to him, and not to make light of things. Everything was a topic, was a sugya, was something to dissect and analyze, and therefore to get that lightness to him, to that smile, that warmth, which brings out the other side of his personality, because he was an incredibly fatherly individual. Like I emphasized, although he did serve as a mashgiach in a yeshiva in Chaim Berlin for about 2 decades, for close to 20 years, for most of his life he was a pulpit rabbi. He was a rabbi in Chelsea, Massachusetts for a couple of years, and then for many, many years in Brooklyn, Rugby, and then in Flatbush. And he was a leader of people, of families, and he built them up. So this is someone who definitely had a much warmth and much of a smile to him, and to be able to get that on camera was that's what I like best about the picture. Also about the walking, the other thing you said also resonated with me was the walking. He's someone who was somewhat known for his walks, both because he put such an emphasis on the health aspect of it, about his exercise, and how important it is, and be out in the fresh air. And he made his life's mission to live the Shar HaBchina of the Chayvus HaLevavos, the looking around the world, around us, the natural world, the physical world, the animal kingdom, the astronomy, the Neflayis HaBayre, to look and see God and see everything about it, the Marabu Masecha Hashem. And he saw it in the simplest things. So even on his daily walks, he talk about sunlight and air and water, the things that we really take for granted, not just how an ant builds a colony underground. But beyond that, he was a student of Slobodka. He was someone who grew up in Baltimore, went to New York to learn in Yeshivas Rabbeinu Yitzchak Elchanan, which became Yeshiva College, Yeshiva University at the time he was there. And then he gets exposed to Rabbi Isaac Sher, who was the Rosh Yeshiva in Slobodka, and he comes to fundraise in the United States during the interwar period. And Rav Avigdor Miller gets enraptured by him and goes on a boat, and he's off, this American boy, to learn in Lithuania, in Slobodka. He stays there for 6-7 years, becomes an incredible student there, very close with Rabbi Isaac Sher, and he personified the godless Adam, the greatness of man, the aristocracy, that nobility of character and bearing of Slobodka throughout his life. And that also comes across in the picture. And it's also related to his walks, because supposedly this story is true. I didn't actually check, this specific one, but it really matches his personality. But he was once asked if one day he merited Techiyas Hamesim after his passing. He was be brought back to life for 1 hour after having seen the world of truth and seeing what goes on in the next world. He had 1 hour to be back in this world. What would he how would he utilize his time? Would he study Torah? Would he daven? Would he study Musar, like a real Musar Talmud of Slobodka? How would he use that hour? And supposedly the answer he gave was, it really depends. If it was 7 o'clock in the morning, I would be davening. If it was 8 o'clock in the morning, I would be eating breakfast. If it would be at this and this time, I would be taking my walk. And if it would be at this and this time, I would be learning in the Beis Medrash. And he basically was conveying that he believed that his life was so in order and so scheduled, and he had worked it out, that he's doing the right thing at any given moment, that everything he was doing was Avodas Hashem, everything he was doing was the right thing to be done at that moment. He never wasted a moment, and therefore his walk down Ocean Parkway that you described and captured in this picture is the same Avodas Hashem as far as he was concerned as his learning in the Beis Medrash. So I think that's what's brought out as well in this picture.
Very true.
Let's move to number 2.
This picture of Rav Palm was taken Purim 1987. Although the picture looks like he was posing for me for a picture, it really wasn't. It was, as they say, I captured the moment. Interesting thing about this picture is many years after I took the picture, Tarvadas honored Rav Palm, and he was like the guest of honor. And this picture was on every single lamppost in Flatbush, all over the place. And he was like, whatever. I got a lot of grief from it, but whatever. He was very, very uncomfortable, not because he didn't like the picture, because he just, he didn't like it, his picture all over the place, plastered all over the place. This picture was, Shuvu uses this picture as, because Shuvu is represented Rav Palm, so they almost like so-called inherited this picture. But no, I took the picture. It was taken on Purim 1987. I learned by Rav Palm for 6 or 7 years, but when I got smicha from Rav Palm, but this was, in his class, for every Purim for his class, he would, they would have like a little masiba, and across the street from the yeshiva in the Beis Medrash Cotton, as it was called, or the elementary school, I'm sorry. And look, this picture captures who Rav Palm was, always with a smile, always, how can I describe Rav Palm? I mean, whoever remembers it, the glasses and the smile, and this was in his good years. Later on he was like, not well, whatever. So look, but this was Rav Palm, as they say, B'tokvai, who Rav Palm was. I mean, his essence, his kindness, and everything, comes through in this picture. I'm sure you can give a little historical thing who Rav Palm was.
Before the historical thing, the way you're describing it, he was essentially your Rebbe.
Rav Palm was my Rebbe. He was my Masada Kedushin. He was by my kids' bris. He wasn't Sandik because I happened to have the Skulener Rebbe was the Sandik. But yeah, I learned by Rav Palm. I have smicha for Rav Palm. I learned by him. Besides the 2 or 3 years that I learned Yerdeya by him, I used to go to his Chumash year, and I recorded his Chumash year for 6 or 7 years. I used to drive him all the time. So I guess you want to call it a Talmud Rav Palm? Yes, I'm a Talmud Rav Palm.
So beyond this, as your hobby is taking pictures of everyone, every gadol, this is much more personal. This is someone who you felt personally connected with, and to have captured it, that, like you said, the essence is much more powerful in a personal way than just in an abstract way of getting another good shot of a great man.
Yes, yes, I was very close to Rav Palm. In yeshiva every single day with him, so I happened to capture this picture, but yes, I was very close to Rav Palm. It wasn't like my other pictures where I happened to be a paparazzi and I happened to capture the moment. This was, every day I saw Rav Palm. It was my Rebbe.
So you were still like, this was when you were still younger. You said you were by his Purim Suda. You were like, This is before you were taking. This is probably one of your earliest ones. Before you were taking pictures.
Not the earliest ones. I would say I started taking pictures be'erich in the late 70s with a little camera. I was like a little kid, and this was like more like around 10 years later when I was like so-called an adult. This is before I was married. But I got married in 1991, so this is 1987. I was, I didn't get married very young, but I was a good, 20-something years old.
Amazing. Now, Rav Pam, first of all, is Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky. That's his full name. He actually was very proud that he had a yichus as a kohen. He said that his father had a Megillas Yuchsin, the lineage of their accurate, good family of Kahuna, all the way back to Aaron HaKohen, which was lost during World War I, unfortunately. But we take his word for it. So he had that real yichus of a Kohen. He again, that radiant face. It's an incredible to capture an image like that and that light on camera, because so many people described him like that. So many of his Talmidim described him like that. And here you see it. And if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't just used for Shuvu, it was also used on his biography.
It was used on his biography. It was used in Shuvu. It was used, Rabbi Shalom Smith wrote a bunch of Svarim. I think Art Scroll translated it, or somebody translated it, and that was on that cover. I mean, it became like, as they say, it got a life on its own. So it was originally mine, as they say.
Already, you keep on saying originally. I hope you didn't lose out because of it. Went into the public domain.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Some people will be very proud that this is the picture that, if you want a picture of Palm, this is the picture of Palm. So 99% of his Talmidim have this picture on their wall, prominently displayed in various sizes. This is who Rav Palm was, and as they say, I've sold many over the years of this particular picture.
Well, why did it? You said it caused him grief when they used it on the Shuvu dinner. Why did it?
No, dinner? Because it was on the lamppost, and then it was torn off the lamppost when the garbage men came. It became like, I don't know. He was like a little uncomfortable with it, but he did it for the yeshiva, and the yeshiva needed for to raise the money, and then he went with a smile, and he didn't really say, but I know that it like irked him a little that it was there. Not that it was my fault, but I guess he didn't put it together. Oh, I was the one who gave him the picture that it was all over the streets. But I just know that was his personal feeling regarding that particular event, where it was all over the place. And whatever, but hopefully I didn't cause him any grief too much, and I'm sure that the dinner was fabulously successful. So I guess a good ending to it.
Right, it's interesting because I think that brings on another point, the story of the picture about him not being so comfortable that it was all over the place. Is that that's kind of part of his biography, is that he never wanted to be thrust into the limelight. He was very comfortable being a Rebbe in Torah V'das to Talmidim like you, and not acting on the world scene as a world Torah leader. And he was almost forced into it. He described a phone call that he received from Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky when Rav Yaakov was getting older, and Rav Yaakov was coaxing him to take a more active leadership role, take more initiative. And Rav Pam was very reluctant at first. And Rav Yaakov basically didn't take no for an answer. He hung up the phone on him, and he basically forced him into it. And what Rav Pam, he didn't express resentment. He took it on with the full responsibility. And it was amazing how he emerged as the public leader during the last 2 or 3 decades of his life. Once Rabbi Yaakov and other senior Torah leaders were getting older, and so he took it on fully. But he had this reluctance. He had this simplicity and modesty. He never wore a rabbinic frock. He didn't want to be in the limelight, but he did it anyway. And here, the picture itself, you're saying, becomes part of that story, that here he needs to be in the limelight. His picture needs to be all over Flatbush in order to help raise funds for Torah Vodaas. And he's even willing that, like you said, the garbage that are tearing it down, right. He's literally being torn down for Torah Vodaas, and that's also okay at some level, because he understands that that's what needs to be done, even if it's not the most ideal thing to do. And what's even more interesting is his legacy, because here's someone who was so modest and quiet on one hand and so reluctant to be in the limelight on the other hand. And correct me if I'm wrong, and this is more contemporary than history, so I could be wrong. I'm never wrong in history, but it could be I'm wrong in contemporary. That Rav Pam has probably more Talmidim than anyone else who have taken active roles in communal leadership, of organizations, of shuls, of yeshivas, of national organizations, of international Orthodox organizations.
Askanim.
Askanim, what we would call, but good Askanim. And he like left and right, everywhere you look at, they're almost always or very often Torah Vodaas Talmidim, and specifically students of Rav Pam. So it's incredible. I mean, someone who is so reluctant.
He was so beloved. It's beyond comprehension. They loved him. They just loved him, and they would do anything, to help him and to make him happy, whatever it was. Those were. And there's a certain thing that when you see a Talmud Rav Pam, you could tell by the person what he does that that he's a Talmud Rav Pam. It's just a certain amount of Ma'ur Vein Habriyas, not aloof, just nice guys. They're just nice, each one mentioned, and that's what he inculcated into his Talmidim,
Right.
I mean, there's many examples of it, but you could tell a Talmud Rav Pam stands out, unique.
As his product.
Yes. Amazing.
Okay, let's move on to number 3. So here we have the Bluzhever Rebbe, Rabbi Yisrael Spira, the great and holy Rebbe of Bluzhev in Galicia. He himself lived in Lvov for many years. I gotta say, and I said this about a lot of your pictures last year, and I think this about a lot of your pictures in general, but this is one of my favorites, and just from everything about it, and I want to elaborate on what about the Bluzhever Rebbe and all that. But first, I want to hear when you took the picture, how you took the picture.
First of all, I'm just curious, because it happens to be that I happen to have a friendly with a few Bluzhever Hasidim, and they go crazy. I've taken many pictures. But for some reason, I'm not exactly sure. I assume every person has what they like about this picture, but they go crazy about this picture. A Bluzhever Chassid tells me, he says the way the Rebbe's fingers are, that's how he has etched in his mind. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw the Bluzhever Rebbe, but this was their memory of him, and the picture, it just captures the way they remember him. But you're the third person who told me that this is their favorite picture. This picture, I think, was taken in 1986 or 1987. I'm not 100% sure. It was taken Hoshana Rabbah, and Hoshana Rabbah was a Rebbe happening for me. I would run from one place to another because not everybody was on the same schedule. In Bar Park, I would run to Babiv, I would run to Amshnov, or whatever, and happened to be there. I happened to run in here. Apparently, it was the time that they were either it was a Shana's time, going around. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but he was sitting there. It was open, and I just took the picture. And there was this one picture that I took, and then that was it. I mean, I guess you could see, from historically, I'm sure the yarmulke that he's wearing is probably from the Bnei Yissaschar, if not Bnei Yissaschar, the Tefillah Tzaddik, somebody from his, I'm not exactly sure who it is from.
I'm not sure either, but it's one of those that you said, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of those. and it's a Shana Rabbah, as you know, as holy of a time as it is. I mean, I guess you would say Yom Kippur, but I guess I couldn't picture Yom Kippur. And this, as I said before, captures who he was, and more than that, I can't say. Like you said, it's a great picture, and I have to be there at the right moment.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And this was like, I'm not even familiar with the whole Borough Park scene. There's like a Bluzhever Stiebel. That's where he ran his whole chutzner.
On 57th Street or 58th Street between 13th and 14th, between 14th and 15th Avenue. A little small Stiebel over there. I mean, the Stiebel in my mind is famous because if you remember, there's a famous picture of the Skulener Rebbe, a black and white picture of the Skulener Rebbe walking down the stairs in Borough Park. That was coming out of the Bluzhever Stiebel. It happened to be the Bluzhever Rebbe's grandson's Pidyon Haben, and the Skulener Rebbe was there, and the famous Harry Trainer picture of him walking down the stairs. So that was the Bluzhever Stiebel. I'm not even sure if they're still there. Maybe they just threw it down and they built something else over there. I don't know. There's a few Bluzhever Rebbes today, grandchildren, whether it's the Ribbitich, Bluzhev, I don't remember what they call themselves, but that's the Stiebel that I took the picture in.
And it was never a big, huge one. It was never.
No, they had it, and they had Bluzhever Hasidim, whatever. They had 100 people, and then it wasn't a very big shul, and he was happy with that. He didn't need, you know, he was happy doing whatever he was doing. He also was not interested in you know, people running after him or whatever. He did what he did, and not interested in the fanfare or whatever. And that's where I captured the picture.
So it is amazing. I mean, he's someone who passed away at the age 100, 2 or 3 years after you took the picture. So he lived for a full century. The picture is when he's 97, 98, something like that. And he, besides for living through a century, he lives through the Jewish 20th century, which is the most momentous and in many ways tragic century in Jewish history. And he goes through all that. He's someone who probably more than any other famous rabbinic personality went through the war and the Holocaust through 6 full years. He was in Poland. He was not in Hungary or any other place. So he went it from beginning to end. And the miracle of his life and his rebuilding on a small scale, like you said, he doesn't make a place of big maestas, a lot of his institutions and thousands of Hasidim and a huge base managed. But that rebuilding, there's so much to see in that picture itself. Those sunken eyes and the yarmulke of his ancestors, of either the Dinavar, the Bnei Yissaschar, or the Tzil Tzaddik, or whoever it was. I'll tell you what, like personally, when I think of this picture, is I try to think, what is he thinking of? What's going through his mind? There's something there. This holiness, this concentration. What is he? You know, what's going through his mind? His holy mind at this time on Hoshana Rabbah. You know, with his kittel and the gartel and the talis, and it just gives this whole scene. He was in Lvov at the war's outbreak. He goes through the Lvov ghetto, which was a terrible place. He's later at the Yudovska Road camp, which was, you know, in Holocaust historiography, there are researchers who dislike referring to Yudovska as a concentration camp, because since so many people were killed there, it's not even fair to classify it as a concentration camp. They want to reclassify it as a death center, a death camp, and not as a concentration. That's how horrible Yudovska was. And he survives Yudovska. He was even on a train to Belzec, which was a real death camp where no one survived, but he was sent back from Belzec to sort the clothing of recent victims. So he was in the furnace of death itself. He is then transported to other camps, ends up in Bergen-Belsen towards the end of the war. He went through it from beginning to end. Not only that, he loses his wife and family. After the war, you mentioned that his children and grandchildren became Rebbes. It was his second marriage. He had adopted children. He had real children from his second marriage. His wife was a survivor who had lost her husband and her family. And it's like...
I don't think he had children from his second wife.
It was just the adopted children?
It was his wife's children.
His wife's
He
children.
never. I mean, you have to understand. I mean, he at the wartime. You're talking about he was in his 50s.
Right. That's
So,
another
he
point.
wasn't a young man.
Most survivors were either child survivors hidden, but most survivors of the camps were in their 20s, teens, 20s, maybe 30s. And here he was in his mid 50s during the war. And he somehow survived. And some of the greatest Holocaust and inspirational Holocaust stories that I relate over to groups in Europe is about him.
I think Yafa Eliach interviewed him.
Yes, Yafa, the late Yafa Eliach, the great Holocaust survivor herself, child
interviewed
survivor
him personally.
He granted her interviews. It was also not a very typical thing. A big Hasidic Rebbe granting Holocaust interviews to a female Holocaust researcher, and she interviewed him extensively. In other words, she sat for several sessions where she went through his whole story with him. They are from the most accurate stories in Hasidic tales of the Holocaust, which she wrote. Some of the other stories in there are a bit questionable, but his stories are impeccable. They come straight from the Bluzhever Rebbe's mouth, and of course many other ones come from his wife, his second Rebbetzin. A few in particular that stand out by me is when he, in Yanovska camp, he was the sadistic assessed one of the things that they did to them there. So at one point they were forced to jump across a ditch. And it seemed to be physically impossible to jump across for a healthy man, maybe for an Olympic sprinter. And here there's people who were starved, who were malnutrition, diseased, beaten, tortured, broken, and they were expected to jump across this ditch. And they're standing there, and anyone who would fall in would be shot, and this would be their way of basically carrying out a selectia of who's still fit to work. Because if they're physically able to get across the ditch, then we can keep them for slave labor for a short time longer. And the fellow standing next to the Bluzhever Rebbe before he jumps, he says, "How are we going to make it, Rebbe? How can we jump? We can't jump." So he says, "I have no idea. I don't know how we're going to do it. We just have got to try and jump and close our eyes and rely on Hashem, and we'll make it." And he says Shema, or he says Vidui, or he says something, and he makes the jump. The next thing is he opens his eyes and he finds himself on the other side of the ditch. He looks around and he sees his partner, the one who started off with him, also still standing next to him. And this fellow says to him, "Rebbe, how did you do it?" And he says, "I closed my eyes and I held on to the coattails of my great ancestors, of my father, of the Tzila Tzaddik, of the Bnei Yissaschar of Dinov, of the Noam Elimelech, of Lezhensk, of all my great tzaddikim ancestors. I held on to their coattails, and they schlepped me across, and that's how I ended up across." But how did you get across? And the guy standing next to him says, "I held on to you. That's how I got across." And that story it blows my mind each time, because that's Jewish history. How do we get across life? How do we get across our 2,000-year exile? How do we get across the challenges of raising children and of making a living and of collectively as the Jewish nation? How do we get across history? And we did it by holding on to the coattails. We're not letting go of our past, not letting go of our ancestors, not letting go of our tzaddikim, as far as his partner is concerned, not letting go of who are near and dear to us, of everything that we come from. And we hold so strong onto our past, and that gets us across the ditch. We don't fall into the ditch when we hold on so tight and don't let go. So that was a great story. There was another one. It's quite a famous one. It was towards the end of the war, when he's in Bergen-Belsen, and in his barracks, a few broken Jews come together. They try to light Hanukkah candles on the first night of Hanukkah. I think they took either shoe polish or some margarine from their starvation rations, and they made a wick out of their sleeve or something, and they honor him in lighting this wick on the first night of Hanukkah. and he recites the first bracha, Asher Kedishanim Seisun Lahadlik Ner Shel Chanukah, and he recites the second bracha, Sha'asa Nisim Laveseinu Bayom Mahem B'Zman Hazeh. And then he stops, and he turns around, and he waits a few seconds, and he doesn't say anything, and then he turns back around, and he says the third bracha for the first night, Shechiyanu V'Kiyimanu V'Giyanu Lazman Hazeh, and they light it. And a few minutes later, of course, they put it out because the SS might come and they're nervous, and life goes on. And someone approaches the Bluzhever Rebbe, who's an irreligious Jew, not affiliated, but he knows who the Rebbe is, and he says, Rebbe, I respect that you wanted to do a religious act and you wanted to maintain a religious identity because that's preserving our humanity and our identity and our Jewishness in these terrible times. And the Nazis are trying to dehumanize us, and we're showing that we're still alive. We can do it. So I have even if I'm irreligious and I don't believe in it, I respect that you did it. And I'm happy to participate. And I even understand how you made those first two blessings. You're blessing about the mitzvah. You're making another blessing about the nisim, the miracles that were once done to us. But how dare you make that third blessing? Shechiyanu v'kiyimanu v'giyanu lazman hazeh. You're happy that we're alive today? We're 5.5 years into this terrible war. We've all lost our families. We're going to get killed. We're for sure not going to survive. What are you happy about? And the Bluzhever Rebbe tells him, I agree with you. I did not want to recite this bracha either. I don't think it was appropriate. And I turned around and I paused because I knew there was a rabbi of a town in Hungary in our barracks, and I wanted to ask him, is it even permitted to recite this bracha? Because no one's happy that we're here and alive today. Just like you said. But you know what I saw when I turned around? I saw hundreds of pairs of eyes looking at me with anticipation, with a hishtoikikus, with an excitement that even in Bergen-Belsen, even after everything we've been through, even after everything we lost, we're still waiting to light the Hanukkah candle. And I said, I'm excited to see that the Jewish spirit has never been crushed. And again, that's when I see that, I think of this story also. And the last thing is that you went into a Beis Medrash in Borough Park. Borough Park is in New York City in the United States of America. When he grew up, and he was in his mid-50s, like we said, when the war broke out, and he grew up in the old world of Galicia, the world of the Divrei Chaim of Tzanz, of the Bnei Yissaschar of Dinov, of the old Galician Polish Hasidus. He never imagined that he would one day be in this urban American materialistic environment, attempting to rebuild a Hasidus with a new family. He would never have dreamed of it. But when he was pulling into a ship, New York Harbor, 1946, he was one of the first groups of survivors to arrive as refugees after the war. And he comes into New York Harbor, and he's standing on the deck alone with just a shirt on his back, no money, no family, no anything, as someone who had a community of Hasidim before the war, someone who had so much and lost everything, lost literally everything. It can't even be described how much he lost. And there's an American sailor, a non-Jewish sailor, who's standing on the deck, and he says to him, Rabbi, you see, that's the Statue of Liberty. And that's a welcoming to all immigrants, to refugees. There's even a poem authored by a Jewish woman, Emma Lazarus, at the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free, and so on. And you're welcome here. Rabbi, you can start again with everything that was destroyed in your life. You can start again in the United States. And the Bluzhever Rebbe starts to cry. And he says, thank you, Mr. Sailor, for welcoming. There's one place in the world that will allow Jews to come, that will welcome Jews in. But I have to make one correction. Huddled masses, there are no huddled masses anymore. There are a few individuals. And it's up to those individuals to go ahead and rebuild what was lost. And he saw himself as one of those individuals, that here, there is no more huddled masses, but these individuals are yearning to be free and to rebuild the Yiddishkeit. And he did. He did. And he remained it as individuals. He didn't build the big masses of Hasidus. He did it as individuals, but his impact was in so many individuals, even in well beyond the world of Bluzhever Chassidim. So many people were touched by his life and his actions and his leadership. I believe that the Siyam Hashas, which is till today dedicated to the memory of the 6 million Kedoshim who were lost or were killed in the war, is because of his initiative. He pushed for that the Siyam Hashas should be in their memory. This is one of many things that were his impact. So he really is someone special, and I think that that 100 years of history that he lived is written on his face in that picture that you were able to get on that Hoshana Rabbah. Let's go to number 4. So here we have the previous Skulener, now it's 2 previous, the old Skulener Rebbe, Rav Eliezer Zusha, Portugal, who was the rabbi in Skulen in Romania. So what's the story of this picture? Later, soon we're going to show the picture of his son, who succeeded him as the Rebbe, Rabbi Yisrael Avram, Portugal. So it's the father and son duo who are the Skulener Rebbes, leaders of Romanian Jewry, both in Romania and later in the United States. What is your connection to Skulen, and how did you come to take these pictures of the father and the son?
Okay, so first of all, this picture was taken by a grandson's wedding in Williamsburg. What year did he pass away? 82. This was I
remember it was in the
82, 83. Yeah, so this was like 81, whatever. And this is under the chuppah. He, at the end of his life, he was pretty much blind. He could not see. And usually when I take pictures with a flash, it just happens to be, I get a lot of people who are screaming at me, whatever. And, for him, it didn't really bother him. He didn't see it anyway, so nobody really said anything. This was by a grandson's wedding, and I was just, lucky to, I took a bunch of pictures over there at that time. It was like the first time that I really had a good camera and took, very nice pictures of him. My so-called relationship with Skulen comes from my grandfather, Rabbi Tzvi Bronstein, or they call him Harry Bronstein. He was very big, Askin. He went many times to Russia. He had an organization called Altidom. He was a Mayo, but he was very instrumental in taking out the Skulener Rebbe and his son from Romania. He was in jail at that time. It's how it came about. My grandfather used to sell on the side. He used to sell Carmel wine. This may sound insane, but he sold Carmel wine, and at that time, Romania produced Slivovitz, one of these brandies or one of these things, and at that time,
I can't stand Slivovitz, by the way.
Oh, okay. So they had something that they produced over there in Romania, and at that time, Romania didn't have a certain status in the United Nations, or whatever. So my grandfather helped, and they brought Romania to something status. They gave him a certain status that you were able to import things from Romania. So because of that, it was very involved with a lot of different things. But anyway, so the Skulener Rebbe was in Romania and was in jail, and my grandfather sent matzahs over there. There's a whole story how the Skulener Rebbe, how he was in jail. As a matter of fact, the Skulener Rebbe every Chamisha by Tu B'Av every year he makes Imlav Malka. It's called the Suda Seidah. And every year, I'm talking about from the old Skulener Rebbe to the past one who passed away, Yisrael Avram's son, and even many Skulener Rebbes today, every Suda Seidah, they talk about my grandfather. Because my grandfather, besides the fact that the Rebbe said he sent matzahs and sugar, it was just something they were like dying for, but he felt that the biggest bracha, the biggest major nace that he saw was the same person who was torturing him, actually torturing the Skulener Rebbe. He was forced to give him this matzah and the sugar. So for him, it was like a big thing. So every Suda Seidah, by Tu B'Av, they would speak about it. As a matter of fact, by every Seder, by Pesach night, by the Seder, all of the Rebbes, they all spoke about my grandfather, Rav Herschel Bronstein, how he helped them, and they never forgot, which is amazing. As a matter of fact, every yahrzeit when my grandfather, his yahrzeit was Yud Aleph Nisan, for the last, 20 years after he passed away, I would go over to Skulener Rebbe to get a bracha, and he would talk about my grandfather, whatever. It happens to be that my Sadik was this Skulener Rebbe that Rebbe Zusia.
Wow.
My son Sadik, my son Tzvi, who's named after my grandfather, his Sadik was the pastor Rebbe who passed away. So I will call it that. And my grandfather helped the Skulener Rebbe even when he came to America. He helped him with his apartment. He helped them, getting, a new immigrant coming. He helped them a lot. So Skulen has a lot of hakaras types to my grandfather, and I guess so. I felt always a connection to the Skulener Rebbe. So this picture was taken, like I said, by the Chasana, and of course you'll see the next picture is taken of the son. But so we do have a lot of shaykhs to Skulen.
Amazing. That's beautiful. It sounds like a good close relationship, and to understand what your grandfather did, it's worth noting that the Skulener Rebbe, like I mentioned, was in Romania. So he was a Talmud of some of the Rizhiner branches in Romania. Sadiger wasn't really in Romania, but he was a chassid of the Sadiger Rebbe, and then the Buhush Rebbe, who was really in Romania, a real Romanian chassidus, and he's the rabbi of Skulen. He was not from he wasn't a Hasidic dynasty. He was a chassid of big Rebbes, and then he was the rabbi in Skulen, and he emerges as a Rebbe. So I guess we would call it an authentic Rebbe. He didn't inherit it. He really becomes this leader of Hasidim, and he's one of the only people. The Rebbeinu Rebbe also, not very many people who are Hasidic Rebbes who remain behind under a communist regime after surviving the Holocaust, going through the Holocaust as a survivor, and then staying in Eastern Europe, in the place where the Holocaust took place, but more so under a communist regime, an atheist, anti-religious communist regime, where preaching religion and teaching it to the youth can be a crime. And he stays. And he's the inspiration for Romanian survivors who stayed behind in Romania. He has an active base medrash. And I know about children and grandchildren of other Romanian survivors who stayed in Romania after the war, who their only way of continuing any form of Yiddishkeit, of any Judaism, behind the Iron Curtain, it wasn't technically in the Soviet Union, but it was behind the Iron Curtain in the communist sense, was their affiliation with the Skulener Rebbe during the
I think he adopted, he only had this one son, who was the last one who passed away, but he adopted many children. A lot of the Yisraelim that
he took care of a lot.
He took a lot of
Holocaust orphans. Yeah.
He was like their father. As a matter of fact, many years later, when it was they married themselves and they married off children, Skulener Rebbe used to come to all their weddings, and because they were like children.
Amazing.
They were his father's children. Yeah.
And very beautiful songs were composed by both of the last Rebbes, and one of them he composed during the Holocaust, about a whole long thing, which I of course don't even know the words, and definitely would not sing, because people are supposed to be enjoying the Amudim event, not being upset at it. So, but it was a very haunting song, very haunting tune, very powerful words, and it included the cry of the imprisoned, the Enkas Asir, during the Holocaust. And that then in the 1950s, at one point, Romanian government allowed a Jewish delegation to visit Romania to see that Jews are not being prosecuted. There's no oppression of religious life. There's no suppression of Jewish life in Romania, and it was all a sham, because any meeting of this American delegation was with local Romanian Jews, was with communist officials in the room.
Right.
And they knew they would get punished if they said everything was censored. And the Skulener Rebbe is one of the leaders of Romanian Jewry in the 1950s, was chosen as a member of the Romanian delegation, and he was racking his brains. How am I going to convey to the free world? This is a one-time chance. We're going to have this meeting. How can I convey to the free world that things are really, really bad? And what he decided to do is he asked the communist officials if he can sing them a song in Hebrew that he had composed under Nazi oppression during the Holocaust. Okay, Nazis are bad, right? So you're singing it, no problem. So he sings that song, but he changes one part of the song. The words Enkas Asir, he changed into this cry, Enkas Asir. He like screamed it almost. And until today, when they sing the song of the Skulener Rebbe, it's, again, I'm not going to sing it because I'm just going to mess it up, but it's screamed, Enkas Asir, the cry of the oppressed. And the American delegation understood right away that there's an Enkas Asir, that he's screaming out for help, because it's not easy to live as a Jew in communist Romania. And that leads, this chain of events leads to your grandfather, eventually, after he's arrested, it's after he's in jail, actually, later, in 1960, getting him out. And here we have his son. So right. The father of Lezer Zusha, Portugal, we saw before. And here we have Rabbi Yisrael Avram, Portugal, the next Skulener Rebbe, who takes over his father, and he takes his father's legacy in the Chesed LaAvram organization, which his father established to help the needy, to help the downtrodden, the children from dysfunctional homes, from abusive homes, from, with parents in jail. In other words, the ones that society would have neglected. He took those as his Hasidim. That's the people he's taken care of. And he built homes for them and got them help.
Married them off. And
paid for their weddings, and Yisrael Avram Portugal used to go around fundraising for it. In fact, I grew up in Muncie, so of course I remember the Vishnitzer Rebbe and the Skulener Rebbe, but one of the first encounters that I remember with a Hasidic Rebbe was with the Skulener Rebbe, because he came for a fundraiser, and the way it was marketed to us was, come to see the Skulener Rebbe. Of course, he's also going to ask for money, but you're coming to see this big tzaddik, the Skulener Rebbe. And I'm the 7-year-old kid in Forshay, and he says to me, what's this? Your chup. You need to cut that off.
That was his famous thing.
Yeah,
he worried about the chup, and if somebody had like a TV in their house, so but he was consistent. It's not as if when he came to a rich person's house, he would not say anything. No, if the kid was the rich person who's giving them who knows how much money, his kid has a big chup, he would say, you have to take off the chup. It's not good. The bleepus or whatever. He had all very interesting. It happens to be that this picture, yes, it is a Skulener Rebbe, but this picture, believe it or not, was taken by the Hanochas Even Hapina of Yeshivas Torah Tamima.
Wow.
Yeah, so this was on Ocean Parkway, where the Torah Tamima building was built many years later. And he happened to, he was there. It happens to be that this picture, it's interesting because if you look at the picture, you could tell that is when he was much younger, because after, when he was older, he would let his payas down. And here he has the payas around his ears, so I guess people, Skuleners, know exactly the erech what time it was taken. But this was a classic picture, beautiful picture of Skulener Rebbe. I took many, many pictures of Skulener Rebbe. I used to take pictures by all the dinners. I mean, they would hire me, whatever. I was many times in the Rebbe's house. Since I knew, Rav Herschel Brunstein's grandson, so, they were like so-called more free with me. More access, yeah. And I knew him, I knew the Rebbetzin, whatever. I was like very close over there.
It's amazing. And he looked so regal. He had this Hadras Panim. He has this
beautiful Hadras Panim. Yeah, and he also used to compose many, many songs. A lot of times I used to see him, and he would sit there with a tape recorder, always near him, just in case he thought of a song, and he would tape it and play it back and improve on it. Like very
wow, I didn't know that. And he had this. His base bench was in Borough Park.
His base bench was on Borough Park on 54th Street between 13th and 14th Avenue for many, many years. Not a big base medrash. In the later years, they expanded a little, whatever. But he used to daven very late, and sometimes they would be standing on the street to chap somebody who didn't daven shachos yet, and we're talking about later in the day, whatever. He didn't really have many people. Later years, of course, then he had, a lot more people, but in the beginning, even his father used to live in Crown Heights, and many times he would daven in 770 because just to get a minion, because he really didn't he had nothing. He didn't have anything in Crown Heights.
Wow, so 770 was home to the Skulener also. Well, he was a Rebbe under communism, so that would fit well with Lubavitch. The fighting for Yiddishkeit under communism.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, because he didn't, not because of Lubavitch, but more because
because he didn't have a minion.
Yeah.
Wow. So I also like it because, especially this picture, because he looks very Rebbish. He has this beautiful beard, and it's the silver cane, which is like a classic Rebbe look. And those, I don't even know what they're called, those sleeves where you have the velvet on the sleeves. That's also a very Rebbish thing.
Yeah.
And the beard and the pants, the whole thing, he looks, and therefore, if it's in color, you could say, wow, this is 20th century classic Rebbe. And if it would have been in black and white, you would have said 19th century classic Rebbe.
Right.
And under communism, there's no such thing as a classic Rebbe, because he couldn't have looked like that. I guarantee you that he or his father didn't have a silver cane and velvet beketcha walking through the streets in Romania in the 1950s. He probably couldn't afford it, and he probably would have been dangerous too. And I'm just imagining here. I'm not stating anything that I know for a fact.
No. I'm sure not. He definitely wasn't in the open. You had to do everything hidden over there. It was a different world. Even though it was a lot later. It was till 1960. We're not talking about something. Yeah, so it's 20 years later in the Holocaust. But very oppressed over there.
And so behind the facade of this regal bearing lies all those Romanian years where he was the same exact Rebbe, the same exact leader, the same exact caring for Hasidim, but without the external trappings. And therefore the external trappings is not what makes the Rebbe. It's who he is what makes the Rebbe.
Yes. That's who he was. Special person, very special person.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll wrap it up for now. This was a pleasure, Schus. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Rav Moshe, for again another wonderful session. Your pictures are lighting up the world, giving us so much knowledge, so much inspiration, so many stories, so many things to light up our lives with what you were able to. I don't know if you imagined that when you were taking these pictures back then, that it would have such an impact on the wider society at that time.
Yeah, definitely didn't at that time, and I'm happy to see that many Jewish homes have my pictures hanging, and people are enjoying it.
Yes, and thank you, Amudim, for giving us this platform for the special event of Behind the Camera, Part 2, and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Daniel Karapkin. I'm speaking to you from Toronto, Ontario. I'm the rabbi at the Bayit of Thornhill, and it's wonderful to be able to engage with you once again for a very worthy organization, Amudim, which is doing such important work throughout North America and beyond for Klal Yisrael, especially helping the most vulnerable of our population. It is a tremendous honor to be able to engage in a conversation with Dr. David Pelcovitz, who is no stranger to Amudim, nor is he a stranger to anyone most likely listening or watching this presentation. Dr. Pelcovitz is the Strauss Chair in Psychology and Education at Yeshiva University. He is usually one of those go-to voices that our community goes to when we are facing issues of crisis or tragedy, God forbid. We typically turn to our healthcare professionals, and Dr. Pelcovitz really represents the klal, the tzibor, in helping us heal, in helping us cope and come to terms with some of the very, very difficult issues facing our community and society in general. Dr. Pelcovitz, welcome. It's really an honor to have you here with us for Amudim.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and especially an honor to be here with you, given how much I've always learned from your role in leadership, and then addressing all the concerns that we'll be talking about in this program.
Thank you. We are going to be discussing a topic that I believe is dear to your heart, which is putting things in perspective in a polarized world, going from FOMO to JOMO. Could you, Dr. Pelcovitz, please elaborate on this theme, please?
Yeah, sure. There's been a real shift in the world in recent years. It's been going on for a while, but it's basically a feeling that social media has become, especially in younger kids, has become such an incredible force, shaping everything from self-concept to anxiety levels to one's core sense of identity. And more and more, I've had parents and adolescents and kids even, approach me and ask, I feel that I'm too dependent on Facebook, I'm too dependent on Instagram, on TikTok, and yet I can't seem to get off of it. It makes me sad, it makes me anxious, and yet I feel pulled into it. Can you give me some strategies for trying to get better control over this?
All right, and what are the besides the addictive behavior? What is some of the negative fallout that we're seeing when people's realities are defined by what they perceive themselves to be and others to be on social media?
Well, it can often be a false, superficial kind of identity that's based on everything that we know is superficial and cannot be associated with an enduring sense of well-being. As an example, even going to the point of what do adolescents or even younger kids fantasize about nowadays? They often fantasize about being famous. They often fantasize not necessarily about being good and giving people, but about what do I need to do in order to get the most possible likes on my various social media accounts. And it's not surprising that in studies that have been really getting much more publicity just in recent months, we're finding increases in serious kinds of emotional disorders, especially given COVID. So you have that as well. So there's a rise in depression, a rise in anxiety, a rise in kids, especially girls, having poor self-concepts. even to the point of increases in suicidal ideation and even suicidal attempts.
All right. So how do you, as a therapist, as a guide, the topic is going from FOMO to JOMO, going from fear of missing out, right? This need for celebrity, this need for being part of the popular group. And you say JOMO, which is going from joy of missing out. And especially with young people, how do we change that perspective, given that so many of our kids are using social media and many of our adults as well?
Yeah. So for both, because adults, these programs are designed to maximize getting that dopamine hit. They're designed to addict us. So what we need to do is we need to come up with some strategies for mindfully disconnecting, for increasing awareness. And I have some specific recommendations that I think it probably makes sense for us to talk about some of the strategies. I'll start with, just as an example, let's talk about strategies for uninterrupted socializing. So strategies for uninterrupted socializing, with some of the authors on this, here's a wonderful book called The Distracted Mind by Gazzaley, Gazzaley, and Rosen. And what they break down, which others since then have talked about also, is, just as an example, the following approaches. Okay, so number one is the goal. You need to know what's your goal. If your goal is to be able to talk to people in an uninterrupted way, with our eyes bouncing off of the person you're looking at, so eyes, our hearts bouncing off each other, so the goal in this case might be to keep your phone in the pocket when in one-on-one conversation with another person. Kids and parents tell me that this is something that they would love to be able to focus on and to work on. Having that goal go from the unconscious to the conscious makes a big difference. It says in Proverbs, it says in Mishlei, "Be'ein chazon yifara'am." Without that vision thing, you kind of fall apart. And that's number one. Okay, is just to put it on. And in fact, when certain communities have had programs to foster getting better control over this topic of use of phones and social media, this was one of the main things that kids very much appreciated and wanted more of when whole communities made up their mind to make this into something that's front and center. The second area would be, as an example, is clarity, which is basically, it's called metacognition, which is the need to, which is a fancy way of saying, why is this important? You have to get to the emotional, get into your heart. Why is this important to you? To recognize that these devices can reduce our own empathy. According to research, it not only reduces our empathy for others, it reduces our perception of how empathic others are to us, which is an incredibly important kind of thing to keep in mind.
Social media tends to sort of objectify other people, does it not?
Yes, and it does it in a way that is really very, very alarming. It tends to polarize things. So we see the other as being evil and horrible, and somehow, there's some very recent research that shows that tracks things over time, and they find that families are now spending less time at Thanksgiving dinner than they used to, because there's so much tension over differing political views. So you're bound in any typical family to have Democrats and Republicans, in the case of the United States, dining together. And it's fascinating. They've actually tracked it and show a pretty significant dropping in the amount of time, so that the meals kind of end earlier than one would expect. And it's amazing that they have this data now. So that's just one simple example of it.
Well, if I could just follow up with that for a moment before you get to the next point. Recently Facebook was accused by a number of people who came forward and said that they were creating deliberately polarized communities on social media because their marketing data told them that when people get an emotional rise off of reading something on social media, they tend to become more engaged, will stay on longer, and may even buy things that they see in the ads because they're so emotionally riled up. This is very disconcerting, of course, if it's true. We're not going to convict Facebook in this discussion, but this is certainly something that we have to be careful about. If people are deliberately manipulating me emotionally to get a rise out of me and to start hating or disliking somebody else, that's probably bringing out the worst in me, is it not?
Yeah, look, all of these, social media sites, their financial model, as I understand it, is partly based on maximizing hits, maximizing time on the site, and maximizing, in many ways, the negativity and the polarization. That keeps things going. It's part of what, it's like, and I'm sure any rabbi, somebody in your position, what do how would you maximize the likelihood that you're going to grow your membership and grow the passion of people attending your shul have? It's probably going to be by really reaching them in their hearts, and giving those kind of classes and having those kind of programs and those kind of speeches. That's what they do. And I don't think it's coming necessarily from an evil place. But it's often coming from a place of really not necessarily, prioritizing what's best for their customers. And again, I don't want to, I certainly have no right to and no expertise to, but certainly what that whistleblower has shown in those congressional hearings has made that very clear. Let me just because I didn't talk about it a second ago, let me just take a second to review with you some of this stuff. Here's just a quick summary of some of this stuff. Is that the echo chamber on various social media platforms? It's designed in a way that it empowers status-seeking extremists, so that people who aren't extremists, people who are just talking in a very in much more moderate kind of way, their voice tends to be drowned out, and they tend to become quiet, because if you become too vocal on these sites, people come after you.
Yeah.
And they may threaten your safety. So there's a tremendous tendency for the discourse to become not only filled with personal attacks, but sometimes real threats on the safety of the person. And listen to this: those who deactivate their Facebook accounts report feeling happier. Okay, that's great. Okay, not surprising. But in the case of millennials, in the case of people who were born into a world where they already had their iPhones, they typically reopen their social media accounts very soon after. They find they just can't. They can't do it. They can't do it. It's so much a part of their identity and how they deal with their emotions and how they get their news, that it becomes something that there's a true addiction to. So, when it becomes woven into the fabric of their identity and is their main news source, and to just expand it a drop, there's evidence that our political discussion networks have been shrinking in recent decades. This is before, some of the elections, the recent elections in the United States, but it's been shrinking. And which means that there's all of this sense of polarization, but there's a fascinating new study it's a book that just came out a couple of weeks ago that is amazing, because he makes a very strong case that much polarization is false. Social media exaggerates the polarization. And people, when they sit down and really talk to each other and hear each other out, are much more likely to be able to maybe change their views and be open to others' views. The name of the book, and again, I can't emphasize enough how it's totally changed my perspective on these things, because it's a man by the name of Dr. Chris Bail, B-A-I-L, and it's called Breaking the Social Media Prism. And what he shows with very, very well done research and all kinds of, a large team and, very respected kind of ways of getting to his conclusions, is he comes up with specific ways of trying to help us see things through the eyes of others, without letting the false polarization that happens with the extremists online take over. So
well, that's great for a person who's going to read that book. But getting back to the getting back to how we solve the problem, and you correctly identify this idea of FOMO, that millennials who sign out of their account can't, they're chalashing, they have to get back on. So how do we address this with, you and I remember what life was like before the internet, but so many of who are our children's ages and are certainly our grandchildren's ages, how do we get them to unplug? So you had mentioned the importance of keeping the phone in your pocket and things like that. What else can we do?
Sure. So we already talked about the power of goals, the power of clarity. The next thing is a very simple behavioral intervention. There's nothing quite like it. The Talmud tells us that if somebody has a gambling problem, sometimes the best thing you could do for it is break the dice. This is going back over the millennia. Break the dice. Amazing how topical, that kind of wisdom is. So here on the accessibility end, it's removing all phones from areas of interactions. So you could set tech breaks for checking your phone every 15 minutes. Families can have tech-free zones. And I know this is trite, but it works. So you have a very clear rule at home that parents and kids recharge their phones every night in a public part of their house. And if there's an emergency that comes in, which is what kids are very worried about, they'll be able to check it, at another time. But they have to, once they keep it in a public place, they're going to start to get a lot more sleep, and they're not going to be so hooked onto what becomes this overarching need to check over and over again. The next thing you have to have a strategy for dealing with boredom. Sherry Turkell, psychologist at MIT, a brilliant woman, she wrote a book called Reclaiming Conversations. And what she found is that nowadays, the kids who came of age after the iPhone was developed, they have a very hard time with their anxiety about simple conversations. There's a high level of social discomfort in adolescents and young adults. And she calls it a flight from conversation. And she says sometimes, in extreme cases, parents could really help their kids just to review the basics of social skills training. How do you start a conversation? How do you continue a conversation? How do you show that you're really listening and paying attention? You have to build up that muscle. Many kids who came of age after COVID was already in full force, never even developed. If you look at preschoolers, the ability to have the give and take of conversation. Here, many kids who were born, who were, millennials, they have to, in a conscious way, develop it. You don't have to turn into a social skills training expert, but it might be helpful to be able to just talk to your kid about it, model for them, how to do it, model for them by talking to your other family members about this stuff. And that could be helpful. And then the final thing is anxiety, which is, there's a tremendous amount of anxiety over how are others going to see me if I shut off my account for a couple of hours a day. Let's say I'm driving. You have a kid who's old enough to be driving. They get very nervous that if their friends are texting them or in a crisis, that if they don't answer them right away, that they're going to be viewed as not being present. So there are simple strategies for the cultural change that can educate kids to know that you don't have to always be on call. You don't have to answer texts immediately. I find that that you have to really teach kids that. I'm available, and you could put it on your away message and it can make a difference. And I think I'm finding the kids are beginning to be more and more open to that because they're exhausted from always being on call.
At Amudim, we give people hope.
At Amudim, we help people.
At Amudim, we don't judge.
At Amudim, we give people a helping hand.
At Amudim, we listen.
At Amudim, we're going to care about you and help you get the best treatment you can.
At Amudim, we strive to make others lead a healthier life.
At Amudim, we truly understand.
At Amudim, we adapt to the ever-changing needs of our community.
At Amudim, we provide the light that guides you through your darkest times.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we save lives and build futures.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we make a difference every single day.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
I want to get back to that anxiety issue in just a moment, but I guess I have an overarching question that I've noticed of late. My upbringing is very different from the way that I brought up my children is very different from the way that I see some younger parents bringing up their children today. And I'm wondering if all of these strategies, assume that a parent takes into consideration the fact that I am the parent, you are the child, and I will guide you and show you what is best for you. And I hope this is not too far off topic, but it's certainly something that's been gnawing at me. I see so many parents today who show so much derech eretz to their children that they feel that their children should be in control of their emotions, of their behaviors, and put their child on such a pedestal that they don't feel that they can or should interfere in their children's behavioral patterns. Let me just give you one example. There was a parent who brought over one of their children to my house the other day, and I was taught that when someone comes into a guest comes into your home, the guest is supposed to you as a guest are supposed to look at the host in the eye, shake their hand, say hello, make eye contact, all of these things that I was taught as a child. And today it seems like some parents feel that no, we have to be considerate of a child's feelings. And if the child doesn't feel like making eye contact because they're moody or they're in a bad mood, we have to respect that in the child and let the child go off into the corner. And when the child is ready to come and make eye contact and to be engaging, we allow the child to do that. And so part of me is concerned that if these solutions that you're advocating, Dr. Pelcovitz, they sound like wonderful solutions, but they assume that a parent is going to be sort of laying down the law for their children and saying, this is what is necessary, and this is what you should be doing, and this is what you shouldn't be doing. And part of the concern that I have, and I believe perhaps part of the anxiety that children have today, is that they haven't been given specific parameters or sufficient parameters to know the difference between right and wrong. Am I crazy or?
No, you're not crazy at all. I think it's the challenge of our generation. Kids, what my understanding of healthy parenting is about, it's exactly what the Talmud tells us. You find the balance between the left hand pushing away while the right hand brings closer, right? Between small docha and mimakareves. You need the balance between love and limits. And that's exactly what modern psychological research tells us and what the wisdom, the ancient Jewish wisdom tells us. And kids can't thrive without that balance. So all love and no limits, kids grow up to be totally spoiled and overindulged, and you could cripple a kid like that. They're not going to be ready to function in the world if you have an extreme like that. All limits, no love, rules without relationships equals rebellion. Okay, so you need to find the balance, and that's the art of parenting, and it's going to be different for every one of your children because every kid has a different temperament. And parents, I think, you see, the part of the challenge is many of the parents that I believe you're referring to, they're already, they were raised this way. So they hadn't necessarily had the role models that, people who grew up, in a less complicated world, had as a matter of course. And it's interesting, if I could just stay with this for a minute. I think that there is something I hear often from people who I saw in my practice 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I've been doing this for a long time. And now they're parents, sometimes even grandparents. And they come to my office and they'll turn to their parents and say, why did you let me do this when I was a teenager? Why did you let me go into Manhattan when you knew that there was a crazy club scene there? Why did you let me basically, have a limitless American Express card? Why did you do all of this? And they get angry about it. And, there's a beautiful thought in the Medrash that says the following. It says, this is from Mishlei, from Proverbs. Yaser bincha ki yesh tikva, vel hamiso al titei nafshecha. Put limits on your kids. There's always hope. And don't pay attention to their yelling and screaming and going crazy when you do the limit putting on them. So listen to this ancient wisdom. It says, Kol hamosif av yisurin al beno, mosif haben ahava al aviv. The more a parent puts limits on his or her child, the more that child will love the parent. And that's so true. But parents, there needs to be a real, by the way, one more thing. I find that when there's a massive community effort to address this, parents are open to it because they themselves recognize that something has to be fixed. Something that there's something off here. And I think they're nervous about it.
And yet, we can quote Mamore Chazal to demonstrate that parenting requires us to place limits on our children and show them where the lines are. And yet a lot of very frum young adults who are parents are not going to the age-old wisdom of Chazal to derive knowledge about how to parent. They're going to the conventional wisdom that they're watching on social media and in the books that they're reading about how you have to validate your child's feelings and give them the emotional freedom to be able to learn about themselves and to appreciate themselves. And to me, this represents a major disconnect, because we look at the Torah for guidance for all areas of our life, except for the parts where we don't look for guidance, for those things which we feel we've advanced beyond the Torah. And this it's sometimes quite frustrating for someone in my position as a spiritual leader who sees people sort of cherry picking the lessons that we can draw from the Torah, and then the parts of the Torah that we've moved past, perhaps. I mean, obviously, there are certain things that are anachronistic about the book of Mishlei, which talks about not sparing the rod. And we don't exercise corporal punishment anymore. We recognize that that's not helpful and not the best way to parent. So we've learned to reinterpret it and to reframe it as not literally a rod, but rather as a way of disciplining, sometimes harshly disciplining when necessary. But how would you, and perhaps I'm putting you in an unfair position. This is really more a rabbinical question than a psychological question. But how do we impress upon the young members of our community that the Torah is a holistic guide for how we're supposed to live our lives?
Yeah, it's an alarming development to hear what you're seeing in the front lines over there. I think that let me tell you about a program that took place in Cleveland and in Chicago, and since then it's been replicated in different parts of the world. And it was on this topic. The rabbinic leadership who were behind the City Field of Sifa in the Mets Stadium a number of years ago, where they say we have to ban the internet. They, very much to their credit, recognized we blew it. We blew it. It was a big mistake. You can't, this is here to stay. We have to find the balance, like Rav Hirsch said, between isolation and inoculation. So the community got together, and they had some generous funding, and had, in the case of Chicago, which was the first community that did it, they brought in the two leaders behind the original internet of Sifa. And they brought them into Chicago. They invited the whole spectrum of the community, from the more modern to the most yeshivish and Hasidish, etc. And they put up a massive site just for that day. And it had an incredible response, because what they talked about was small steps, very small steps. You're talking to somebody, put your phone in the pocket. You're having dinner, find X amount of interruption-free time. You're just simple things, but they made it a community effort. And it was a community effort where not only did they bring mental health people to come in to speak, but they brought rabbis to come in and speak who had, some deep insights of their own and were known to be open to the realities of the outside world. And a totally unexpected thing happened. The kids who were there loved it so much that they asked for another meeting, and they wanted more. They said, something, we've been dying for this. We've been dying for this. Now, to get to your specific question, okay, but what do we do about the fact that people are sometimes, even people more to the yeshivish end are sometimes seeing the world has changed in a way that you don't necessarily have to pay attention to rabbinic wisdom, instead pay attention to people who are coming more from a scientific or parenting experts or whatever. I think the best way to change perceptions is it needs to be done, I think, in a massive community level. So here you had the whole community involved. A tremendous amount of work went into it. They did follow-ups. They were still doing things that are tied to this. And from the last I heard, it made change that really lasted, but it was partly because what it came with was respect for the viewpoint of everybody. They didn't go and criticize the people who did the internet asifa, okay, in City Field. Mm-hmm. Instead, they came and they showed like, wow, these men have a tremendous amount to offer. You know, these are the leaders of the yeshiva world, the leaders of the Hasidic world. And there's nothing like modeling and showing people that things are more complicated than you think, you know, and the world isn't in black and white. The world is in gray, and the truth lies in the gray. And I think, I know this is sounding a little bit not directly responsive to your question, but it was a cultural change that took place with all of that effort that I think. Does that a little bit address it?
Yes, I think it does. I don't think we're going to be able to fully resolve this issue about the steady erosion of what we call Das Torah, or the erosion of rabbinic authority and people who look to Rabbanim for guidance based on timeless Torah wisdom. And you said something very profound that we hear all again and again, especially in today's very postmodern society, is that we live in the gray. And it's a very uncomfortable position for so many younger people to be living in, because there's a craving, as you had started saying earlier in this conversation, for younger people to have parameters and boundaries, and to know what's okay and what's not okay. And to live in the gray is something that we learn to do as we get older and older. And you also had talked a little bit about anxiety, and I want to try and bring this all together if I can. One of the things that we are perceiving is that there does seem to be a greater level of anxiety. Part of it has to do with this FOMO, the fear of missing out, the feeling that I need to respond right away, as you had mentioned before. Part of the anxiety is due to COVID and the fact that because we're social animals and we haven't been able to interact, there's been some damage to our collective psyche, because we haven't had the social interaction that we actually crave, that's hardwired to our very being. This anxiety has manifested itself in a number of very unhealthy ways. And I'm wondering if you could just talk about, part of this anxiety manifests itself in this polarized, vociferous yelling at each other on social media, like we talked about before. But it also has to do with social interactions at the marketplace, where everyone who's I don't know is a stranger and an enemy, potentially. And the fear of the unknown, because we don't know what's just around the corner with COVID, what the next strain or the next iteration or the next shutdown, when that's going to be, God forbid. What do we do when we have anxiety, and how do we deal with anxiety? Is there a way? Is there an easy pill that we can take to help us when we're dealing with anxiety? We're not advocating escapism. We're not advocating taking a drink or smoking a joint. What can we do that's natural to help take a little bit of the edge off of our lives?
Yeah. If I could just give a simplistic answer, but it's, I think, at least to start, the way mental health people try to address anxiety is on 3 channels, okay? One channel is the cognitive. You try to get a hold of the thoughts that are feeding the anxiety. Often in the case of anxiety around COVID, it might be, an awfulizing feeling like, this is horrible, things will never go back to normal, how am I ever going to get used to it? and a lot of self-statements that we're saying on the cognitive level that are either awfulizing or the tyranny of the shoulds. It shouldn't be like this. Why can't I have a normal life? What happened to the, things that I always took for granted? So that's the cognitive. That's the Baal Shem Tov's B'makam shemachshavto shel adam sham hu nimtza haish. You want to know where the person is? Look at where his or her thoughts are. So that's on the cognitive channel. On the physiologic channel, which is, what happens to our bodies when we're anxious? Our hearts will race a little faster. Different people feel in different parts of their body. You may feel it in your GI system. You might feel a tightening in your neck. You might get a headache or whatever. But the physiologic is basically the natural response of the body to perceived threat. And there, this is where smartphones are, incredibly helpful, because there are amazing devices now that really teach mindfulness. There are two wonderful books on Jewish perspectives on mindfulness, which are amazing, written by psychologists who are also rabbis. There's but a number of apps. So you go onto commonsensemedia.com, which is a non-commercial site, and you just put in for the age group. Let's say you want to have anxiety management techniques for your kids. You can do it that way. You could find some basic mindfulness exercises for yourself. The most popular one has been Calm, CALM, which has a relatively small fee attached to it, but is excellent, and gives you specific mindfulness techniques for the specific issue that you're having. Is your problem with sleep? Is your problem with worry about work? Is your problem with parenting or whatever? And it gives you mindfulness, and it's a skill. It takes a while, but if you just do it a little bit at a time, simple breathing, normal breath in, slow breath out, can make an enormous difference. And then the final channel is the behavioral channel, where you actually respond to the anxiety by avoiding avoidance. You face what you're afraid of. You're nervous about going to shul because you've been away from it for so long. You push yourself to go back, or you're nervous about getting together with friends. Or even if you're nervous about your anxiety about being too tough on your kids, you do that behavioral kind of intervention, and that could be extremely helpful at all. Two other quick points.
So could you just review those three once again?
Yes.
Number one?
Yes, sure. So number one is cognitive. You think in a way, you catch the thoughts that are making you anxious, and you hold it up to the light of day in a rational kind of way. And that could really make a big difference. Okay. Physiologic is in terms of the normal breath in, slow breath out, mindfulness techniques, and there are all kinds of wonderful apps out there on it that make it more doable, but recognize it's not going to work right away. It's a skill that you have to do with time. And then the final is behavioral, which is to push yourself to avoid avoidance, etc. And then the other 2 points that have been found to really help with anxiety during COVID are ancient wisdom, and this is in every religion has this. One is the power of gratitude, to figure out a way to focus on what we have and to be thankful for what we have. And anytime we're able to be grateful that way, again, this is consistent with the Torah readings we have around now. It's the essence of being Jewish, Apam Odes Hashem, right? To be thankful. It helps us in a very basic way with our anxiety. So because you may not have control over, what new variant of COVID is coming, but you always have control over, being thankful for what you have in terms of your community, in terms of your family, in terms of friends, or whatever you have, and when you have that focus, it literally helps with your immune functioning, but helps mainly with anxiety. And another chesed is to be able, acts of loving kindness for others makes such an enormous difference, to be able to respond to everything that's going on with, with chesed. It's the antidote to the negativity of social media. Social media, by the way, could be a wonderful source for doing chesed. We now know about the suffering of people who may never have known about in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those last two items are so powerful. The ability to count your blessings and to recognize, I always try to tell my wife as often as I can, we are so blessed. Even when we're going through perhaps challenging times, but we are so blessed. And then just reminding oneself about all of the brachas of life is just so uplifting. And of course, emulating Hashem, v'halachta b'drachav, is to emulate the Ribbono Shel Olam by helping others is extremely empowering. And this idea of imitating God as being a way of lifting ourselves up and alleviating anxiety, I can't think of a more powerful method than that. We are coming up close to the end of our discussion, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about one more issue that I think does contribute to some of the anxiety that especially our young people are experiencing today. It's no secret that from time to time, and Rabbi Pelkovitz, the amount of years that you've been in this line of profession, you've seen so many iterations, unfortunately, of communal scandals having to do with people in leadership positions, abusing that privilege and exploiting others because of their position. And this, of course, has created a significant amount of anxiety as well, especially among our youth. Could you just share with us a few thoughts on this topic and how we can restore the sense of joy and simchas hayim in our lives?
Yeah, so you're talking about like when leadership fails, that
Yeah.
point. Yeah. So again, without without in any way identifying a specific person, because this is something that we're sometimes faced with. How do we talk to ourselves? How do we talk to our kids when there's when our leaders, who should be our moral leaders, disappoint us? And if I could just make a couple of points. The most important one in terms of talking to our kids is to be understood. First, understand. You go to your child and you ask him or her, what have you heard? Especially if you're in a neighborhood where there's been some kind of a scandal. And unfortunately, there are multiple scandals in different parts of the world. And if you're struggling with that now, you just ask them, what have you heard? And again, we don't necessarily know anything for sure. Sometimes there are situations where a person's been actually convicted, and it's still something that communities might be struggling with. But you ask your child, help me here. And very often they'll answer you in a way that'll will lead you towards what you need to talk about, what you need to understand. So that's number one. Number two is the idea, as a general rule of thumb, to help them have permission to talk about what's on their minds. Don't automatically reassure them. This is along the lines of what we talked about before. There's the thought of Eino Damomed al Divrei Torah elam kein nichshol behem. We can't master anything in life without struggle. And this is something that, may bring with it struggle, because people who we've looked up to and were supposed to be the source of protection now may be in a very different kind of place. So we just need to let them know that it's okay to talk. And it's not disrespectful to talk. The Hebrew word ashrei, which is the highest level of happiness, is tied to the Hebrew word ishur, to validate. To validate what somebody's saying. And we do that for our children. It makes sense. And to name the monster, to talk, to the extent that you could allow them to talk about it and to talk about whatever anger, and also to talk about how imperfection in general is something that is very much part of what we are sometimes faced with. Nobody's perfect. And I'm not saying this in any way to be an apologist for anybody who might later be found to be abusive, but just the idea of being able to give voice to values and to allow it, people underestimate the power of that. I have a colleague, Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, who wrote a book that's been a best-selling nonfiction book over the last year called The Body Keeps the Score. One of the things he once showed me is he showed me the picture of the brain of one of his patients who was caught in the stairwell of the World Trade Center on 9/11. And he had an fMRI, a picture of that man's brain, as he was reliving the worst moment of his life. He was being crushed by the World Trade Center, miraculously managed to survive. Mm-hmm. And what he showed me is that the part of the brain that shuts off when people are faced with overwhelming kinds of stress is Broca's area, the language centers of the brain. But then what he showed me in subsequent scans over the coming months, that as he gave this patient words for his pain, as he helped him light up the language centers of the brain, and he helped him name the monster, that's where he was able to eventually come to a place where he was able to digest the meaning of what happened. And that's using an extreme example, but I see it all the time, how much good we do for ourselves and our children when we allow ourselves to name the monster and to see the area of growth that can come from these kind of struggles. And I'll just end with the following beautiful words of Chazal, which I often quote because it just makes me feel great. From the Medrash Tehillim, it says like this. It says, Ilu nafalti lokamti. If I never fell down, I never would have gotten up. Ilu yashafti bachoshech lo haya'arli. If I never sat in the darkness, I never would have appreciated the light.
Those are beautiful words. I think there's always going to be a tension between the importance of having heroes and role models in our lives, and at the same time, recognizing that even those heroic figures in our lives are human beings with flaws. I remember that one of the difficulties that I had as a bacher in yeshiva was having a Rebbe who I held in great esteem, and I thought he was like the person that I wanted to be. And then I saw him do something that sort of shattered my faith in him. It wasn't something so horrible, but it was just a flaw in his personality. And it was difficult for me as a young man to learn how to process that and put it in its proper context. And as we get older, I think we learn to live in that gray of recognizing that everyone is complex and no one is perfect. It's very difficult, I think, when we're younger, when we're teenagers or perhaps even younger than that, to know how to deal with people who were held in such high esteem, who provided us with such either inspiration, entertainment, Torah education, and then to learn that these people are not only deeply flawed, but perhaps possess a degree of evil that we could never see in ourselves. And we won't be able to resolve that issue. But as you say, the important thing is to open that discussion with our children, allow them to know that their voice is being heard, that it's okay to be disappointed, but that their belief in heroes should not be shattered because of one particular individual. That we should try to hold people that we feel are admirable, that their behavior is virtuous. We should use them as role models, with the caveat that even the greatest of people, the greatest of Gedolei Yisrael, will sometimes have flaws and foibles just like any other human being.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to, I learn so much more in any time I spend with you, Dr. Pelkovitz. And I know that this has been very, very helpful to so many people who might be watching or listening. Thank you for being so generous with your time. Thank you for everything that Amudim is doing, including offering these special video seminars for people during perhaps a very challenging time for the Jewish people and for the world as a whole. As we begin to see the light emerge at the end of the tunnel, let's hope that talks like this will help us emerge as more healthy individuals. And please, Dr. Pelkovitz, please take the last words.
Well, just thank you for helping me think and helping me clarify. I always learn so much from your depth and your ability to talk about this. And thank you to Amudim. Amudim is an organization that I just keep getting more and more involved with Amudim because it's an organization that's involved in saving lives on a regular basis in a very real way, saving lives, and they're always there. And there's an ability to somehow keep growing and keep serving more and more people, and so that people don't have to feel alone in their struggles. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Amudim. Goodbye, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Here we are again with the Unite to Heal program of Amudim. Amudim, as we all know, is one of the premier providers of help, mental health, and otherwise to our Jewish community. They also last year figured out the best way to raise money from Yidden is to make sure they're having a great time. And last year, the first Unite to Heal, they put out an incredible array of speeches and lectures and music and incredible interviews. And they're doing it again this year, back and better than ever. So welcome to the Amudim Unite to Heal. I very rarely get the opportunity, I never ever get the opportunity to interview such incredible luminaries as I'm interviewing today. I'm deeply appreciative to Amudim for giving me the opportunity. I have been a Talmud who has been zocha to learn both from the Torah of Rabbi Simon as well as Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and I believe that I'm not alone in that. At this point, pretty much the Jewish world, whether you're a yeshiva bacher in Muncie, whether you're a secular Jew in California, you've probably been learning and listening to the Torah of one of these two great brothers. And we have an incredible opportunity today to talk to them on behalf of Amudim. So we're going to start with a very simple question. And it's more a little bit about your upbringing. The Jacobson household must have been an incredible place to bring up people who are so dedicated to spreading Torah and Hasidus to the whole world. What do you think your parents got right? What inspired you to do what you do today? And if you can, try to break it down to something that your parents did, but we can all do on a lower level as an air anpin, a miniature, biteable, doable thing that we can all do like your parents did.
Peace Naim, the Bechar. First of all, it's my honor to be here with you, with Amudim, with our dear host, and with my dear brother. We are blood, flesh and blood. And yes, we grew up in a very unique and special home. It's always humbling to hear such accolades. But I will say, in the spirit of my father, Olav Shalom, and my mother, may she be well, many healthy years. One of the things that jumps out at me, this is completely a knee-jerk reaction to your question, was my father particularly, as well as my mother, which I'll speak about in a moment, was absolutely comfortable in his own skin. He was he didn't have that self-consciousness and extremely know why he's here in this world and what is his purpose. And even though it was not stated in words, but it was stated in actions, and that was what exuded. That was the spirit, that was the environment that exuded from him. I remember him sitting Shabbos at the table. He could speak quiet for hours, even though he was a conversationalist and a very charismatic figure, but he had that inner peace. And I think when you have that, it just translates into bringing up children that are also comfortable in their own skin and are focused not on trying to necessarily impress or entertain, but really living up to what their mission is. Now, I want to say it very clearly, a big disclaimer. I am not saying I'm on that level, but I definitely was exposed to it. And my mother as well, completely committed to the cause. You know, everybody has their egos. Everybody has their stuff. They have their phobias, their neurosis, and by no means is anyone perfect. But I think when you have, as a parent, a mission-centric life, that your life is not driven by ego and by conquests and by money and by control and by power and influence, that you know you're here for a reason. And that is not just taught, but actually fed and nourishes children from the youngest of age. To me, that is one of the most critical elements that all of us can learn for success, because then your children grow up having that same type of attitude. I'm here to serve. I'm here to bring something to the world. In our case, we grew up in, we grew up in obviously a very observant Jewish home, a Chabad Hasidic home. And of course, Chabad Hasidus emphasizes this idea of serving, illuminating, Neres Lahayr, to be flames that illuminate and warm everyone around us. So it all fitted in that context. That's one of the ingredients, at least. By no means is it the only one, but that's what comes to mind.
And based on that, what you're describing, what would be like an avoda, like something people would want to work on to be able to achieve that sort of sense of mission and sense of inner peace and comfortability with their own skin? what types of things could people do if they want to be able to get to that level so they could experience that and, of course, give that over to their children as well? What is like something that a person could work on themselves on a regular basis to do, something measurable, like a real avoda?
I think it really comes down to how you look at the standards. You know, a business cannot function without a mission statement. Every business, no matter what, for-profit, not-profit, organizations, schools, every entity must have a mission statement. The first question you have to ask yourself is, what is your personal mission statement? And it can't just be a platitude like, I want to be happy, I want to have make a lot of money, I want to bring up a healthy Jewish family. Those are generic and general. They're beautiful things. But a mission statement means, to put it specifically, how are you going to use your life and the unique skills and tools that you were given, your unique opportunities, to somewhat improve, better, and beautify the corner of your world? So that's the first question you have to ask. If you're not asking that question, which means that you're basically just running your life either as a product or victim of circumstances, then you're never going to get to that place. So obviously, as children, if you can pick that up from a young age, great. But wherever you are in your life, that has to be a pause that we all have to take, if not on a daily basis, at least on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, or an annual basis. And we actually have Moida'ani lefanecha. You say Moida'ani lefanecha, melachai v'kayim, shachzarta b'nishmasi b'cham l'rabba munasecha. What are we saying? Think about the words. Thank you, God, for returning, or you don't say even the word God. Thank you for returning my soul to me, for making me indispensable, for giving me a mission, for renewing my contract and my mandate, and that I absolutely need to fulfill that mission that you have given me and renewed every morning. So that would be, in my opinion, one of the first things that you begin the journey in that sense.
Right. And it's true because so many people are living life without having a sense of mission statement, right? Life happens to them as opposed to them creating the life they want. So just even setting for yourself a mission statement is step number one to getting there. Okay, absolutely. Beautiful. Rabbi Why?
In addition to the beautiful, eloquent words of my dear brother, I would add very briefly maybe three things that I felt in my home. I don't know, always consciously, but now looking back, I think they're all really part of the reality of our family. Number one, my father was an extremely colorful human being, very universal. He had like this universal consciousness. First of all, nobody knew geography like him, right, Simon? I mean, he knew, I don't know.
He knew every river in Russia, yeah.
Every river in Russia, exactly. And he really knew it. He knew how long it was. He knew how wide it was. And he had a real interest. I once saw him reading. My father used to read approximately, he was a subscriber to around 30 magazines and newspapers. And he would read about the economy in Japan. And I asked him, does this interest you? Because I don't have an interest about the economy in Japan. It just doesn't fit into my brain. And he says, yeah, it's the world. It's part of God's world. You have to know what's happening in Japan. It was very interesting. So it was really, there was no tunnel vision. There was no narrowness. There was no judging people based on the community they come from, based on their lifestyle. He actually allowed himself, and he taught us to celebrate the world for what it is. Because if you have tunnel vision, you reduce God's reality into your own stereotypes and preconceived notions, into your own issues, instead of really breathing the world the way it is and enjoying the full variety of God's creation. That was one thing, I think, very powerful. Until today, I meet Jews from all backgrounds, Jews and non-Jews, just a certain freshness, like really be open to tune into where people are, not where you want them to be or what you think about them. The second thing was, the Even Ezra writes that Moshe Rabbeinu had to grow up among non-Jews in a palace. Why didn't the first Jewish leader grow up in a Jewish environment? And he says, the Even Ezra writes this, it's incredible, that if Moshe would have grown up among Jews, he would have developed a slave mentality. He could have never staged a revolution. He had to grow up in an ambience of aristocracy, of royalty. That's how he can overthrow Egypt and liberate the Jewish slaves. My father grew up in Stalinist Russia. His father was tortured and almost killed. He had a very, very difficult life, as a youth, like so many of that generation. But he had a vision of royalty. He was, and he taught this to us. He was broad. He had a fearlessness to him. He was a warrior. He was a fighter. He wouldn't allow himself to become a victim in circumstances. So that was very, very refreshing and empowering. The last thing I would say, something I once heard from him, we were walking to Shul on Shabbos, and he told me that he once asked the Bluzhever Rebbe why he's getting involved in a very controversial issue that was just controversial, and it's basically taking away supporters from him. People who would support him. It was something to do about the future of Israel. And he said, what do you need it for? Just stay focused on humanitarian good things, spreading mitzvahs. And what do you need this for? So he told me that the Rebbe told him that it says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when he saw the Egyptian beating the Jew, it says, Vayifen kai v'kai v'yarki einish. Moshe looked everywhere, and he saw there's no man. And he killed the Egyptian and he saved the Jew. And everybody asks, there was somebody there, because the next day, the informers informed on Moshe, so there was somebody there. So the Bluzhever Rebbe said one interpretation is not that there was nobody physically present. He saw Vayarki Einish, that there's nobody who's going to stand up to the tyranny. Einish, there's no man, there's nobody who's gonna make this his cause. Everybody was just looking around and sighing. The Rebbe says he had to make a choice. Will he join everybody else and say there's nothing to do, we're in Egypt, we're in exile? Or he's going to take a stand, and that's what turned him into the eternal Jewish leader. And then my father told me, the Rebbe continued, he says, and this is what my father-in-law embodied. He attributed it to his father-in-law. This is how he was explaining his involvement. What I learned from my father at that moment was that in life, you have to be able to make that choice constantly. Whether you're just going to be a bystander, maybe write a check, give a sigh, give a krechts, or to say, no, God put me here. And he gave me my unique purpose, as my brother just said. And it's my opportunity to make the difference that I was chosen to make.
Beautiful. It's interesting. The first thing that you said is basically you're describing your father as a koheles. He was like an aggregator of information all around the world. And there's that Gemara that talks about some of the early Tanoim and how they recognized, they knew the language of foxes and the language of trees and the language of birds. And you're like, what does that make a difference? They're Tanoim, they're sitting and learning, Hillel and Shammai. But the answer is when you have that breathness and that ability to just take it all in, you also have the ability to put out something that's just so much more comprehensive than when you're living with tunnel vision. So that's definitely beautiful and a very special household that we get a little bit of a feel where the Jacobson brothers come from. So my next question is, Amudim deals with mental health.
Dysfunctional elements in our home.
That's going to be the bonus material at the end, and then you got to donate a couple extra $100, and you get all the dysfunction from the Jacobson home too. So Amudim really is known for their work with mental health and the Jewish people, and you guys are both such incredible, eloquent speakers. You command such large audiences wherever you go. And people sit enraptured when you speak. And there's sometimes, when people are in the crowd and they look at a speaker who just nails it and they really understand and they get everything just right. And there's almost like a halo effect, so but the reality is we're all people and you are all people as well. And obviously you too have your own struggles at times. And there's the mental stresses that we all go through and what weighs heavily on all of us. Sometimes it's helpful for the audience to be able to recognize that the speakers are humans and they go through their own stresses. So my question to you would be, what grinds you down? What really wears you down? And how do you find where you need to save your own mental health sanity and keep yourself on the straight and narrow? What grinds you down and how do you respond to it? How do you deal with it to keep yourself above it?
Okay. So we're already entering into the dysfunctional zone now, which is the things that get to us and cause, as you said, grind us down or stress and so on. It's a great question, excellent question. I appreciate it because I'm usually not asked this question, either because of the halo effect or, a respect, but I think it's a very powerful question. I will just, again, speak what comes to me. I mean, I have been blessed, and I say this with all humility, I have been blessed not through work, not through avodas Hashem, and not through yagia and effort. I guess by part of genetic makeup and DNA, as well as we discussed the environment of my father, to have a certain inner calm, even among a storm. So even when there's a tornado, there's the eye of the tornado. But there's an inner calm. I actually, to be honest, I'm speaking openly here, I'm at my best when there's stress. Because for some reason, I'm able to enter into that zone that just gives you a certain, I guess, like almost like an oasis. You're like buffered.
I gotta tell you, the halo is getting brighter right now.
I'm sorry?
I said the halo is getting brighter right now.
No, God forbid. No. That's halos are actually quite dangerous. So there's that inner sense of peace, which really arises when there's a lot of tension around me. And that is what I do. I'm starting from the second half of the question. But as far as the things that grind you down, I'll be honest, sometimes for me, even though I think I'm a royal optimist, I always like to look at and see the positive in things, the light at the end of the tunnel. And but at the same time, sometimes you feel that as much as you do, are you really making an impact? Yes, you can make a momentary impact. And there's a certain apathy and even mediocrity that surrounds when you see people who get cynical or petty. You sometimes see people fighting over nonsense, but they fight like it's World War III. And that can get to you, and sometimes feel that, am I really making a difference? I wouldn't say I get depressed by it, but I definitely am impacted by it. Another thing is, and this is a very personal note, when you see a lot of pain and people share with you, things that have broken them, tragedies, mental health issues, suicide, the list goes on, unfortunately. And with a person of empathy, there's no way you can just immunize yourself and be indifferent. I remember when I was younger, it was very difficult because I always felt, as my brother earlier said, that you have to rise to the occasion. You have to do something. I always felt like they're coming to me, Ashgacha Pratis, I must do something. It took me a long time to discover I can't solve every problem. And there's some things that maybe Ashgacha Pratis has to lead someone elsewhere. But I remember the first time I heard about abuse, real abuse, serious abuse. I couldn't even believe it. I thought the person was making it up because I never experienced it in my life. A father beating a child with a baseball bat. I mean, Achman al-Islam, I even want to repeat some of these things. And it gets worse. It like overwhelmed me. I remember I was saying to myself, why am I being told this? Like what? And I'll tell you the truth, the only way to go is to dig deeper. I had to dig deeper, and I said to myself, if Hashem created this world, and He gave us a Torah, and He gave us Chassidus, He also magdim refuah lamaka, He gave us the healing before the illness, there has to be an answer, even for the most horrendous and horrible things in this world. And it was years ago, I remember I would read and try to understand, it's very hard to go into the kishkis of a person who's suffering something I never suffered. And I have to say, it took a real toll on me. I mean, emotionally, it took a serious toll. And then you start saying, it's so unfair. Children, innocent, defenseless people who did nothing and they're being hurt. And you have also an existential crisis of faith. What does God want? We all know we don't understand God's ways. These things have always taken a very strong effect on me, even till this day. And ultimately, it comes back to the eye of the tornado, that you have to say light at the end of the day is stronger than darkness, and that hope is stronger than any type of despair. And as a person in my position, I cannot afford to become part of the problem. So I have to rise to the occasion to do the best. That doesn't mean you have answers. Like one Rebbe once said, I don't have answers for you, he told someone who suffered a tragedy, but I can cry with you. I can hold your hand. I can walk with you. And that's a strength, nachamu, nachamu. That gives strength, that consoles, that comforts a soul. So that is, the human condition can be quite beautiful, but also quite painful. You see things that are, I've unfortunately witnessed and experienced and heard things I never wanted to hear. And it takes a toll, but you know what? At the end of the day, you have to become stronger. Kashayano esam kein yirbe v'chein yifritz. It says as the Jews were oppressed, it says in Mitzrayim, that in direct proportion to that, they thrived and they flourished. I like to believe that our challenges, my own and the ones that I've heard and the ones that I've absorbed, have only caused us to be a catapult us and be a springboard for me personally to become a greater person and to realize how more important it is that we need God more than ever. As Holocaust survivors say, when they're asked, where was God in the Holocaust? So how do you believe in God after the Holocaust? And they'll say, who else do I have to believe in after the Holocaust? Not humans. Look what humans did, how they betrayed their own humanity. So we have nothing but God. And that becomes our greatest strength of all, that when you're bound above, you don't fall below.
And that's the eye of the storm. At the end of the day, the Roner Shalom.
Yeah.
Okay, Rabbi YY.
It's interesting. I was just thinking as my brother was talking, Jews suffer from guilt. They say that if a Jew doesn't feel guilty, he blames himself. And correct me, Simon, if I'm wrong. I never felt that my father had any guilt. Is that true?
I agree.
I never saw it.
Our mother didn't always like that.
My father, it's interesting. All Jews that I've ever met have deep guilt in them, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. My father, I never saw guilt, and I was surprised how that happened. Especially Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Yom Tovim, Jews are stressed out. And
how about you? How about you?
And actually, I think my brother Simon also doesn't have guilt. I don't know, you'll have to correct me. It never seemed that way. But I was not blessed with that. I also have anxiety from a young age. And I struggle with self-consciousness. So when I speak or lecture, these are some of the struggles that I have to work through in the past and also in the present. And I started to speak very, very young age. So in a way, it's always a struggle for me, like, who am I? Not to make sure that the I is not the I that gets projected, but there's a deeper I. There's a beautiful teaching from the Maggid, or the Maggid of Mezrich, that I think is, for me, it's very relevant personally. He says that it's Elisha. Elisha wanted to prophesy, but he felt he's not in the mood of prophecies. He said, Vayhi kuli menagin, bring me a singer, a composer, a musician. Vayhi kenagin hamenagin, v'tihi alav yad Hashem. As the nagin started to be menagin, when he started to sing, so he felt the Spirit of God. And he asks, what does it mean, kenagin hamenagin? It's a strange sequence. And he says, when the menagin became the niggin, when the singer becomes one with the song, with the melody, that's when the divine energy can flow through him. Like a violin doesn't have an ego. Violin doesn't have insecurity. A violin is just a channel for the music. So he says, when the menagin becomes the niggin, we become one with the music. V'tihi alav yad Hashem. For me, that's always a challenge, when I speak, when I lecture, when I communicate to people, either individually or collectively in larger groups, for the menagin to be able to transcend my own fear, my own insecurity, my own traumas, my own wounds, and become a channel for the niggin. And when that happens, miracles occur around me and inside of me.
I'm asking each and every one of you to please take a few seconds to hear what I'm about to say. I'm coming to you on behalf of an organization that means a great deal to me personally and should also mean a great deal to each and every member of our community. Amudim is an organization, as so many of you are aware, that responds to all kinds of crisis, whether it's personal, familial, communal, whether it's in your own community, whether it's in your own state or across the world. Once a year, we have an annual campaign in which the proceeds from this campaign comprise the overwhelming vast majority of our budget the entire year. Every single one of the services that we provide and every drop of assistance that we provide to those that are struggling or facing a crisis, we don't charge a single penny for. This is the time that once a year we're coming to you to please open your minds, open your hearts, and open your pockets as much and as generously as you can. Because if you believe, as I do, that the issues we're dealing with are critical and need to be worked on further, and that we need these resources readily available for when people do face a struggle or a crisis, then please contribute to this campaign and please partner with us so together we can unite to heal.
Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to switch it up now. We're going to actually give Rabbi YY an opportunity to answer first. Both of you speak a lot and engage with a very broad audience. However, your audiences are a little bit different at times. Obviously, there's like the Venn diagram. There's some crossover over there, but for the most part, Rabbi YY is speaking to a yeshiva world crowd across the board: Hasidish, Litvish, yeshivish, modern, but more within the folds of the Torah confines, so to speak, who are already involved in Torah learning and Torah lifestyle. And Rabbi Simon is a little bit more engaged with the broader. I mean, it's a beautiful expression of Yafutzuma and Asecha Achutza. That's a very big thing in the Chabad Hasidus, just be able to get it out there and put it out there to everyone who can hear and everyone who can listen. There's obviously things that, and both of you are deeply involved in the Chabad community as well. So the Chabad community is an enigma to a certain degree to everybody outside of it. It's such a powerful community. You know, you have the Kenes HaShluchim with thousands and thousands of people sitting in one ballroom, and everyone obviously looks at it with an incredible amount of admiration. Baruch Hashem, wherever I travel in the world, the first thing I always do whenever I go anywhere is look up the Chabad house and engage with them. So my question is going to be is like, where can there be some cultural diffusion and where should there be? So we'll start with Rabbi YY. What is the most important thing that the yeshiva world needs to learn from Chabad, and what should Chabad be learning from the yeshiva world?
So, you know, it sounds like a great question, and to make for an exciting answer. But the truth is, I think that today we live in a generation where Jews are so much exposed to each other that, to put it frankly, somebody who may be called a yeshiva type of guy is often saturated with a lot of the energy and the wisdom of Chabad. And sometimes somebody who grew up and calls themselves Chabad may actually still have to learn what the essence of Chabad is. So, you know, I don't see it as color where there's two teams. They stand for this, they stand for this, and I'll let them learn from each other. I think when you're dealing with deep psychological, spiritual, and emotional truths, when you're dealing with Avodas Hashem, things are very, very intimate and very, very personal. And as Hashem told Shmuel Hanavi, Al tabit al mareyu, don't look at external appearances. Ki ha'adam yireh le'einayim v'Hashem yireh la'levav. You know, there's the guy who's maybe a Litvak for, 30 generations, but his entire persona and behavior day to day is a living embodiment of some of the great ideas of the Baal Shem Tov, and sometimes conversely. So I really would not address one community versus another community. I think in any community and in every individual and collective, there are great virtues and there are great flaws. I would rather talk more about ideas. And I think some of the ideas of Chabad Hasidus that are really ideas that I think deserve to become the passion of every single Jew in order to really help us become the nation and the people that we need to become and bring a Geula consciousness to the world is, I would say, two of the foundational teachings of the Baal Shem Tov and of the Baal HaTanya. Number one, this was on the deathbed of the Baal Shem Tov's father. He was 5 years old, and he told his son, he said, Yisrolik, don't fear anybody or anything but Hashem. And number two, love every Jew with every fiber of your being. And it became the two fundamental teachings of the Baal Shem Tov. Number one, Einaid Mulvadai, meaning there's no division, no real division in the world, no real division between people. If the doors of perception are cleansed, everything appears as is, a flow of divine infinity. To be able to transcend fragmentation and dichotomy, to be able to realize that all the wisdoms of the world is all part of oneness, part of integrated divinity and infinity. And that includes science and physics and psychology and mathematics and biology and medicine. The Rebbe would always say, the Torah, the Zohar says, the Medrash says, is a blueprint for the world. The whole universe is a manifestation of Torah. Spiritual oneness is everywhere. And therefore, you don't have to be afraid of anybody or anything, because within every reality, you could find the divine. And number two is that ability to really see the souls in people, to really be able to love every single Jew. And by extension, it means loving humanity. It's never using God as a crutch for our own religious insecurities and turning God into an excuse for judgmentalism, dismissiveness, OCD, anger, religious sense of superiority. Sometimes my religion could become the greatest obstacle to experience God, because in the name of religion, I can become judgmental. I become full of hate and anger and vengeance, and it's all blamed on God. And I think the Baal Shem Tov, the Alter Rebbe, the Rebbe were real embodiments of showing people that it's not about, how religious or not religious you are. It's really when you live with Hashem in the deepest way. So then whoever you meet, you have one mission: to help them find the godliness and holiness within them. And I think these are two very powerful ideals that when we live with them, all of us, those who call themselves Chabadniks, those who don't call themselves Chabadniks, I think when we live with them, we change ourselves and we create so much light in our environment, among our children, among our students. And, I think that today we live in a world of cross-pollination. And what does the world of Gula look like? It's a world where you don't look at this Jew and say, oh, you're a Babaver, you're a Vizhnitzer, you're a Litvak, you're a Lubavitcher, you're a Breslover, you're a modern Orthodox, you're this, and right away I'm stereotype you. And that's not the real world. That's not the real world of Yiddishkeit. The real world of Yiddishkeit is a world in which of our souls shine. And when our souls shine, we realize that we are all one collective soul, a manifestation of divine infinity, whether I wear Streimel, I wear a baseball cap, or I wear a Barcelona Chicago hat, or I wear a different type of yarmulke. And, there may be some differences of nusach and distinctions and this emphasis or that emphasis, but in that ultimate oneness of Hashem, if we're all part of Hashem, stop chopping up God into so many different groups and pieces.
All right. Okay, truth is, there are obviously, I think, I'll give you an example of something, for example, where I believe like the Elamai Yeshiva, so to speak, could learn from Chabad. Chabad's ability to really just share whatever is valuable in terms of teaching other people. Like if you open up a Chabad house in any city, I'm not sure what cities there are not yet a Chabad house. So let's just call it, if you open up one on the moon, you can have immediately like all your educational components, and you have like all the beautiful graphics. There's an enormous amount of sharing of that information. That's the kind of things I was referring to more, or certain things. But obviously, you're going way deeper than that. You're going to the levels of like the neshama level, where we all come back to Kutchabrichu Yisrael V'Eresachadu.
My brother even more than I, because he's older, have heard this following statement by the Lubavitcher Rebbe. I don't know, I heard it maybe 200 times. He probably heard it 900 times. He quoted his great-great-grandfather, the Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya, who would always say these words: Chassidus is nishkein maflega, which means never allow Chassidus to become party politics. Don't turn it into a political party color war. We're the red team, they're the green team, we're going to win. We won color war. Look at the Kenos HaShluchim. Oh, but look at this event, but look at that event. You lost the plot. You now went into a color war, ego insecurity place, which we all have. We're human. We all have it, whether you call yourself this type of Jew or that type of Jew. His point was, if you're really tuning in to the elikus, to the godliness of Yiddishkeit, to the Ashreinu Matov Chalkeinu Manayim Garaleinu, every person you see, every Jew you meet, when you could cleanse yourself from external perceptions, you realize that there is a deeper spiritual truth that really unites us and that we are all part of.
Okay, so I'm going to take that answer, and that answer is basically saying we're not going to go into the divisions. We're just going to go into the elikus, to the root level. I really appreciate that. I'm going to ask Reb Simon one question, then we'll conclude with a final sort of a last remark from both of you. So I want to talk to you a little bit more. We're going to delve into the mental health area. Mental health challenges are on the rise. Prior to COVID, the CDC reported that in 2019, about 20% of Americans were receiving mental health treatment, and at least 16% of them were using medications to help with their challenges. Obviously, after a year of being isolated, people literally having almost no outside human contact, having the media on all sides trying to hype up the fear and the sense that large, powerful groups are trying to harm you. The mental health crisis today is far greater than it was before. And while the numbers are better in the firm world, and indeed, my friend Dr. David Rossmarin, who's a psychiatrist and a professor at Harvard Medical School, has published many articles showing that living a religious life, having a belief in a Boré and a creator, and living a more community-based life as we do, brings down the incidence of mental health crises significantly, but we don't get a free pass. And as Amudim can well describe, we have a lot of real challenges to mental health in our community, the rates of anxiety, clinical depression, OCD, even suicidal ideations that would shock most viewers who are tuning in. So on behalf of all those who are suffering, how does the person react with debilitating depression to the point that it's a massive struggle to get out of bed? How does the person with such great social anxiety that they can never eat in public and can barely muster the courage to utter a word at a simcha? How does the yeshiva boy battling OCD who's washing his hands 40 times a day to the point where his hands are raw when he goes back from Seder to check that he didn't leave his jacket on his heater in his room 12 times a Seder? How does that person connect to Hashem, who obviously gave them these challenges? Challenges that they can't speak about to almost anybody because of all the stigma. Challenges they're afraid to talk about because of the ruining their own shidduchim or the shidduchim of their families. How does this person relate to the Ribbono Shel Olam, creator of OCD and creator of generalized anxiety disorder?
I can't control myself from asking how much time do I have for this answer?
I would say not
you're
enough.
You're asking me, or you're asking us to answer a question that really would resolve every possible problem on earth. I mean, we have 8 billion people, and some people say 8 billion neurotics, or other forms of dealing with, whether you're describing some of the conditions, there are many others that you could include into the lot. So to avoid getting into the generalities and really try to focus on a few key points, let me pose the question a bit differently. Now, you say God is the creator of OCD, is the creator of, schizophrenia, of bipolar, of depression, all the other types of disorders. Let's pose the question this way. Since God did create the human race and every human being, and that's a klal, that's a yesod, what does he expect of us? He created us imperfect, with the possibility of having different illnesses, both physical, emotional, and mental. So what does God expect of us? To go back to the idea that the Torah is the blueprint for life. It's not just a blueprint whether the chicken is kosher or not kosher, or what time Shabbos begins, or that this is a chametz or not chametz. It's a blueprint for every aspect of our lives, and perhaps more relevant than anything is our personal well-being. So how does a Jew look at this? If you ask a secular person, they'll say, okay, that's why we have therapy and we have medication. And you know what? The world isn't perfect, and then that's it. People are not well, and God bless them, whatever. But Torah and Yiddishkeit says we have answers. We have healing. That the world before Chet Tzadas was a healthy world, and Mashiach comes and the Geula comes, it'll be a completely healthy world. So how do we integrate that? I can tell you, I've always asked this question to myself. If the Torah has answers, it shouldn't just have answers, like I said, in what are the Lamates Malachis or other technicalities in halacha. The answers to the biggest issues that plague us. I just talking to parents who just had a Down syndrome child, and they can't get over. What should we do? This is a lifetime sentence. So we're dealing with something that affects us all, in some ways more severe than others. So the answer, briefly, is that the same Eibishter that created the human being with all these challenges also created answers and solutions. This doesn't mean that we can heal everything. Ch'mona Litzlan, there are illnesses you can't physically heal. But this doesn't mean we can't do anything about it. We're not victims. So the Torah provides us with elaborate instructions. Let's just start with, just eliminate one element. The Eibishter says, Nitin Rishus l'reifa l'rapes. V'rapi yirapele. The Pasuk teaches us, the Gemara says, maybe we can't heal. If God causes someone to be sick, who are we to intervene? There is a Havamina like that. So Torah says, no, God says, I've given permission, which means I've given strength, I've given medical wisdom, my wisdom. God is the healer. Ani Hashem Refecha. I'm the healer, but I've given the ability to human beings to figure out some medicine, to figure out solutions, whether it's physical medicine, whether it's psychological medicine. So that's one thing. If a person is in a situation, you don't go and say, if God forbid a person is suffering from very severe anxiety, you don't just say, go learn Torah or do a mitzvah. Yes, in addition to that, you have to go to a doctor. The Eibishter said so. So that's critical to remember, that going to a doctor is part of God's mandate. It's not like saying the Torah doesn't have an answer. That's the Torah's answer. The Torah is saying that Eibishter gave power, just like he gave strength to a person. You go to a mumche in any given area, that's a mumche in medicine. On the other hand, let's be honest, like the Rambam says, there's cheli haguf and there's cheli hanefesh. There are things that are indeed spiritual maladies, that medicine alone and doctors alone and surgery and therapy is not enough. You do need an element of godliness. Because remember, the most important principle is that that when a person is aligned with their physical lives, are aligned with their spiritual lives, that's how you draw down energy. What is health? Health is seamlessness, a flow. And Aveda come from the word Aveda, means removed, it moves away. Havara mereshus l'reshus. A mitzvah means connection. Tzavse v'chibur. When a person does a mitzvah, you're aligning your very physical life. When a person is loving, when a person is kind, mitzvah avos Yisrael. It's not just you're doing another person a favor. You're doing yourself a favor because you're feeding the chesed and the ava within your neshama, aligning it to the way the Eibishter created you. You become a healthier person. When a person, Rahman al-Islam, has sin in their heart, it's not just an aveda. They're misaligning themselves. So Torah and mitzvahs and the whole Jewish approach is also about healing. Torah, it says, Mevir refuah elam. So coupled with any of the medical interventions that are necessary, we cannot ignore them. We also look to create healthier children and healthier adults by being spiritually healthy. My brother mentioned some of the elements. I'll mention a few more. The idea of Hashem Echad is not just a nice concept of monotheism, that there's one God. It means there's one reality. That when you align yourself with that oneness within you, what do? You counter fragmentation. You counter all the different voices that drag you in many different ways. So though that alone may not be the total solution to a mental health issue, but it's definitely a big part of it. So if you combine, when necessary, medical intervention, psychological intervention with Torah intervention, it's really a holistic picture that creates a healthier person. You know, I'm taken by the name Amudim. What does Amudim mean? Pillars. So of course we talk about the three pillars. Three things that the world stands on. What are the three pillars? Torah, Aveda, Gemilas, Chasad. So most people say, okay, nice. The whole Torah, because Bereishis is B'shvil Yisrael, B'shvil HaTorah, so Torah is the basis. Torah, Aveda, Gemilas, Chasadim holds up the world. It's a lot deeper than that. Torah, Aveda, Gemilas, Chasadim, and I'll translate it now into simple English, which often is necessary to appreciate it. Think of it as cognitive, emotional, and behavioral conditioning. The Torah aligns your mind to think healthy. You think transcendent. You think about things that are beyond the material. What's Aveda? Aveda Shabbat Lav, Zuhit Tefillah, prayer. It's emotional conditioning. Working, getting emotional intelligence, becoming more empathetic to God and to others. And what's Gemilas Chasadim? Behavior, actions. It's not enough just the mind and the heart. You have to act in a healthier way. I have an expression I use, is you have to immerse yourself in a spiritual spa. Just like a body gets comforted and soothed through a physical spa. What's a spiritual spa? Study, prayer, action, SPA. Torah, Aveda, Gemilas Chasadim. So we have all that we need to address the issues. Now, let's be honest. I want to just say this on a final note. The bottom line is we can't always say we have the answer to all problems. We are given the tools to try our best. But we learn how to navigate and we learn how to grow. And frankly, if we did what we had to do, many problems would disappear and many would definitely be alleviated. But the Eibishter decides to do even after our efforts is up to God. But the fact is, there's no question in my mind, and this is what I find valuable about Amudim and about all our efforts, is we can bring a lot more healing to this world than we can imagine. And definitely that we shouldn't be part of the problem, but be part of the solution.
Wow, that was beautiful, and especially the way you broke that down: cognitive, emotional, behavioral, and how we have the whole picture here. We have the whole picture here. Quite beautiful. Okay, so we're now down to our final question. It's going to be a quick one. So the total answer time for this one is 60 seconds. So in Pirkei Avos, often it says "Hu haya omer," "Hu haya omer," which of course means he used to say, but also in the Chassidus they say his essence would tell you this. And when you watched him, "Hu haya omer," if you watched the way he lived, it would scream out to you this message. So we're now in our final question, and we want to ask if there's a "Hu haya omer" that you would want to be known for, God willing, Hashem, like, what is the "Hu haya omer"? Not what should be chas v'shalom on someone's tombstone. Someone asked me yesterday, what do you want they should say about you in your funeral? I said, I'd rather they just say I'm the guy who wouldn't quit, wouldn't die, wouldn't give up. He's somehow breaking all the medical miracles. But I'm saying, what is the "Hu haya omer" of Rabbi Simon? What is the "Hu haya omer" of Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson in 60 seconds or less? Because we do have to fit it somewhere. No, I'm kidding.
Shimon Peres' son said at his funeral, President of Israel, Peres, that he asked his son, what do you want me to write on your tombstone? And he said, here's the man who died prematurely. He was 94 years old. I don't know, Hu haya omer is a very intense description. But I'll tell you one message that I find when I communicate it to myself and to audiences and to people, both individually and in groups. It has, I find, a very, very transformative impact. And that is really, as my brother just said, every single one of us has challenges. Many people who call Amudim suffer very severe challenges, whether it's mental illness, mental anguish, whether it's serious abuse or not serious abuse, but sometimes, benign abuse can have the same horrible impacts. And I can't always go back and, replay the scenes of my life. Certain things are just facts. But I think one of the profoundest ideas that Yiddishkeit teaches in such an incredible fashion is how I frame my experiences. It's all about framing. You can have the same piece of art, but if you use a different frame, it looks very different. We call it reframing. And the first one who taught us to do that was my original namesake, Yosef. Yosef endured one of the most difficult lives in history on so many levels and through people who were supposed to love him. And yet, instead of falling into despair, he became one of the most charming and enjoyable and beloved figures in the Tanakh. He saved the world from famine. And he told his brothers how he did it. He said, you did not sell me. God sent me. And what he was telling all of us is that any circumstances, any mental pain, mental illness, challenges from within or from without that I'm confronting, I could look at them in two ways. One is I was sold. I'm just a victim of other people's horrible choices, a victim of my nature or my nurture, my genes, my epigenetics, trauma of 2,000 years, or trauma from childhood. Or I could say, I was sent. God sent me into this place. I am an ambassador of the divine. I'm an ambassador of infinity, charged to bring light into places that nobody else can, but only me, by the power of my infinite soul, which is a manifestation of Hashem in this world. It doesn't take away the pain, but the reframing of it transforms everything.
Wow, beautiful. Okay, and Rabbi Simon for the final word.
It's hard to define your own Hu haya omer, but I'll say this. The Eibishter created, God created each one of us with unique song within you that you and only you can sing. Another way of putting it, I put it in my book, Toward a Meaningful Life. Birth is God saying, you matter. Absolutely unconditionally. You are indispensable. So if I were to say one message that I would want to be remembered for, and it's not my message, it's a message which is ingrained in the very essence of Torah, is you were born an original, don't become a copy. You have songs inside you. Don't die with your song still inside you. Discover your unique mission and discover the courage to express it. And you're fully capable of doing that. Too many of us are conformists, and we choose the easy path of just following the herd mentality. You have a song, you have many songs inside you. I mean, I'll quote Michelangelo, even though he wasn't Jewish, but he was studied by Jewish scholars when he was asked, how do you carve those beautiful angels? How do you sculpt them in the marble? And his response, which I'm sure he heard from the Kabbalists in Venice and in Florence in Italy in his time, was this: I see the angels trapped in the marble, and I carved and set them free. We don't need to find beauty out there. It's not in a book, it's not on a shelf, it's not in a product, and it's not in Botox. It's right here inside you. Your song, your angel, your flower. But it gets trapped in marble, in concrete, and other substances. Discover it, let it soar, spread its wings, and live up to the unique calling that only you and only you, can accomplish in this world.
Wow. Okay, this has been an incredible, incredible discussion. First of all, to talk with both of you, people who clearly are here on a mission, like Rabbi Weiwei's Huya, and clearly are not copies of anybody, and are really bringing out your own unique songs in the world. So thank you so much for giving your time to Amudim. Thank you for everything that you do for Klal Yisrael. And as we wrap, we just want to say thank you so much to Amudim for their incredible and never-ending 24/7 support of Klal Yisrael in every way, shape, and form. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu give you continued success, and when you should be able to thrive until we no longer need you. Amir Tashem, with the coming of the Mashiach Tzidkenu Meher Rabbeinu. Amen.
Rabbi Levi.
Yes.
Say something. Yeah, can I say something?
Absolutely.
And I just think it's important. I wanted to say it before, but it slipped my mind. And that is, I think it's so important for everybody hearing this session, this program, or any of the other sessions, and may pass it on to others, whether you're listening or watching live or replay, whatever it is, just to realize that we as a community and as individuals, we have to eliminate the stigma of not allowing young men and women to feel comfortable to speak about their anguish and suffering and pain. If you're suffering from depression, if you're suffering from other forms of internal psychological and emotional suffering, trust me, you can ask my brother, he will certainly agree with me. All of us, in every single family, there is dysfunction. The only families I know that are perfect are the families I don't know. The only people I know are perfect are the people don't know. Each one of us is dealing with a lot of stuff. This myth of the perfect frum family is non-existent. It never existed. It never will exist until Mashiach comes from Rabbi Amenu. There are people you can trust, not everybody, but there are people you can trust. Open up, because there's a lot of help out there. B'siyata d'shmaya.
Amen. Beautifully spoken. And I think we still have to go back to Amir Tashem with Mashiach Tzidkenu Meher Rabbeinu, because that's how we have to always wrap. So thank you so much again, and we look forward to continued success and continued learning the wisdom of the Jacobson family. Yasher Koach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I hope you consider supporting Amudim. I reached out to them many years ago for a family member, and with all their resources available to me 24/7, it was comforting to know that when I called, there was someone there to answer. They got involved in my community, and we did an outreach program, and I know from that outreach program that many people were helped. So again, please consider it. It's a one-of-a-type organization, 24/7 dedicated people to help all who are in need for a family member or for themselves. Thank you.
Hello, this is Howard Zvi Friedman. I'm here to tell you about the good work of Amudim. I am just a guy in Baltimore, but when I need help, I call Amudim. When people call me on how to get someone into the country for an emergency basis, for someone who's sick, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because someone dies in Israel and they need to bring the body to Israel, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because there's a mental health issue and they need to get someone into a long-term care facility for teenagers or young adults who are on alcohol or drug abuse, I call Amudim. Zvi Gluck and David Kushner and their team are there to help every Jew, no matter what, no matter where they come from. I'm honored to be a friend of Amudim.
Hi, my name is Debaira Hellman, Nizax, and I'm the founder of Abbas Chesed USA and an expediter at Chaya Medical Resource. During COVID, we had so many crises with patients that needed to travel in so many last-minute scenarios, and David Kushner and Rabbi Zvi Gluck were instrumental in making magic happen, literally, and opening boundaries and opening locked doors that no one was able to open. And we have so much Hakaras Hatov, and the patients have so much Hakaras Hatov. Levayas, emergency transplants, emergency transfers, Israel, America, England. Our gratitude and their gratitude knows no bounds. So thank you.
You almost can't have a conversation anymore today without somebody talking about the horrors that are facing Klal Yisrael in our community that we used to think we're immune from. In every single conversation you have with anybody of substance, it's going to come up. Horrific stories about abuse, about trauma, about addictions. And everyone has the same feeling about it, that there must be somebody who's dealing with it. There's got to be somebody. There are people out there who deal with it. Who are those people? You know, you have these meetings around Rabbanim, they say we have to call the people that deal with it. Who are those people? Who are the ones that deal with it? And what's scary to me is that there's an organization called Amudim. And what they do all over the world, you're talking about investing millions and millions of dollars in research, creating programs, in creating awareness, treatment plans, treatment centers. The things they're doing is incredible. And so many people, when they hear of it, they're like, oh, those are for those people, or that's for that situation. They are the ones that are doing the malachta nasas hayidei acherim. They're the ones that are doing the work that really every one of us should be doing. Everyone else has to be doing. We have to be involved, but we can't. We can't. The tsuris that is going on, the level of crisis and trauma and abuse and addiction is so blown out of proportion. It's not blown out of proportion and spoken about. It's just ridiculous how large of a problem it has become. And they are the ones that are there in the forefront dealing with it. And anyone that has the ability to help them, you owe it. You owe it to them to help them. Because really we should all be doing their work. They're doing it for us. They're doing the uncomfortable work that we don't want to do. They're dealing with the cases that we don't want to deal with or we can't deal with. And anyone who helps them, anyone that actually rolls up their sleeves to help them, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Tzchochem, not just for what they do for others, but what you should be doing yourself.
My name is Avi Feinstein, and I just want to say that I am in awe of the wonderful work that Amudim does and how they handle everything that they do with such incredible sensitivity. It's the number one call for many people who are facing crises, and I urge anyone who can support them to do so at this time. Thank you.
Imagine if you had a family member that was in a faraway city, in a faraway country, I don't know, in Norway somewhere, and they had a tremendous amount of health and emotional problems, and they were all alone, and then suddenly somebody came and helped them. How much hakaras hatov would you have for those people? The Rebbe Shalom sent some neshamas down to this world that have terrible, terrible problems. And Amudim is the organization that loves them and cares about them and makes them whole again. So I just want to say, from my own perspective, supporting Amudim is something that makes Hashem happy and brings great healing to the world, and something that will bring Mashiach.
I would like to thank Amudim for being an organization that has filled some gaps in the Jewish community where previously, if people had troubles in various areas, there was no address, there was no phone number to call, there was no people that could help. People had to suffer in silence. And today, Baruch Hashem, we have this organization that covers all sorts of areas, from mental health to travel, to assist people in every which way. And for that reason, I think Amudim deserves that support in every way that we could help.
The impact Amudim has on people is both personal and global. Amudim stands to instill hope, recognizes the survivor and the victim, and it helps empower people through their journey of healing and growth. Amudim gives people a chance at living. Amudim also brings tremendous awareness regarding the most important and yet least talked about topics in our community. Whether it be sexual abuse, addiction, or mental health, Amudim does not shy away when it comes to the most difficult situations that no one really ever imagines being in. Amudim gives people a chance at living life. Thank you, Amudim, for all that you do.
Hi, Zalmi Cohn here. We're living in unprecedented times where organizations such as Amudim is stepping forward and helping so many of us here in South Florida and all over the world. I call upon you to step up, step forward to help us in this much needed campaign. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chaskel Bennett, and I'm reaching out to you on behalf of the great organization Amudim, led by my dear friend, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. We all know we're living in unprecedented times. Unprecedented times calls for unprecedented action. Through thick and thin, through the highs and the lows of life, certain organizations really step forward and are there for everyone. Amudim has established itself as one of those organizations. They're embarking on their annual fundraising campaign. Times are so tough, but the need for Amudim has never been more important. Please, as they step forward, we must step forward too. Reach deep down and help support Amudim as they continue their incredible, tireless, really below the radar work. So many people, hundreds and hundreds, are being helped by the counselors, by the professionals, and by the tremendous heart of those who run and work for Amudim. Amudim is there for us. Let's be there for them. Thanks.
I would like to say that Amudim has helped our community, our Chabad house. Specifically, there was a Russian woman whose mother passed away in Israel a year ago, and there was no way for her as the only daughter to go to Israel. But when I called you, you were there. You were busy with this for hours and hours and hours to get all the papers, make sure everything worked so she could be in Israel for the Levaya. I can't even imagine that this was only one story and one thing you did, how many hundreds and thousands of things you do to help the Jewish community, to help the Yiddish people, So big hashakayach, and the Eibusha should repay you. That Mr. Hashem, all of you are involved with Chasibush, Havatzlacha, Rabba Meflaga. Thank you very, very much.
Why I feel Amudim plays an integral part in our community. Amudim has filled a gap within the Jewish community that was lacking for years. Taboo topics to our community such as sexual abuse, substance abuse, and suicide, with often the suicide resulting from not having anywhere to go to deal with being abused, or substance abuse that was never dealt with either due to shame or the community as a whole not being educated. Amudim has tackled these issues from many different angles, such as in-servicing the school system on abuse and what signs to look out for. Yearly dramatical videos released to the public with various dramatization of the issues at hand, and each and every one of them had a powerful influence to make the person watching understand the issue and how to deal with it should they face it themselves. They offer various therapies from counseling to drug and alcohol rehabilitation. In addition, they are a distribution center for Narcan to help combat overdose in an emergency setting. Because of Amudim, parents now have the material and education they need in order to discuss important issues with their children about abuse, drugs, and alcohol. I couldn't imagine how bad the statistics they would post weekly if Amudim didn't exist. Klal Yisrael owes them a debt of gratitude for all that they do. So thank you to all the people involved at Amudim.
Hi, this is Pesach Friedman from Chaim V'Chesed in Yerushalayim, Israel. Someone recently asked me in an interview, what's it like living in these unprecedented times? And I told him, I'd prefer to be living in precedented times. But we don't get to make that choice. And over the past few months, we've been fortunate to help thousands during this crisis with issues, governmental issues, bureaucratic issues, and unfortunately deaths and tragedies and the like. And I can tell you that we would not be able to do what we do without the constant, almost daily support of Amudim. They support us. They give us the ability to do what we have to do. You've got to support them.
I would like to say a few special words about Amudim, an essential organization in our community. It has brought a lot of healing to many people in pain. Under the leadership of Rav Tzvi, who's been a tremendous man of chesed for the Jewish community for many, many years. And my special friend, David Kushner. We did some work out in Houston after Hurricane Harvey. We were chasing sparks, as we called it. Amudim really is an organization that you can support fully and know that you're literally saving lives with the money you donate to them. Amudim, you should go from strength to strength. Continue to do good things. Amen. Kenny Ratzon.
Hello, my name is Daniel Braum. I'm the director of LA Shmira, the local Shomrim organization. Amudim is a unbelievable organization, invaluable to the community. We should all support Amudim, and we really appreciate the support that Amudim gives us.
Okay, for the past over 20 years, being in this field, we always had the biggest problem of where is there a central place where every single person could go and get the help they need. That doesn't mean that that place offers all the help. That just means one central place that can literally deal with every situation with love and care and be able to send them to where they need to go and help them along the way as they go. Amudim personifies this. They did an incredible job doing something that I thought may have been impossible, of literally being able to help every single Jew that I've ever sent. So many times people call me and I don't know what to do with them, and I'm able to just say, call Amudim, and I'm proud to be a good friend of Amudim.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yaakov Horowitz, and we are delighted, Rabbi Bambech and I are delighted to participate in this very special event to support Amudim. Amudim does such extraordinary work in so many areas of Jewish life. And as far as the two of us are concerned, it's the educational component, helping children function in school, and those who cannot make it in school and find it difficult to be part of our community when they're having challenges of one sort or the other. So, I had the great privilege to be around when Mendy Klein, Olav Shalom of blessed memory, started Amudim, and I've been extraordinarily grateful for their contribution to Jewish life. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck is a dear friend of mine, and I'm so incredibly impressed with all the work they're doing. Rabbi Menachem Bambeck is just a superstar educator, human being. He doesn't do labels. He just sees people. He has a remarkable school in Israel that I was very pleased to be able to observe firsthand. He has an Orthodox school that has full bagrut, which are the high school graduation tests. In America, we would, they considered Regent scholarship tests at the end of high school. And he's just an amazing human being. I think you'll all find him to be just a breath of fresh air, and you won't want to miss a minute of the interview. Rabbi Bambach, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Horowitz, and it's really a huge and amazing pleasure for me just to meet you again. We met once at a school in Israel. I can tell you that the fact that you speak with my staff, it was very powerful and very inspirational. That's what they said, not what I said. Just meeting you, and if you remember, I'm not sure if you remember, but I met you the first time maybe 10 years ago, and you came to speak to a very especially unique group in Israel that was in a leadership program. Right. And you came with your books and with your explanation, and it was fascinating. And I just remember how I look at you and I said, wow, maybe one day I will be Yaakov Horowitz. So it's just fascinating the fact that we can meet together again and speak about mutual issues. Things that bothers us and others.
Yes, I actually do remember Rabbi Shmuel Vagoda asked me to come. Yeah. It was, I believe, in Herzog College, right, in Hebrew University, I believe.
Yeah.
And for those who aren't familiar, they got a grant to educate 35 or 40 Orthodox educators, and to broaden their horizons and teach them all sorts of things in terms of education and leadership qualities. And it was amazing. It was an incredible experience lecturing to them. That's when we met. You said you'd one day be Rabbi Horowitz. You didn't realize that so quickly you'd be way better than Rabbi Horowitz. I've been watching your career with great pride and great nachas. Our topic is square pegs. And for those who aren't familiar with the term in English, we say a square peg in a round hole. And we use the term to describe people who are just different. And we're going to be discussing, Rabbi Bambach and I, both of us have an enormous amount of experience dealing with square pegs. And I would venture to say that both of us are square pegs ourselves, because we figured out as adults how to use our out-of-the-box nature and our high energy and restlessness to create things that help children who were like us when we were students. We look at a lot of the kids we work with and we say, hey, I remember that really well. So that's what I thought would be very appropriate in light of the incredible work that Amudim does to support square pegs in every area of their development. I thought it would be a great discussion. First of all, for all of you, even if you don't have children of this age, as community members, you're watching this because you care about the Jewish people and you care about our children. So even if your children are not, school age any longer, I believe it'll be an important conversation, and I think it'll be of interest, but mostly for parents who do have square pegs, to try to understand them better and to try to help them through life. Rabbi Bambach, I'm going to just start by sharing something that we did in our school, in our yeshiva. I was the principal. I founded a yeshiva called Yeshiva Darchei Noam in Monsey. It was a boys' elementary school. The children were 4 to 14 years old. And I ran it for 22 years. I stepped down a few years ago to work on some other parenting projects that I'm working on now in child abuse prevention. But I was very careful, Rabbi Nachum, during the time I was principal, to see in America, we have a thing called HIPAA. It's Rashi Tevis. It's a abbreviation. It basically means that in hospitals and healthcare facilities, you don't talk about the patients out in the hallway. It's called HIPAA rules, that meaning that we protect the confidentiality. If I'm in a hospital for a procedure, I don't want the doctor and the nurses. They can come and talk in my room if they do the rounds, but I don't want them going out and say, you see that guy in room 22, he has, I don't want it out in the hallway. So I was very careful to see that in our yeshiva, we maintain confidentiality whenever the staff discuss children. So one of the things we would do as a code among ourselves, this was just an idea that I had, I was thinking of suits, of buying a suit. So some people fit exact sizes perfectly, right? There's a size 40, 40, so 40 regular. So some people are a 40 regular, meaning they go into a store and they say, I'd like a blue suit in a 40 regular. They put on the suit, everything fits, they fix the pants, they just adjust the height of the pin, they make a cuff and see you later. Some people need adjustment, alterations.
Yeah.
One hand is a tiny bit longer than the other. They need a little bit of alteration to make it work for them. And then you have a sug shlishi, a third category, which we call custom. Means their body is not aligned closely even with any of those suits. And they basically need a tailor to come in and cut a suit specially for them. So that's how we would, when children would apply to the school, or we would talk about ourselves, that why a child isn't doing well. We never said it in a bad way, in a derogatory way.
Yeah.
It was just descriptive for ourselves in a bakavah. Nobody knew what we were talking about. You'd say, well, look, we need some alterations, meaning we need to modify the school schedule a little bit. And we say, this kid needs a custom, the program isn't working for him. So that's really how, maybe a way of introducing. We have 40 regulars who just, the school day works for them. The notion of, sitting in class, listening to what educators are saying, memorizing them, taking their notes, putting their homework in their bag, finding it at night, all those things that we need to make a successful school day work. Those are the 40 regulars. Some kids need a little support, alterations. And some kids, the square pegs often need just a custom. So may I start by asking you, Rav Menachem, which one of the three you are? I tell you straight out, I'm custom. What was your schooling like? I'm curious. We never discussed this, folks.
It's so nice, the paradigm. I think it's actually really, it may be the first time you gave me the opportunity to think about myself and how and I think it's different times. I think one of my parents, the parents of some of my teachers gave me a regular one. They were sure you don't need any change. And there is sometimes in many years that I try to figure out what is when I need a custom, when I need alteration. It depends which time, which year, but absolutely I really identified with the idea that we are by ourselves. We have different, different experiences. And it could be even in the same year with a different teacher, because, it's about the expectation that they have from you. There is in a very famous effect, a pigamlion. I don't say in English. There is effect, a pigamlion. It's very famous in education psychology issue that if you expect something from someone, is usually you can get to reach your expectation.
Right. So in other words, the expectation of what you're saying becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy almost. It becomes neviyut, that it becomes true. If we see potential in children, then we tend to treat them a certain way. Go ahead.
Today, I just very interesting experience I had just today. It came a supervisor from the government, and he is very special, unique personality. I love him very much. He's a son-in-law of Rabbi Aaron Lichtenstein, Zchrono Livracha. His name is Rabbi Herzl. And this is like a supervisor in the education ministry. So he came and he said something really interesting. He said, if you can say, if in one time it ever happened that you criticize a child and you fix it, I think they will never fix. Maybe we'll do it, they have no any choice. But if you focus about the strengths of your students, of your kids, you always get to the point. You know, it depends how long time it takes.
Right.
But this is about like 90% of success, and this is about 0% of success.
So you're saying, in other words, if you're saying that he told you that if we focus on making it work for the child, we'll make it work somehow.
Yeah.
It might take a little longer, it might take a little shorter, there might be more alterations, less alterations, but we take it.
Exactly.
But if you're focusing on what they're not doing well and how they're troublemakers, right? Then we wind up, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we look at it a certain way. That's very wise. So what would you say? I mean, just to put it out there, I am an extremely restless, high energy person. And like Rabbi Nachum, like Rabbi Bambach, we look at things, I don't know about your nature in terms of restlessness. I don't think you're as restless as I am, but our ability to look at something and say, it doesn't have to be this way. Why can't we think differently about it?
Yeah.
That we're like twins. We're be'emet, like umim, we're twins. The brothers are from different mothers, you know, like we're totally aligned like that.
Yeah.
And that part becomes very difficult when we're in a school setting, and you know, conformity is considered, conforming means that you do what everybody else is doing is considered a great advantage, and non-conforming becomes problematic. So we tend to challenge things that become different. And you know, this is how I tend to think of it. So I would say, you know, most of this we usually notice at a very young age, this nature and how we learn. I'm doing 1 minute clips, parenting clips now. I've been producing since June 1st, one under a minute parenting clip on Instagram. It's at Bright Beginnings Forum if anyone is interested, to be able to relate to the parents today of how they process information. I do the editing while I'm out walking. I'm most creative then. I take my phone and I work with someone who's sitting at a screen. We work together. Honest to goodness, parents, if you want to be comforted, if you have an out-of-the-box kid, if you have a custom at home, I kid you not, I reviewed my bar mitzvah speech, my psheto, walking around my house, spinning a basketball on my finger. Be'emet, I'm not kidding. I used to walk around the house. I would spin a basket. I can still do it today, thank God.
Wow.
I was just teaching one of my grandkids how to do it a week ago. And I would walk around the house, and my grandmother, who was European, you could just imagine, she used to say in Yiddish, what's he going to do without a basketball? We'd have to bring a basketball to the bar mitzvah. But that's how I learn. I learn best when I'm out walking and thinking. Sitting still is difficult for me. So what would you advise parents to do who have children who are out of the box, who have a little Yankee at home, who have kids who come back and say, well, did the Mabul really happen? Did the flood really happen? Is it really true that Hashem, destroyed Sodom in this way? Or did they really cross the sea? Is it all real? Is it stories? How would you advise parents to raise square pegs? Please.
Yeah. So I think you're speaking about the prevention. After they drop out, it's a different story and it's a different approach. But you speak about the prevention, and I think we can be focused about many, many important rules. I think the first thing, a kid is different. We need to make sure that he's in a good environment, accepted environment, not a judgmental environment. I think if there is fun in the family, So he would prefer to stay at a family environment. And this is very, very important to focus about. I would make an happy family. The kids will feel, oh, it's always great, nobody's screaming. And if someone is screaming, but it's a relationship, but I think the environment at home is so important, because those kinds of kids, they will try to find other ways out to experience something different. And this is about the first thing. I think the second thing is to...
I just want to make it clear, you weren't talking about a school setting, you were talking about the family setting.
I think about the family. First of all,
but first, I mean, that's what I just want to make it clear in case the barrier. So you're saying that the families should be happy places where families enjoy each other, and it's overall a happy place.
Absolutely. And I think another thing also is about to minimize bikoret, criticism. I mean, a place that we minimize, it's also the same in the school. When we focus about, when we criticize our children all the time, they need to protect themselves. Also, they raise antagonism against the staff or against them. It's the same issue. And when I'm saying at home, I'm usually, because I'm just not at home, but I think the home and the school need to act in the same rules. So to minimize criticism is not just because you have to be a fancy person and it's just because you should be confident. And a guy feels confident in his place, that he feels not we just look at him all the time and just thinking how we can criticize him. It's like to make him a comfortable place. And this is something very important also at home.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Solomon. I am the founder of Central Pine Capital and a board member of Amudim. We are truly blessed to have a star-studded panel with us today. We are joined by three extremely talented and internationally accomplished leaders. Each of these leaders, I believe, sanctifies the name of God in the halls of government, the highest echelons of investment banking, and the corporate world. We are excited to have the opportunity to talk to them about leadership, what drives them, and how they view philanthropy. We are honored to dedicate this panel in memory of Tuvia Moshe Ben Yosef, our good friend Tobias Tuvia Lefkovich, Chief U.S. Equities Strategist at Citi, who tragically lost his life way too young in a recent car accident. Tuvia was often the only observant Jew that many people on Wall Street ever met. He personified everything we are discussing today in terms of leadership, sanctifying the name of God, and he was a giant in philanthropy. May his memory be for a blessing. Please welcome, all the way from Jerusalem, the Honorable Fleur Hassan Nachum, Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. My dear friend and mentor, Ranan Agus, partner and Chief Investment Officer of the Alternative Investments Manager Selection Business at Goldman Sachs. And our final panelist, my dear friend, Mitch Silk. Mitch served as Assistant Secretary of the United States Treasury. Prior to that, he was a longtime partner at global law firm Allen & Overy. Welcome to each of you, and thank you all for making the time for Amudim's Unite to Heal event. I am thrilled to be here for three key reasons. Each of you are extremely successful in your professions, family life, and communities. You are key role models for me personally and for our community at large. And finally, all of you have a keen appreciation for the work of Amudim. Thanks again to each of you for joining us. I'd like to kick off by asking each of you to give us a flavor for your current life dashboard. What are you doing professionally, and how did you get here? Ladies first, so let's start with Fleur.
Well, it's really wonderful to be here, and thank you so much for initiating this. And I have to say that I'm close to the Amudim work that they do here in Jerusalem. And I'm proud to say actually that I'm involved in leading a mental health expo, which we will be having in Jerusalem in May, where we've gathered all the different organizations dealing with mental health in the city. And hopefully we'll begin to break the stigmas that we need to break. So it's wonderful to be here with this distinguished panel. So what am I doing at the moment? Oh my God, how much time do we have? So basically, I'm an elected member of the Jerusalem City Council. I have been since 2016, and since 2018, end of 2018, I've been the deputy mayor for foreign relations, economic development, and tourism, which basically means I am the representative of Jerusalem to the world and the representative of the world to Jerusalem. And that involves from investment to philanthropy, to tourism, to diplomatic relations, and even to communication. And I act as the foreign spokesperson for the city as well. So that's kind of my elected office. As well as that, I'm in the last year and a half, I created two nonprofit organizations. One is called the UAE Israel Business Council. And these organizations were built just before or after the declaration of the Abraham Accords. And so they're organizations to bring and herald warm relations between Israel and its Gulf neighbors. And the second is the Gulf Israel Women's Forum, which I also co-founded. And that is a group of women leaders from the Middle East. And I really believe that it's these through peer-to-peer and civil society organizations that we're going to have a warm and sustainable peace. And of course, in terms of the Women's Council, the women are best positioned to build a warm and sustainable peace. And so those are my different hats. And of course, I am a proud wife and mother. That's me in a
Hello. Very well. Person, but it's really just when we put out these PSA videos and they were like, oh, you know, you're embarrassing a specific community or a specific segment. And I'm like, no, this is just across everything. And we have seen the amazing results of it. People have reached out to us and said, you know, I saw this in this video 2.5 years ago, and just from seeing that video, I was able to reach out and get the help I needed without even coming to Amudim specifically. So we do see that they really do. Yeah. It helps a lot of people all around the globe.
Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, of course, the founder of Amudim. A great kickoff, a wonderful start. The content of the next 36 hours, remarkable. People are looking forward to so many different segments. And I'm looking forward to the segment where you're going to be really demonstrating your love for Amudim by tasting certain things. I won't give any more details, but people should make sure to tune in later today at 8:45 p.m. They can see that video when it drops. And tomorrow we'll have a live stream for 3 hours toward the end of this, and hopefully by then we will have surpassed our $5 million goal.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Nachum, for your amazing dedication.
Thank you so much. It's a $5 million goal, and those of you watching from around the world, it's time for you to respond, and respond right now. Please, unitetoheal.com. You'll see it all over social media. Encourage your friends and family to give. We're literally saving lives. Just like you would fund a firefighter to go into a burning building and save those lives, that's what's happening at Amudim. They are literally firefighters. They are people who are putting out fires, who are saving lives, who are helping people on a daily basis, and they need your help, and they need it now. Please help us, everybody, and spread the word. It's a $5 million goal. It's certainly attainable. Plenty of great entertainment and inspiration and so many wonderful things over the next 36 hours. UniteToHeal.com. The website describes so many of the things that are going to be happening, plus the times are listed so you know exactly when to tune in for the specific segment that you're anticipating. But these 36 hours, the most important thing is that they benefit Amudim to the point that we achieve our goal. When I got on the air at 9 a.m. Eastern Time minutes ago, we were hovering at around 500,000, 500,000. So we're off to a great start, but we need your help. Give and give generously. Also, one other very important thing before our next guest. Every single dollar that is given today and tomorrow at Unite to Heal is quadrupled. You give $1, it's worth $4. You give 25, it's 100. You give 180, it's 540. We're talking, or is it 720? Whichever one it is, everything is quadrupled. They'll do the math, but every one of them is quadrupled. So a $250 donation is really $1,000. Makes such a difference. Give now at UniteToHeal.com. Rabbi Mendley Kotlarski is Executive Director of Merkaz Suite 302, Innovation Center for the Global Network of Shluchim for Chabad. I am assuming that you are a member of the legendary Kudlarski family, and for that alone, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this broadcast. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Good morning. To meet the legendary Nachum Siegel at such a special occasion.
I appreciate that.
You know, nice to be, I would say nice to be here.
Thank you very much. Our two families go way back, and it's great to reunite. So the briefing that I got about your role, which literally has a hand in every one of the Chabad houses around the world. In some way, you are interacting with all the shluchim and providing services and whatever type of help is needed. I was told that if an emergency situation that would fit under the Amudim rubric comes up, you immediately will call Tzvi Gluck and his staff, and no matter where that situation is around the world, they will respond. Tell me about the situation. Tell me about the relationship between your organization and Amudim.
So again, the Kudlarski family and the Gluck family also go back generations to Rabbi Gluck Sr. as well as to Tzvi before, pre-Amudim, and at any given time in the middle of the night, I think it's actually a two-way street where I would get a phone call, Mendy, who's the shliach in middle of nowhere? You know, what happened? There was a car crash, there was a plane crash, there was a this, there was a that, somebody's in trouble, somebody needs help. And we would work together, and vice versa in areas when we need help in any of the services, which later became formatted within the organization that became Amudim and the support that it offers the Jewish community. We obviously have a tremendous amount of back and forth. Unfortunately, the areas that Amudim really trailblazed and shined a light on and promoted and created an awareness around was not something that was fun to talk about. And it was something that I think anybody within the Jewish community saw bubbling across the board. And it was very, very hard because you had really good families that never really, parents that educated their kids properly, sent them to the right schools, did the right thing all along, and for no fault of their own really, their children started dealing with issues that God gifted them with that was very, very hard for them to deal with. And Amudim was really one of the first organizations that brought it all to light, that brought it all together, and created an awareness and brought the support, and became a desk where people can call for these issues and for all the other supports that Tzvi Gluck and his team really offered. From the visas to the to entering Eretz Yisrael and all the other areas.
Touch on that
We're not even talking about that whole other space,
Correct.
Which can be extremely frustrating for people that that don't have a passport or lost their passport or don't have access, especially in the last. I'm not even talking about the last 2 years. I'm talking about the past 2 years.
It's such an important point. I want people to realize that passport situations and emergency travel situations before COVID, Amudim was always there. But in the last couple of years, if you made it to Israel, or if you have a student, a son or daughter who's made it to Israel to be in yeshiva or seminary, there's a good chance that Amudim had a hand in that. Yet another reason to give and support the organization. I mean, it's no joke, and we sometimes like to laugh about the obscure places that your network goes to, and cities around the world that we probably never heard of, where there's Chabad shliach. No matter what the geographic problem might be, or the geographic situation might be, Amudim doesn't say no to you, right? It could be any, you could probably name a city or two where they've actually helped out, which we've never heard of.
So first of all, we're very sensitive. It's not my network. It's the Rebbe's network, and it's the Rebbe's shluchim. And really, this is also an opportunity when we're shining the spotlight on Amudim, and I was speaking to Tzvi about this quite often. There are a lot of shluchim that are living in these places that have homes where Amudim recommends people to go to, and shluchim that are on the forefront and the front lines, where I got a call last week from a CEO of a real special Jewish organization. Someone from Israel's coming. His son is in middle of Utah somewhere. Is there anybody that can go just visit him, put on tefillin with him, bring kosher food to him? So there is like I said, the relationship between Amudim and Chabad is a lot deeper than just a phone call and help. It's really a two-way. It's a two-way street where we both do things for each other and we complement each other. At the end of the day, the Avas Yisrael, being there for every Jew, everywhere, is something that we both share in common. And
this is such an important point, because you're alluding to it, but I'm going to say it. There are hospitals and detox centers and other retreats and other places that are in remote areas of the U.S. and otherwise that need a visit from a rabbi, and the Chabad Shluchim obviously are there to help out in a situation like that. I never even considered that, as you said.
And a lot of times that actually comes from Amudim.
Right,
You know, we have
of
someone,
course.
and today the types of treatments, the outdoor treatments and the camping treatments, and there's so many different types and so many different special neshamas in so many different places. You know, if you've never been exposed to it, then good for you, and you're very, very lucky. But for any family who has exposed it and knows what it means to go through, you know, a family member being away for a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and going through the, you know, that whole process.
Right. It's a lifesaver.
It's very, very hard, and to have this support and to have this address and to have people there that are taking your call and to have people there that are creating an awareness, it's very important.
Rabbi Mendy Kotlarski, a pleasure meeting you, and important words about Amudim. Thanks for joining us. All the reasons you just heard are great reasons to give and give right now. UniteToHeal.com, of course. Unite to Heal, powered by Amudim, the next 36 hours of amazing content. All we're asking is that you open your heart and give. Get us to the $5 million goal. Realize that every time you give $1, it's worth $4. 4 times the amount of what you give is what Amudim is really going to get with this matching campaign. So please. We have an amazing video. An amazing video that reflects father and son. An amazing video that reflects the beauty of a family. It's Shlomi Dax and David Dax together, a song called Daddy Dear. Here it is at UniteToHeal.com.
Daddy dear, tell me please, is it true what they said? In the heaven there's a cup that gets fuller each day, and I've heard that Hashem keeps it close nearby, and He fills it with His tears each time that we cry. Zadie told me, Daddy dear, did he tell you the same? That when sorrow strikes his people, Hashem feels all the pain. Tell me, why does he cry far away in the sky? Tell me why, Daddy dear, all the tears in your eyes. Little one, yes it's true. Zadie told me years ago, and his dad told him it too. Fathers cry for their children, and Hashem does the same. And he hurts, so yes he feels our pain. Tears of pity from his eyes, and his cup sadly flow. One day when it's full, all our troubles will go. We will dance, we will fly in the sky like the birds. And I cry, little one, 'cause I'm touched by your words. One more question, Daddy dear, answer please if you will. Just how deep is this gulf? Tell me, when will it fill? Don't you think it is time that the sun forever shine? Don't you think it is time, dear Daddy of mine? Little one, it is time. I question that too. let us ask him together, me and you. Father dear, do you hear our worries, our fear? Will your eyes ever dry? Is your cup filling with tears?
UniteToHeal.com, powered by Amudim. Everybody out there, you are in for an amazing treat over the next 36 hours. We have so much great content, so many wonderful things to watch, interviews, panel discussions, game shows, including Holy Yid Squares, and many wonderful conversations. All we ask is that you support Amudim. $5 million goal, every dollar is quadrupled. $5 million goal, every dollar is quadrupled. Now, I'm about to introduce a guest who, in my opinion, represents thousands of parents in our community, especially here in the United States, and I'll explain why in a moment. If everybody in this demographic that we're about to speak about would give something to Amudim, we'd reach the goal almost immediately. With that in mind, Rachel Patashnik is here in our studio. A pleasure to welcome you to Unite to Heal. Good morning to you. Good morning. And Rachel is here to thank Amudim, and as I said, I think you're representing thousands and thousands of parents because Amudim secured a visa for your daughter to be able to get to seminary in Israel. And I am sure you know that there are many, you have many colleagues, many parents out there who are hoping that their children get to yeshiva and seminary, and Amudim helped them do so. What happened in your case? How did it work that she eventually got in?
I reached out to a neighbor, and I just said that I was having a hard time knowing exactly what I needed to get this passport. And she told me to email Amudim, and I don't know, I was just having such a hard time. I was so frustrated, and I think I actually emailed at a crazy late hour after just being beyond and beside myself. I just didn't know what to do, and I actually get a phone call at literally midnight or 12:30 at night, and this is after I'd written my email. I couldn't sleep, and then the person on the phone said to me, I wouldn't ordinarily call you at this hour, but I saw how frustrated you were. Just don't worry about anything, and we'll take care of you in the morning. I was like, wow, this is such a heaven-sent phone call. I was just, it was like salvation in a second. You know, someone coming at the least expected time and just
swooping in and saving the day.
Exactly.
I assume your daughter's in Israel right now?
Yes, she is.
Okay, having a good time, a good year, a productive one?
Yes.
All right, Baruch Hashem. Like I said, you're representative of many parents out there who relied on Amudim to get people, to get their children into seminaries and yeshivas in Israel. And it's funny, and I say this to everybody watching right now, there's some really very serious stuff that Amudim encounters. We're talking about real life-saving situations. But when it came to this, to making sure that thousands of students would be able to be in Israel, whether it was during the summer or during the seminary and yeshiva year, they stepped up to make sure this got done. And they did it for everybody the way you just described it, in as helpful and as calm a manner as possible. From that phone call on, the experience must have been much different.
Yes, it was.
All of a sudden, you're very calm about the whole thing, as opposed to all the lachats, all the pressure that was going on beforehand. Did you hear from other people? Do you know of other seminary students whose parents were going through the same thing?
I only knew of one neighbor. She was the one who suggested that I go to Amudim. That was it. She was the only one I spoke to, and she said, reach out to Amudim, they can help you. I was just so desperate for anyone to help me, and I reached out to other parents. No one was able to help me. So she told me, reach out to Amudim, and they should be able to help you.
And they took care of it, of course. So now when you've been through this, and thank God this was the only situation you had to bring to Amudim, Baruch Hashem, right? How do you view what they do in general? Because if they're jumping into action for parents who want to get their kids to Israel, imagine what they're doing when a parent, God forbid, calls and says, you know, my son or daughter is on the brink.
Right. So they are such a support system, and any person that's in a crisis, I felt like I was in a crisis situation, and just to get that support when you need it, and it wasn't just then, it was every step of the way. Every step of the way, I always got like responses and help and support the whole time, from the beginning to the end.
What was it like getting the WhatsApp that she actually made it to Israel? That must have been exciting. And unbelievable, frankly.
No, but even the day before and the day of, I encountered problems, because there's always there's always last minute documents that let's say that I needed or weren't able to download, and you know, up until the very end, I got that support that was just necessary for her to get there.
Yeah, and thank God that she did. And like I said, there's so many people watching right now, especially here in the United States, who were beneficiaries of Amudim work to get their children to seminaries and yeshivas in Israel. Give now. Support Amudim, not just for that, although if that demographic would give, frankly, we'd be at our goal already. That's how many people they helped when it came to getting to Israel. But please, give and be as supportive and as generous as possible. Rachel Potashnik, thank you. And I think all the parents that you're representing here today, thank you as well for giving this big thank you to Amudim.
My pleasure. I just have to give a shout out to Ashi Lieber. He's the one who really helped me from the beginning to then. He's the man, yes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much to him and to all his colleagues that work with Amudim. Everybody out there, we have so many wonderful things going on today and tomorrow during these 36 hours of Unite to Heal. We have an amazing and incredible array of videos, of panel discussions, interviews, game shows, including Holy Yid Squares, which I'm so excited about, and so many other segments that you're going to find both entertaining and inspirational. All we ask in exchange for this great content and for you enjoying a day and a half on the Unite to Heal site is to be as generous as possible. Every single dollar you give is quadrupled. You know what that means? 18 is 72, and 180 is 720, and 100 is 400, et cetera, et cetera. We want to achieve our goal. We want to surpass the goal way before we get back on the air tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The goal is 5 million. Every dollar is quadrupled, and we're asking everybody to please participate and please give. Give generously to Amudim. They are saving lives. When you give to this organization, you know that you are supporting a life-saving operation. Simple as that. I said we have some exciting things going on. We also have some serious things going on, and this next segment I think is both exciting and serious. The amazing singer and performer, in my mind, one of the great superstars we have, is Eli Schwebel, and he is here on set. Eli, a pleasure to welcome you to this broadcast.
Always with you.
Thank you very much.
I love speaking with you every time.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We always have a good time, don't we?
That's right. That's right.
Today it's a good time and it's serious. You have created, and I got a sneak peek, a little sneak peek. You have created a song and a video that has been described to me by the people at Charity Bids as a song and video that will save lives. We're going to watch it in a minute, but as an introductory word, is that a statement you agree with?
We'll see. But my creative partner and the producer of this entire event and the CEO of Charity Bids, Yami Schechter, who we've been working on this for the past 4 months together, developing this, would say he's not in entertainment, he's in edutainment.
Yep.
And what this song is about trying to give over the message of what the experience is of the people going through these horrible, horrible experiences, and to educate, our klal on these subjects, because it's a very, very hard thing to wrap your head around and to even engage with. And I really tried to walk the line of giving over these experiences, getting in touch with myself for this, and with someone close to me who went through these things as well.
Wow.
Yes.
You feel your soul in this song, I'm telling you.
Well, I have to being straight, I have this experience myself. I went through, on different levels, different things throughout the song, and every lyric that I turned over, I really felt within my
within myself.
Well, it
So-
certainly comes out that way. And it was, of course, Yummy who said to me, this song is literally going to save lives. I'm asking everybody around the world to stop for a moment. I'm asking everybody watching to stop for a moment. And if you know of people who are not watching right now, recommend that they watch this video later on. But stop for a moment, you, your children, all the different generations that are in your home right now, and just watch this video. Listen to the words, listen to the music, listen to the heartfelt soul of Eli Schwebel that's in this selection. It's called I Will Stand For You. I Will Stand For You. And this is an opportunity for everybody. This is an opportunity for everybody to watch this video and to see just what the work of Amudim is all about. We'll have more with Eli Schwebel coming up. This is I Will Stand For You, presented by Amudim.
I can see it in your eyes. There was something you were hiding. You were holding deep inside. You were fighting on your own. All the nights you went to bed, under covers you were crying. With his words inside your head, he stole your innocence. So when you feel like hope is lost and you don't know where to go or who to call, I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. I will stand for you. I will stand for you. As long as you remember, you had troubles on your mind. At the bottom of the bottle, you left them all behind. You said you would surrender. All you needed was more time. But the days turned to years, and your promise turned to lies. So when you feel like hope is lost and you don't know where to go or who to call, I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. I will stand for you. I will stand for you. And I love you enough for you to hate me for this. I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. We will stand for you.
Ellie Schwabel's responsible for the lyrics and music for I Will Stand For You, and he's here, of course, in the Unite to Heal studios. The song is amazing. I hope it touched hearts around the world like I feel it did. There are a couple of things you have here, and the lyrics are in front of me. There are a couple of things you have here that really took guts to say and, of course, to sing about. It's clear in the opening to this song, the first situation you describe is one of abuse, and one that years ago would never have been addressed, and if it was addressed, it was only addressed in very private situations in our community. You decided, you know what? This is a song that has to save lives. Let's talk about the situations that people are going through.
Yes, someone close to me went through this. It's hard to talk about, but to write about that as well, to give it the dignity, and to give it the power and the dignity mixed. It was very hard for me, but it must be said. And it must be spoken about. And it's taken all the people that have been coming out about their situations, right, that have allowed this song to be born. Because
that's true.
Without all the people coming out and saying their stories, I wouldn't be able to write about this. This wouldn't be able to be received, you know?
And then toward the end of the song, you have a line, which ironically you pointed out to me in the video, and
yes.
I said to you, I have it circled on my lyrics. And I love you enough for you to hate me for this. Those are love and hate. Those are strong extremes. But we care so much about you. And you're going to hate the fact that we're intervening. You're going to hate the fact that we're trying to seek help for you. You're going to hate all of it, but that's how much we love you.
You know, I think the biggest thing that we're dealing with as from Yidden, as Yidden, is that the idea of Bechira.
Choice.
Because here's the question, like, where do you draw the line where this person has a choice, they don't have the power to do this, we're trying to take care of them, but do they really have the choice? Can they choose?
Or have they lost the choice?
Right, and then
and they're in
you
a
say,
desperate
listen,
situation.
And they can't see that for themselves. And you also don't want to overstep. So this line was about a friend of mine that I had to intervene on, and I had to break the trust that I had with this person for my whole life, because I felt that they were in danger, and I had to do that, and I risked the relationship, and they hated me for it. It happened to me. This is a line I wrote. You know, the best songs that I've written have been in response to a moment. You see, there's a moment that something happens, and I went home and I just wrote it. I wrote this out, and and it's a very, I hope it's well received, because to say this word in a song after all of this, it's just like, what?
Yeah.
And
I love you enough for you to hate me for this. I hope this goes viral. I hope everybody recommends to everybody on their social media, WhatsApp groups, etc., to watch this video. It's powerful. It is going to be a life-saving video, because at least one, if not hundreds, will make sure to seek help once they've seen this video. I will stand for you. And today we're telling the whole community that Amudim will stand for you. Today we're telling everybody out there that Amudim is going to be there. They just have to be supported and continue to exist at a strong level. And that's why we're asking you for your donations and asking you to support Amudim. By the way, I'm always fascinated, as you know, by songwriters in general and your songwriting technique. It had to be like this. The song had to be at this tempo, had to be in this spirit, with this type of musical background, right? I mean, from the moment you started writing it, it was always on that road, correct?
yes, I mean, I had an idea, and this was Min Hashemayim. I went through something, I came home and I wrote. A piece I started with this, and then Yummy calls me 2 weeks later. I have the text messages. He goes, Ellie, I need you to write a song. I came up with this idea. I want to talk about Amudim. I want you to write a song. I said, Yummy, I just started writing something. He goes, well, okay, that's crazy. Okay, let's get together. And he kind of decided how he wanted me to speak about things, what to speak about. And it turns out that everything just flowed, and we worked together to develop the video and the song, and yeah, it just was natural, and it was, for me, it was divine intervention that this all came together this way.
I love the fact that you're the primary spokesman, that you are the center of attention, so to speak, in the video. Like, this is you saying to the world, you know, there are individuals and there are groups of people like Amudim who are ready to help. We are here for you. And the candles, like, when you see the candles in the video, what do they mean to you?
So the candles, as you see that there are people holding candles, and there are candles spread out in the back where you can't, that are not moving. So those are representing the people that we unfortunately couldn't help. And the people that are moving with the candles, those are the people that are reaching out. And you know, to accept that reality, and to know that this is the reality and we need help. You know, there's nowhere to go. So where are we going to go? This is what Amudim is bringing. And that's the bottom line. We need help. And Amudim is bringing that. So there's nowhere else to go. We need to help these people, and Amudim is bringing that.
And it's interesting.
I very, very much I'm right behind
well,
it. I stand for Amudim.
You certainly do.
And by the way, La'amud is to stand.
Correct.
And it's also a pillar, but it's to stand.
Right.
And it's working.
Right. You're ready to stand up and scream to the hilltops that you're ready to help people who are in need. And we know that candles, in general, flames represent neshama, and there are a lot of precious neshamas, some of whom, as you indicated, are representing the ones who are lost, and others, of course, who are progressing, thank God, and hopefully getting the help they need. Tzvi mentioned to me on the air the other day that he tries very hard, and I get this, to not focus that much on those who've been lost, and unfortunately there are too many, but there's so many positive things going on, so many lives that are being saved, so many people that are being touched, that it's important to emphasize the positivity.
Always. And, for a guy like Tzvi, who's been busy nonstop, I mean, I grew up with Tzvi, so I see
So you know the routine.
I know him, he is just on fire all day, just helping people, and he's got a positive attitude about everything, and you need that, and you need somebody focused on that in order to really keep things flowing. And thank God they have an entire team of people that help people through all these situations, and that's really what this is all about, helping all these people be there for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Eli, and Mazel Tov on what has been certainly received already, I'm sure, as a wonderful production. The song is just incredible. Amen. And if Yummy's words are prophetic, and I think they are, that it's going to save lives, then you've done an amazing thing. So thank you.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Amen to that. UniteToHeal.com, to wrap up this opening hour with a segment like that has been exhilarating. If you haven't seen the video yet, if you tuned in a few minutes too late, or if you know people who would appreciate the video that Eli Schwebel is responsible for, I will stand for you. Please make sure they see it. It's inspiring. It'll inspire them to give. It'll inspire them to think. And it might inspire them to recommend Amudim to a family that's in need, to people out there, young and old, that are seeking help for a specific situation. So please make sure that video goes viral, as we like to say, and that people all around the world watch it. We have a full lineup today that goes all the way until 9 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow night. And I'll join you with many wonderful guests toward the end of our fundraiser between 6 and 9 Eastern Time tomorrow evening. I hope you'll join us for that live stream. Meanwhile, we have a goal. The goal is $5 million. I want to get back on the air tomorrow night with that goal having already been achieved, and let's get into bonus time and raise even more. Speaking about from our mouth to God's ears. So $5 million is an attainable goal. We need your help. If you are somebody who appreciates the work of Amudim, if you're somebody who's been helped by Amudim with the services we described with Rachel earlier of getting somebody into Israel, if you're somebody who simply has called Amudim for a recommendation or for some type of information that they can provide, they're everywhere, in every nook and cranny of the Jewish community helping people. If you're somebody who has a neighbor or a friend or a relative who's been helped by Amudim, whatever the situation is, please give and give generously. With your generous donations, Amudim can have a very strong 2022 and really start the calendar year off in a wonderful fashion. Every single time you donate, or anyone in your circle donates in the next 35 hours, it will be quadrupled. And
Hello, everyone. My name is Yaakov Horowitz. And we are delighted, Rabbi Bambach and I are delighted to participate in this very special event to support Amudim. Amudim does such extraordinary work in so many areas of Jewish life. And as far as the two of us are concerned, it's the educational component, helping children function in school, and those who cannot make it in school and find it difficult to be part of our community when they're having challenges of one sort or the other. So, I had the great privilege to be around when Mendy Klein, Olav Shalom of blessed memory, started Amudim, and I've been extraordinarily grateful for their contribution to Jewish life. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck is a dear friend of mine, and I'm so incredibly impressed with all the work they're doing. Rabbi Menachem Bambach is just a superstar educator, human being. He doesn't do labels. He just sees people. He has a remarkable school in Israel that I was very pleased to be able to observe firsthand. He has an Orthodox school that has full bagrut, which are the high school graduation tests. In America, we would, they considered Regent scholarship tests at the end of high school. And he's just an amazing human being. I think you'll all find him to be just a breath of fresh air, and you won't want to miss a minute of the interview. Rabbi Bambach, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Orovitz, and it's really a huge and amazing pleasure for me just to meet you again. We met once at a school in Israel. I can tell you that the fact that you speak with my staff, it was very powerful and very inspirational. That's what they said, not what I said. Just meeting you, and if you remember, I'm not sure if you remember, but I met you the first time maybe 10 years ago, and you came to speak to a very especially unique group in Israel that was in a leadership program. Right. And you came with your books and with your explanation, and it was fascinating. And I just remember how I look at you and I said, wow, maybe one day I will be Yaakov Orovitz. So it's just fascinating the fact that we can meet together again and speak about mutual issues. Things that bothers us and others.
Yes, I actually do remember Rabbi Shmuel Vagoda asked me to come. Yeah. It was, I believe, in Herzog College, right, in Hebrew University, I believe.
Yeah.
And for those who aren't familiar, they got a grant to educate 35 or 40 Orthodox educators, and to broaden their horizons and teach them all sorts of things in terms of education and leadership qualities. And it was amazing. It was an incredible experience lecturing to them. That's when we met. You said you one day be Rabbi Horowitz. You didn't realize that so quickly you'd be way better than Rabbi Horowitz. I've been watching your career with great pride and great nachas. Our topic is square pegs. And for those who aren't familiar with the term in English, we say a square peg in a round hole. And we use the term to describe people who are just different. And we're going to be discussing, Rabbi Bambach and I, both of us have an enormous amount of experience dealing with square pegs. And I would venture to say that both of us are square pegs ourselves, because we figured out as adults how to use our out-of-the-box nature and our high energy and restlessness to create things that help children who were like us when we were students. We look at a lot of the kids we work with and we say, hey, I remember that really well. So that's what I thought would be very appropriate in light of the incredible work that Amudim does to support square pegs in every area of their development. I thought it would be a great discussion. First of all, for all of you, even if you don't have children of this age, as community members, you're watching this because you care about the Jewish people and you care about our children. So even if your children are not, school age any longer, I believe it'll be an important conversation, and I think it'll be of interest, but mostly for parents who do have square pegs, to try to understand them better and to try to help them through life. Rabbi Bambach, I'm going to just start by sharing something that we did in our school, in our yeshiva. I was the principal. I founded a yeshiva called Yeshiva Darchei Noam in Monsey. It was a boys' elementary school. The children were 4 to 14 years old. And I ran it for 22 years. I stepped down a few years ago to work on some other parenting projects that I'm working on now in child abuse prevention. But I was very careful, Rabbi Nachum, during the time I was principal, to see in America, we have a thing called HIPAA. It's Rashi Tevis. It's a abbreviation. It basically means that in hospitals and healthcare facilities, you don't talk about the patients out in the hallway. It's called HIPAA rules, that meaning that we protect the confidentiality. If I'm in a hospital for a procedure, I don't want the doctor and the nurses. They can come and talk in my room if they do the rounds, but I don't want them going out and say, you see that guy in room 22, he has, I don't want it out in the hallway. So I was very careful to see that in our yeshiva, we maintain confidentiality whenever the staff discuss children. So one of the things we would do as a code among ourselves, this was just an idea that I had, I was thinking of suits, of buying a suit. So some people fit exact sizes perfectly, right? There's a size 40, 40, so 40 regular. So some people are a 40 regular, meaning they go into a store and they say, I'd like a blue suit in a 40 regular. They put on the suit, everything fits, they fix the pants, they just adjust the height of the pin, they make a cuff and see you later. Some people need adjustment, alterations.
Yeah.
One hand is a tiny bit longer than the other. They need a little bit of alteration to make it work for them. And then you have a sug shlishi, a third category, which we call custom. Means their body is not aligned closely even with any of those suits. And they basically need a tailor to come in and cut a suit specially for them. So that's how we would, when children would apply to the school, or we would talk about ourselves, that why a child isn't doing well. We never said it in a bad way, in a derogatory way.
Yeah.
It was just descriptive for ourselves in a bakavah. Nobody knew what we were talking about. You'd say, well, look, we need some alterations, meaning we need to modify the school schedule a little bit. And we say, this kid needs a custom, the program isn't working for him. So that's really how, maybe a way of introducing. We have 40 regulars who just, the school day works for them. The notion of, sitting in class, listening to what educators are saying, memorizing them, taking their notes, putting their homework in their bag, finding it at night, all those things that we need to make a successful school day work. Those are the 40 regulars. Some kids need a little support, alterations. And some kids, the square pegs often need just a custom. So may I start by asking you, Rav Menachem, which one of the three you are? I tell you straight out, I'm custom. What was your schooling like? I'm curious. We never discussed this, folks.
It's so nice, the paradigm. I think it's actually really, it may be the first time you gave me the opportunity to think about myself and how and I think it's different times. I think one of my parents, the parents of some of my teachers gave me a regular one. They were sure you don't need any change. And there is sometimes in many years that I try to figure out what is when I need a custom, when I need alteration. It depends which time, which year, but absolutely I really identified with the idea that we are by ourselves. We have different, different experiences. And it could be even in the same year with a different teacher, because, it's about the expectation that they have from you. There is in a very famous effect, a pigamlion. I don't say in English. There is effect, a pigamlion. It's very famous in education psychology issue that if you expect something from someone, is usually you can get to reach your expectation.
Right. So in other words, the expectation of what you're saying becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy almost. It becomes neviyut, that it becomes true. If we see potential in children, then we tend to treat them a certain way. Go ahead.
Today, I just very interesting experience I had just today. it came a supervisor from the government, and he is very special, unique personality. I love him very much. He's a son-in-law of Rabbi Aaron Lichtenstein, Zchrono Livracha. His name is Rabbi Herzl. And this is like a supervisor in the education ministry. So he came and he said something really interesting. He said, if you can say, if in one time it ever happened that you criticize a child and you fix it, I think they will never fix. Maybe we'll do it, they have no any choice. But if you focus about the strengths of your students, of your kids, you always get to the point. You know, it depends how long time it takes. Right. But this is about like 90% of success, and this is about 0% of success.
So you're saying, in other words, if you're saying that he told you that if we focus on making it work for the child, we'll make it work somehow.
Yeah.
It might take a little longer, it might take a little shorter, there might be more alterations, less alterations, but we take it. Exactly. But if you're focusing on what they're not doing well and how they're troublemakers, right? Then we wind up, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we look at it a certain way. That's very wise. So what would you say? I mean, just to put it out there, I am an extremely restless, high energy person. And like Rabbi Nachum, like Rabbi Bambach, we look at things, I don't know about your nature in terms of restlessness. I don't think you're as restless as I am, but our ability to look at something and say, it doesn't have to be this way. Why can't we think differently about it? Yeah. That we're like twins. We're like Umim, we're twins. The brothers are from different mothers, you know, like we're totally aligned like that. Yeah. And that part becomes very difficult when we're in a school setting, and you know, conformity is considered, conforming means that you do what everybody else is doing is considered a great advantage, and non-conforming becomes problematic. So we tend to challenge things that become different. And you know, this is how I tend to think of it. So I would say, you know, most of this we usually notice at a very young age, this nature and how we learn. I'm doing 1 minute clips, parenting clips now. I've been producing since June 1st, one under a minute parenting clip on Instagram. It's at Bright Beginnings Forum if anyone is interested, to be able to relate to the parents today of how they process information. I do the editing while I'm out walking. I'm most creative then. I take my phone and I work with someone who's sitting at a screen. We work together. Honest to goodness, parents, if you want to be comforted, if you have an out-of-the-box kid, if you have a custom at home, I kid you not, I reviewed my bar mitzvah speech, my psheto, walking around my house, spinning a basketball on my finger. Be'emet, I'm not kidding. I used to walk around the house. I would spin a basket. I can still do it today, thank God. Wow. I was just teaching one of my grandkids how to do it a week ago. And I would walk around the house, and my grandmother, who was European, you could just imagine, she used to say in Yiddish, what's he going to do without a basketball? We'd have to bring a basketball to the bar mitzvah. But that's how I learn. I learn best when I'm out walking and thinking. Sitting still is difficult for me. So what would you advise parents to do who have children who are out of the box, who have a little Yankee at home, who have kids who come back and say, well, did the Mabul really happen? Did the flood really happen? Is it really true that Hashem, destroyed Sodom in this way? Or did they really cross the sea? Is it all real? Is it stories? How would you advise parents to raise square pegs? Please. Yeah.
So I think you're speaking about the prevention. After they drop out, it's a different story and it's a different approach. But you speaking about the prevention, and I think we can be focused about many, many important rules. I think the first thing, a kid is different. We need to make sure that he's in a good environment, accepted environment, not a judgmental environment. I think if there is fun in the family, So he would prefer to stay at a family environment. And this is very, very important to focus about. I would make an happy family. The kids will feel, oh, it's always great. Nobody's screaming. And if someone is screaming, but it's a relationship. But I think the environment at home is so important, because those kinds of kids, they will try to find other ways out to experience something different. And this is about the first thing. I think the second thing is to...
I just want to make it clear, you weren't talking about a school setting, you were talking about the family setting.
I think about the family. First of all,
but first, I mean, that's what I just want to make it clear in case the barrier. So you're saying that the families should be happy places where where families enjoy each other, and it's overall a happy place.
Absolutely. And I think another thing also is about to minimize bikoret, criticism. I mean, a place that we minimize, it's also the same in the school. When we focus when we criticize our children all the time, they need to protect themselves. Also, they raise antagonism against the staff or against them. It's the same issue. And when I'm saying at home, I'm usually, because I'm just not at home, but I think the home and the school need to act in the same rules. So to minimize criticism is not just because you have to be a fancy person and it's just because you should be confident. And a guy feels confident in his place, that he feels not we just look at him all the time and just thinking how we can criticize him. It's like to make him a comfortable place. And this is something very important also at home, and the same at his school or in the yeshiva. And I think another thing is very important is about the good experience, mainly about Torah mitzvot. If you give, they should feel it's love, not with stressful. Let's say even for Shabbat, tomorrow night I'm going to my school, to the yeshiva. I'm going to make together Shabbat. I love very much, and I said for my school that you should know something. I want to tell you. Now I'm going to reveal my secrets. I wanted in the beginning to start a yeshiva only for Shabbat, because I feel the Shabbat is a core. It's a very a powerful time to feel something much more for our soul. But I knew that if I would say for you parents that I have a school for Shabbat, no one's going to send their kids. So you know what? I said many, many stories that I have a matriculation, English, math, and physics, and science. But if you ask me, I mean about Shabbat. And I focus so much about Shabbat because it's informal environment. And we can think and we can be so like friends. I'm not acting like a principal. I'm just like with them, laughing and have fun. And when the kids finish after 4 years, the yeshiva, when I ask them to summarize their experience, they say, Shabbat.
Wow.
And it's something they're going to stay. It's something they're going to stay with them. Yeah, I think it's going to stay with them for the whole life. You know why? I'm chas v'shalom not criticize families, but I think there is some families, they are so busy in the middle of the week, they came for Shabbat and they have no any energy to give for the family. And that's why they need sometimes to find other ways out to fulfill the soul in Shabbat.
I'll tell you what I find very often is that parents focus on the details of the trees, not the forest. That the children should sing Zmirot, should sing the Hebrew songs for Shabbat, the Shabbat songs together, and they should review the Parsha, the Torah portion of the week. And sometimes those details get in the way of families enjoying themselves. So when parents tell me that it's such a common complaint. I'm sure you hear it all the time. Shabbat is so stressful in our home. It's so stressed out. What should I do? So I ask them, I say, how are your Hanukkah meals? When you get together for Hanukkah and the families, same family, you're all together, you're having a 2-hour dinner. What does that look like? Oh, everybody says, oh, that's just so much fun. We enjoy each other. You know why? Because they're not, the expectations are to have what you described that you wanted to make in the yeshiva, a happy time of family together, and with less emphasis on what they're singing or that they're saying Divrei Torah. Now, if your family does it, of course, it's fine. but not at the cost of that, of that enjoyable experience. That's their religious experience that they remember so much. I find this fascinating, what you said about Shabbat.
I'm so thankful for my teachers and rabbis when I was a young boy in the yeshiva, because now I know exactly what not to do. So.
Why'd you do it when I was drinking? Yeah, go ahead.
I remember I was in a place that it was like a commanders all the time. You need to be, you have to rule, have to daven. And it was so stressful in some ways. And you know what? I was, after some years, I think about myself, it's a self-reflection. So if people really change inside the pnimiyut in those kinds of places, they become like models that it's not there, it's not individuals, it's erased their individuality. So that's why I'm so focused about to raise the personality. They should stay together, confirm with the school, with everybody else, but they should know who they are, why they are so unique. And I always said that God bring you not because to be like everyone, more Chinese. I think you are because God chose you, because you have something very special and unique. And you have to know about that, and you have to be proud of who you. If God don't want you, you will not be there, even tomorrow.
I just posted on social media this week. I started a new thing that I put up a phrase or two twice a week, once or twice a week on social media with a little bit of commentary. Today I wrote, today's post was, if you're empty nesting, meaning if all your children are married, you could keep your AOL email address. It's okay. You can still stay with the AOL. But if you have teenagers, you better know what's going on in today's technology. That was today's post. So I posted earlier in the week a phrase that Mark Twain said. He was an American writer in the 19th century. And he said, the two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you figure out why you were born. And so I just posted it this week on my social media, and I wrote next to it, that means that everybody has a different why. That everybody has a different reason for why they were born. And that's what you were saying. I think it's a brilliant.
And I will add something else.
Please.
There are 2 days that the decision is not in the hands of ours. Then the day you got born, the day you die.
Right.
But in middle, it's all your choices.
And that's living
Yes.
life means to find your own person, to be comfortable with your own derech. Menachem, not because of you. I can show you notes, classes that I've been giving on selecting high schools. I do a workshop on how to pick a high school.
Yeah.
And one of the things I say is if you see everybody looking the same, acting the same, dressing the same, run out of the building. Because I met Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky. I'm sorry?
I love it.
Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky, Zecher Tzadik Livracha, of blessed memory, used to say that some schools are he used a different analogy, but basically it's like cookies. You make cookies, they all have different shapes. If you see they're all square, that means somebody's cutting off the edges. So to encourage children to be in that. So this is my message to parents. If you have a Rab Menachem, if you have a Yankee Horowitz, and you're raising a child, even if your other children, you're raising a child that's a complete individualist and does their own thing, and they're in a school that wants to break that spirit and make them to conform, I really, really encourage you. Like, I don't know your kids, so I'm just giving you global advice, and Rabbi Menachem's nodding his head. I'm sure you agree. Take them out of the school they're in and put them in a school where they'll be able to be treated as individuals, even if it doesn't match where you are now.
Otherwise, you want to. They should. One day the dreams should die. I mean, if you don't want, they shouldn't have any dreams in their life, and they just will be yes men's. It's a good idea to live them in the same school. But if you want, it's really terrible.
And Menachem's saying that if you leave a child in a school where they're trying to conform them, then you're basically gonna destroy their dreams. And by the way, Rabbi Menachem, not everybody is like you and I. We're the exception. Many people are very happy being conformists, and it's important for parents to know this. We're exceptions to the rule. We're an extreme example of this. A lot of people are very happy to go in class and be like everybody else, and that they're not. And if you have 4 kids like this, and you have a 5th child, that's Menachem or I, either they'll crush the spirit out of them, or they'll break free, and then you're going to be calling Amudim that your kid isn't keeping Shabbat, or your kid is hanging out with people and doing drugs because they just can't tolerate this vice, this crush. And if you're not this, parents, if you're not this type of person, if you're not a square peg, you can't understand it even. Why can't you just listen? Everybody wants you to wear a hat and jacket for davening. Why can't you do it? And the kids tell me, what do you say? Does God really care if I wear a hat? Right? That's what the children say. And the truth of the matter is, I don't think it's one of the top 10 or 20 things that God's going to ask us whether they wear a hat or not. By the way, just for in our types of schools, the boys wear a hat and a jacket for praying, for davening, or other parts of the day. So, and by the way, it's the same thing in other cultures and other societies that don't wear hats and jackets. It's other things. But to raise your children as individuals, what I'm hearing, Rabbi Menachem, and don't let the spirit be broken. Don't let the spirit be broken.
Rav Shach, Skulener Rebbes, he once said, in this generation, our rule is not to educate our kids, just to spread love. That's what Rav Shach said. It's unbelievable.
I want to share with you, Rabbi Menachem. I think you might find it of interest. I hope that all of you out there, Amudim supporters, will find this meaningful also. Probably about 25 years ago, there was a woman in Israel who she was going for a PhD to be a doctorate, and they have to do usually a thesis. They come up with an idea and they try to support it with research. So she wanted to see if there was a correlation, if there was a connection between how children feel about Shabbat and how connected they were to God and their parents. So she called me when she started. She asked me before she did the study. She was in Israel, in Jerusalem, Yerushalayim. So she had seminary girls all around. So she had subjects. She had people that she could interview. So she interviewed about 200 seminary girls. and gave them a questionnaire and asked them what was Shabbat like at home, and they should describe Thursday night, Friday afternoon, Friday night, those 3 times they should describe. And she showed me, obviously with the names redacted, with the names taken out, some of them you would just smile, and some of them your heart would break. And the kids said, you know, come home Thursday night, and it smells like Shabbat. We're all relaxing, we're all enjoying, we're ready to enjoy each other's company, to be a family. And girls wrote about coming home and hear screaming and yelling and tension and at the table, and it was, and then she asked them, it was brilliant questions. Where do they want to send their kids to school? How do they feel about God? How do they feel about religion? And it was almost directly related. The ones who had a great Shabbat experience, almost all of them wrote that they wanted to send their kids to schools that they attended. And almost all the other kids said, lehefach, I want to do exactly the opposite. Nothing. I'm not sending my kids to which is your experience as a child. Little Menachem Bambech, right? Mm-hmm. Little Menachem was crushed by this experience. So look what you did with your life, right? You were able to do it in a positive way.
Wow.
But I found that study so fascinating, so interesting. So what should parents do? Menachem, what's your advice? Let's say you have a couple that it just is very stressful, and they're listening to this and they want to change things. It's very hard to change.
Yeah, it's very hard to change. But, you know, I think the Nesivot Shalom once said that rebellions is like a fire, and you cannot take off a fire with oil.
With gasoline.
With gasoline.
Right. Nesivot Shalom was the Skulener Rebbe, and he wrote that
the Slonim, yeah.
Slonim, I'm sorry, the Skulener Rebbe, excuse me. And he wrote that, what Rav Menachem was saying, that he wrote that a rebellious child is analogous to like a fire. You can't put out a fire with gasoline. It's just going to make it worse. So therefore, what should you do?
So what I want to say, that I want to share with you a little story that happens for me many years ago. And I want to show via this story, it's not about Chaz v'Shalom to be, you know, a guy or whatever, but I think it's a story that can show that with very unique approach out of the box, it could really, really, really change people. It came to me, a young boy, it was for the first grade in Yeshiva, Kita Tet, it's Shur Aleph. And he came from a very broken family. He was, I think, one of his uncles adopted him even. Very, very aesthetic. But, you know, when I speak to him, I felt is not going to fit the school. For him, it's not going to work. So I said, unfortunately, the first year, I'm so sorry, you're a great guy, a great bocher, but I think it's not going to fit you. And then he came back a year later, and he said, maybe now you can take me. And I said, you know, if the first year I can, now you have to close too much gap. It's impossible. And then he was silent. He looked at my eyes with tears, and I said, give me the chance of my life. I promise you will not be disappointed. That's what he said. And in this moment, I said, you are in. I'm not going to make even any tests. You got my heart. And he finished the school as the best child in my school.
Wow.
And he got married. And for 2 weeks ago, he sent me such a beautiful message in WhatsApp. He said, you should know I spread good because I felt you're good.
Wow.
I spread my good. What I give for people and for my wife is because of you. So it's not about me. I mean, I was in a moment, a critic moment in the life of when, and God bring him to me. Maybe God knows that maybe it's going to be a chance for his life. And I think we need to treat our kids, our personal kids, the same, to give them again and again a chance to put aside our judgmental thinking and criticizing and the way we think what people are going to say and how it's going to work. And he promised me once he's going to change. No, just give again and again and deliver your feeling and your hope to your child. They're going to feel it. And it's unbelievable how much change you can do for your own kids. And also, I'm just using this, I used to say this at home and at the school, we need to use almost the same principles. But you know what? even Shalom Bait. Kids wants to be in a stable house. They wants to know the parents love each other and they speak the same language and they know how to communicate between them. This is very important example for their kids, and it gives them a feeling of stable and confidence. And you know what? In the schools is the same. If the staff work together and they have the common language, they respect each other without declaring.
Without teaching about it, without talking about it. Right.
It's delivering. It's feeling of kavod.
Right.
You know, sometimes you speak about respect, why we need to respect, how to respect, but they see how you jealous with each other or you fight, and this is, I think, something very important rule, how to give without speaking a good example.
You know, I found, Rabbi Nachum, when parents have serious disagreements and they manage to work it out and they tell the children, look, we're working on this, we want to make it work.
Yeah.
It's a great model for the children. You're saying you're modeling respect for the children and respect for each other, which is why you and I both advise parents not to send rebellious children away from home, because you're telling the other children that we're going to throw you out also. We spoke about this last time. I just, before we close, I just want to share with all of you, Rabbi Bambach wrote an incredible article that went more than viral about his 16-year-old daughter. He was in the Times of Israel. I think it was called Thou Shalt Love Your Non-Religious Child, or something like that. What was the title?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, Thou Shalt Love, do a Google search for it, Thou Shalt Love Your Non-Observant Child or Non-Religious Child. And there's a picture of Rabbi Bambach with a 16-year-old daughter who at the moment is charting a different course in life. And he wrote about him walking with his daughter through the mall, and she was wearing slacks, which in our circles, you know, the young ladies don't wear dresses, and it was very out of character for the community. And he was just having a great time with her. And he writes about how he accepts his daughter completely and what advice to parents. It's an absolute must read for every single parent. And you know, this is where Rabbi Bambach, he spoke about staff, you know, about staff showing, and parents showing respect for each other, and what a great model that is for children. This Rabbi Bambach walks the walk. In America, I don't know if you're familiar with the expression, they say some people talk the talk, but don't walk the walk. It rhymes, right? You know, they talk a lot, but they don't do. Rabbi Bambach walks the walk. And that's why—
tell you something really interesting about this. Some of the Haredi person asked me, how do you think people can trust you if you fail with your own child? It's a good question, right?
Okay, no, I don't think so, but go ahead. I don't think you failed.
But it's a good question. It's a legitimate question.
Right,
If you want to make sure that people should trust your system and you inspire the system, how you can publish it, you can damage your system. And I think to myself, I do what's the right thing to do. But, you know, God sent me a very interesting message in the same day of the question. Came to me, a woman, she become a little bit more modern, and the parents reject her. And she has a son who is not in the regular yeshiva. And she said, and I asked her, why you came just now? We started a year for 2 months ago.
She wanted to enroll the child in your school.
Enroll the child in school,
okay. I didn't understand that. Go ahead.
And I asked her why you came just now. And she said, I watched the article, and she started crying. She said, my parents reject me for my different choices a little bit. And when I saw the article, I said to myself, I want to educate my kids
with someone like you. Wow. That parents, that's what you need to know. You have a square peg. Just to sum up, you know, our feeling. You know, I have less hair, and I'm a little older than Rabbi Nachum. Both of us have had both of us have experiences in this space way more than our years. it's like we've lived 10 lives with all of the stuff that we've been listening to and going through. And that's our experience, and that's what we're advising you to do. If when they're young, Rabbi Bambach spoke earlier about prevention, about starting when the children are young, accepting them for who they are, listening to their questions, validating them, putting them in schools where they're loved and their individuality is respected. And as time goes on, it's not easy to embrace a choice when children make different choices. But that's the path that he and I absolutely feel is the way to raise square pegs in a preventative way. And later on, when they make different choices in life, to let them know that their love is not, your love for them is not conditional on any of that. Rabbi Nachum, if someone wants to learn more about your school, what's the name of the yeshiva? And I know you're starting a whole network now.
Yeah, we have the network of schools. The name is Netzach. Netzach. We have 11 schools. We have thousands of kids. We have also a virtual school. We have more than 9,000. Just last week become a huge bomb. 9,000 registration, and kids are study English and math and physics. And the Hasidic high school is a Midrasha Hasidit. Very unique, the best eye results.
That's the one I saw.
Best eye results in Israel, and I think we can show for the community you can stay with your own identity, and at the same time to be integrated in Israel as a productive person. I think this is very important for the coming years. People who care about Israel and about the future of Israel, I think that's the only way to educate, to give alternative way to educate for our new generation.
Let me explain to the parents just for the background here. Rabbi Bambach's school that I visited, this is his initial school, the seed school, so to speak, what was a Midrasha Hasidit, right? That's the name of the school. And so many people liked this model and wanted to replicate it. So now they're up to 11 schools and they have a school online. And that much bigger program, Rabbi Nachum is a dreamer, and he really wants to spread this concept. And it's Netzach. If you want to support his work, to look him up online. If you're in Israel and want to have a look, I could not recommend it more highly. So once again, Rabbi Nachum, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. And I want to really thank Amudim for their amazing work. Until Amudim came along, I've been working in the space of teens at risk for 25 years. Rabbi Shera Zatzal, the head of the Aguda, encouraged me, and we worked together to start Project Yes, which was for teens. And we never really had an organization that we were able to, so to speak, hand the children off to, that took care of getting them therapy and coaching the parents and doing whatever needed to be done. And God bless all of you, those who are supporting Amudim. Hashem should bench you, and all of the staff. Keep up your great work. We, Rabbi Menachem and I, are honored to be part of this fundraising event. And we wish you success for many, many years to come. Those of us who work in this space say, we hope we go out of business one day. So we all feel the same way. But until then, support Amudim and support the great work they're doing. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I hope you consider supporting Amudim. I reached out to them many years ago for a family member, and with all their resources available to me 24/7, it was comforting to know that when I called, there was someone there to answer. They got involved in my community, and we did an outreach program, and I know from that outreach program that many people were helped. So again, please consider it's a one-of-a-type organization, 24/7 dedicated people to help all who are in need for a family member or for themselves. Thank you.
Hello, this is Howard Tzvi Friedman. I'm here to tell you about the good work of Amudim. I am just a guy in Baltimore, but when I need help, I call Amudim. When people call me on how to get someone into the country for an emergency basis, for someone who's sick, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because someone dies in Israel and they need to bring the body to Israel, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because there's a mental health issue and they need to get someone into a long-term care facility for teenagers or young adults who are on alcohol or drug abuse, I call Amudim. Tzvi Gluck and David Kushner and their team are there to help every Jew, no matter what, no matter where they come from. I'm honored to be a friend of Amudim.
Hi, my name is Debaira Hellman, Nizax, and I'm the founder of Avas Chesed USA and an expediter at Chaya Medical Resource. During COVID, we had so many crises with patients that needed to travel in so many last-minute scenarios, and David Kushner and Rabbi Tzvi Gluck were instrumental in making magic happen, literally, and opening boundaries and opening locked doors that no one was able to open. And we have so much Hakaras Hatov, and the patients have so much Hakaras Hatov. Levayas, emergency transplants, emergency transfers, Israel, America, England. Our gratitude and their gratitude knows no bounds. So thank you.
You almost can't have a conversation anymore today without somebody talking about the horrors that are facing Klal Yisrael in our community that we used to think we're immune from. And every single conversation you have with anybody of substance, it's going to come up. Horrific stories about abuse, about trauma, about addictions. And everyone has the same feeling about it, that there must be somebody who's dealing with it. There's got to be somebody. There are people out there who deal with it. Who are those people? You know, you have these meetings around Rabbanim, they say we have to call the people that deal with it. Who are those people? Who are the ones that deal with it? And what's scary to me is that there's an organization called Amudim. And what they do all over the world, you're talking about investing millions and millions of dollars in research, creating programs, in creating awareness, treatment plans, treatment centers. The things they're doing is incredible. And so many people, when they hear of it, they're like, oh, those are for those people, or that's for that situation. They are the ones that are doing the malachta nasas hayedei acherim. They're the ones that are doing the work that really every one of us should be doing. Everyone else has to be doing. We have to be involved, but we can't. We can't. The tsuris that is going on, the level of crisis and trauma and abuse and addiction is so blown out of proportion. It's not blown out of proportion and spoken about. It's just ridiculous how large of a problem it has become. And they are the ones that are there in the forefront dealing with it. And anyone that has the ability to help them, you owe it. You owe it to them to help them. Because really we should all be doing their work. They're doing it for us. They're doing the uncomfortable work that we don't want to do. They're dealing with the cases that we don't want to deal with or we can't deal with. And anyone who helps them, anyone that actually rolls up their sleeves to help them, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Tzchochem, not just for what they do for others, but what you should be doing yourself.
My name is Avi Feinstein, and I just want to say that I am in awe of the wonderful work that Amudim does and how they handle everything that they do with such incredible sensitivity. It's the number one call for many people who are facing crises, and I urge anyone who can support them to do so at this time. Thank you.
Imagine if you had a family member that was in a faraway city, in a faraway country, I don't know, in Norway somewhere, and they had a tremendous amount of health and emotional problems, and they were all alone, and then suddenly somebody came and helped them. How much hakaras hatov would you have for those people? The Rebbe Shalom sent some neshamas down to this world that have terrible, terrible problems. And Amudim is the organization that loves them and cares about them and makes them whole again. So I just want to say, from my own perspective, supporting Amudim is something that makes Hashem happy and brings great healing to the world, and something that will bring Mashiach.
I would like to thank Amudim for being an organization that has filled some gaps in the Jewish community where previously, if people had troubles in various areas, there was no address, there was no phone number to call, there was no people that could help. People had to suffer in silence. And today, Baruch Hashem, we have this organization that covers all sorts of areas, from mental health to travel, to assist people in every which way. And for that reason, I think Amudim deserves that support in every way that we could help.
The impact Amudim has on people is both personal and global. Amudim stands to instill hope, recognizes the survivor and the victim, and it helps empower people through their journey of healing and growth. Amudim gives people a chance at living. Amudim also brings tremendous awareness regarding the most important and yet least talked about topics in our community. Whether it be sexual abuse, addiction, or mental health, Amudim does not shy away when it comes to the most difficult situations that no one really ever imagines being in. Amudim gives people a chance at living life. Thank you, Amudim, for all that you do.
Hi, Zalmi Cohn here. We're living in unprecedented times where organizations such as Amudim is stepping forward and helping so many of us here in South Florida and all over the world. I call upon you to step up, step forward to help us in this much needed campaign. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chaskel Bennett, and I'm reaching out to you on behalf of the great organization Amudim, led by my dear friend, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. We all know we're living in unprecedented times. Unprecedented times calls for unprecedented action. Through thick and thin, through the highs and the lows of life, certain organizations really step forward and are there for everyone. Amudim has established itself as one of those organizations. They're embarking on their annual fundraising campaign. Times are so tough, but the need for Amudim has never been more important. Please, as they step forward, we must step forward too. Reach deep down and help support Amudim as they continue their incredible, tireless, really below the radar work. So many people, hundreds and hundreds, are being helped by the counselors, by the professionals, and by the tremendous heart of those who run and work for Amudim. Amudim is there for us. Let's be there for them. Thanks.
I would like to say that Amudim has helped our community, our Chabad house. Specifically, there was a Russian woman whose mother passed away in Israel a year ago, and there was no way for her as the only daughter to go to Israel. But when I called you, you were there. You were busy with this for hours and hours and hours to get all the papers, make sure everything worked so she could be in Israel for the Levaya. I can't even imagine that this was only one story and one thing you did, how many hundreds and hundreds and thousands of things you do to help the Jewish community, to help the Yiddish people. So big hashakayach, and the Eibusha should repay you. That Mr. Hashem, all of you are involved with Chasibush, Havatzlacha, Rabba, Meflaga. Thank you very, very much.
Why I feel Amudim plays an integral part in our community. Amudim has filled a gap within the Jewish community that was lacking for years. Taboo topics to our community such as sexual abuse, substance abuse, and suicide, with often the suicide resulting from not having anywhere to go to deal with being abused, or substance abuse that was never dealt with either due to shame or the community as a whole not being educated. Amudim has tackled these issues from many different angles, such as in-servicing the school system on abuse and what signs to look out for. Yearly dramatical videos released to the public with various dramatization of the issues at hand, and each and every one of them had a powerful influence to make the person watching understand the issue and how to deal with it should they face it themselves. They offer various therapies from counseling to drug and alcohol rehabilitation. In addition, they are a distribution center for Narcan to help combat overdose in an emergency setting. Because of Amudim, parents now have the material and education they need in order to discuss important issues with their children about abuse, drugs, and alcohol. I couldn't imagine how bad the statistics they would post weekly if Amudim didn't exist. Klal Yisrael owes them a debt of gratitude for all that they do. So thank you to all the people involved at Amudim.
Hi, this is Pesach Friedman from Chaim V'Chesed in Yerushalayim, Israel. Someone recently asked me in an interview, what's it like living in these unprecedented times? And I told him, I'd prefer to be living in precedented times. But we don't get to make that choice. And over the past few months, we've been fortunate to help thousands during this crisis with issues, governmental issues, bureaucratic issues, and unfortunately deaths and tragedies and the like. And I can tell you that we would not be able to do what we do without the constant, almost daily support of Amudim. They support us. They give us the ability to do what we have to do. You've got to support them.
I would like to say a few special words about Amudim, an essential organization in our community. It has brought a lot of healing to many people in pain. Under the leadership of Rav Tzvi, who's been a tremendous man of chesed for the Jewish community for many, many years. And my special friend, David Kushner. We did some work out in Houston after Hurricane Harvey. We were chasing sparks, as we called it. Amudim really is an organization that you can support fully and know that you're literally saving lives with the money you donate to them. Amudim, you should go from strength to strength. Continue to do good things. Amen. Kenny Ratzon.
Hello, my name is Daniel Braum. I'm the director of LA Shmira, the local Shomrim organization. Amudim is a unbelievable organization, invaluable to the community. We should all support Amudim, and we really appreciate the support that Amudim gives us.
Okay, for the past over 20 years, being in this field, we always had the biggest problem of where is there a central place where every single person could go and get the help they need. That doesn't mean that that place offers all the help. That just means one central place that can literally deal with every situation with love and care and be able to send them to where they need to go and help them along the way as they go. Amudim personifies this. They did an incredible job doing something that I thought may have been impossible, of literally being able to help every single Jew that I've ever sent. So many times people call me and I don't know what to do with them, and I'm able to just say, call Amudim, and I'm proud to be a good friend of Amudim.
Hi, Debbie. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Shlomi.
So we had touched base briefly about what we were going to talk about,
but as I've been thinking about it a little bit more, I thought it might be worthwhile to have a broader frame a little bit around adolescence developmentally, just what's going on for kids, because we're going to get into talking about how to talk to teenagers, which a lot of parents are finding very difficult these days. And I think part of the difficulty is that they see the kids are sort of pushing them away. They're on their phones, their iPads, they're in their room. They don't seem to want that engagement. And I think that's a big part of the confusion for so many parents. And I think in general, what goes on with adolescence is really confusing for adults. And so I just wanted to frame that a little bit. So I was just going to throw in a couple things and then just get your take on that. So I found it interesting that just a drop of statistics, we'll have a regular conversation, but when there's a survey done and about Americans, and over 2/3 of them described adolescence as rude, irresponsible, wild, reckless, materialistic. And over 3/4 of parents also acknowledge pretty negative terms for teenagers. And I think in general, many teenagers, both in the secular world and in the frum world, are afraid what's going to be with these kids and where they're headed. And there's so many issues, religious issues, off the derech issues, mental health issues. There's so many things that people are facing day in, day out that they're just really worried. And many people just don't know what's going on with these kids and how do I access them. And I think that in general, it's very easy to portray teenagers as these wild, insane creatures that we don't know how to deal with. And what I've seen demonstrated in the research, and certainly I've seen in my clinical practice as well, is that they're really not insane. They're going through tremendous, tremendous changes. And if you think about infancy and toddlerhood, the research shows that adolescents are going through pretty much as much change, brain development-wise, maturity-wise, as during those stages. And just as a basic preview into this, if you think about having an 11-year-old, a 6th grader, get a job, make complex decisions, get married, have a family, parent, that's laughable. But during the years of adolescence, that's exactly what's got to happen. Somebody's got to become mature enough and adept enough at handling the world to be able to do that. And so we forget, I think, when we're looking at these kids, that all of this is going on mentally, emotionally, in their bodies, spiritually, all these changes. And that's the individuals we're speaking to. I just want to know, what are your thoughts, reactions to that?
So I agree totally that there's really developmental changes and changes within their brain, and that if we could look at, I love this research that you're saying, which is really indicating that parents look at them as, let's say, bad or negative, as opposed to looking at the struggle that's underneath it. And I think it's important that we understand the struggle. Just think about the world they live in and how spiritual issues must be a struggle. How, even developmental issues and what's right and wrong. Look at what they're all exposed to. Look at the life they live in. I'm much older than you, Shlomi, but when I grew up, my parents didn't have cell phones. Our conversations were all us and them. I've had conversations with kids who have said, I would love to come home, and no, adolescents, not little kids, come home and have my mom not on a cell phone and spending time just saying, how was your day? And having a conversation without the interruption of a cell phone. Now, I think most parents may not know that, but there's so many things that are getting in the way of relationship and of understanding where they are and seeing it as a struggle that they may be going through or challenges they may be going through. Look at what they're exposed to. And how do we be there for them and be present and try to understand as opposed to view them in that negative way? They feel it, they sense it.
Right, I think that's really interesting. And I didn't think our conversation was going to start off with going to the technology piece, but I guess it's such a huge piece that I feel as adults, we're using the phones also to distract. And, when there was a recent outage, in a lot of social media platforms, the whole world went into a tizzy. I think people in general are having a very hard time staying centered and focused and calm, and they use their devices to distract. And I think it's a vicious cycle. The parents feel like the kids just want to go on their device, and the parents are on the device. And everyone talks about, okay, put your cell phone down, but nobody really acknowledges just how difficult that is and how hard it is for most people to stay present and focused with all the demands, both information-wise that they're getting technologically, and all the demands that are on both teenagers' lives today and parents' lives. And in some ways, I think there was a simpler time in certain ways before, but in some ways, these things are also much more spoken about, and kids can have therapists to go say, hey, I like to hear that, whereas many years ago, there was no such thing. And I guess in framing this, the question becomes, how do we provide some knowledge about what the teenagers are really going through and something for the parents so that they're more likely to get into those conversations and connection moments? What comes to mind in terms of that?
So I think two things come to mind immediately. One thing, and you and I talked about this the other day, that I think really is important is, I think the perspective that you brought out at the beginning may be really important for parents, which is look at the majority of parents who look at their kids as negative, as opposed to looking at the struggle. I think that if we could almost help parents create a little bit of a paradigm change and take a look at this as struggle, and a developmental, so to speak, challenge for their kids, I think that maybe we could look at it differently and look at being with them differently, look at trying to understand them, really trying to understand their world, try to understand who their friends are, what their challenges are. Can we hear it without trying to fix it? But can we hear what they're going through? Can we be curious about what they're going through? And try to be there in ways they will allow us to, right? So I think that maybe that could make a paradigm change. The other thing I'm just going to say in response to what you're asking is, it's so important as parents that we take a look at windows of opportunity in their lives, things that happen in their lives, and for us to be able to use them in a natural way as ways to open up some of the conversations that are important conversations. I think that's a way to try to connect in the here and now, rather than to create conversations that kids hate.
Right. So I want to go back to your first point first, sort of the developmental piece. And so I think just one huge thing is, right, so these kids were totally dependent, and now they need to become independent. And they're getting scripts from home, from school, from the world, and they have to sort it all out on their own. So I think that leads kids in some way to say, Mom, Dad, leave me alone. Let me do my thing. Let me figure it out. You're an old generation. You don't even know what's going on in my life or what's going on with my friends. They need that on some level developmentally, but underneath that, they're really desperate for something to hold on to. Somebody really talk to me, somebody connect to me, but somebody get down on my level. And I think we so easily fall into these routines of these sort of manufactured conversations, which are more either desperate attempts to just give me something. What's really going on in school? Don't just give me the one-word answer. Okay, fine. Move on, close your door, goodbye. And then these lectures that we end up giving. And I think, like you said, meeting kids where they're really at, what's going on in their social world, what are things that they care about, what's really on their mind. It takes a lot of courage on the part of parents to really say, I'm ready to go there, wherever it might be. And I think as parents, some of our natural instincts are to shield, okay, no, we're in a from world, I send you to yeshiva and Beis Yaakov, and we're trying to sort of prevent all this negative stuff from coming in, and we delude ourselves that there's some nice bubble and that the kids will somehow just get there on their own, when kids are really left to face with all of the struggles, like you said, spiritual struggles, emunah, bitachon, whether it's the girls for tznius and boys, am I just sitting and learning, or what's all that fun that's out there, technology issues and all these kinds of things. And then there's my body's changing, what's going on with me, when my friends are so important, but I have all these challenges, and mental health issues are all over the place, and substance, and as when we were talking on Sunday, there was just this tragedy coming home from the Camp Sternberg reunion, Schmack Camp reunion, where a girl got killed in a car accident. This affects, the 10th graders were all both in school with her and in camp. This is real, and it enters their lives, and they need adults to sort of step up. And I think the adults are confused as to, I'm getting such mixed messages. And what you said, I think, is overwhelming in the research and in practice, that while in some way they're stiffing arming us away, deep inside they're desperate for real connection. And then what I think you said about the sort of capturing these moments of opportunity, I think they're all over. There's, from the day-to-day struggles with a peer, news, Jewish news, secular news, Parsha of the week. You can use something very religious, but these things are very rich in terms of emotional struggles, ups and downs, family conflict, life issues. And then certainly there's so many opportunities where I think if we were more open and transparent and just raw and vulnerable, I think so many of us feel like we need to have answers, when what you're saying is we don't need the answer, we need to show up. So what else are your thoughts about that?
As you're speaking, Shlomi, it's true, it's fine, is that you were speaking, I'm feeling almost tearful, because it's so true. As parents, I think sometimes we don't want to be vulnerable, and we feel that we don't know what to say. And so we say nothing. And what kids end up doing is kids only speak to kids. They don't have trusted adults in their lives to discuss things with, because it's us who has to show them that we can open the conversation. Kids don't know they can come to us and talk about things if we haven't opened it up in a comfortable way and shown it to them. That's our job as adults, is to open these conversations. There are, as you said, there are so many windows of opportunity. And how can we do that in a comfortable way that you're right, shows our vulnerability? You and I were talking about this, this unfortunate situation that happened with this Garari family in Crown Heights, where this young lady suffered with an eating disorder, had a beautiful relationship with her father, and actually killed herself, right? And for a parent to say to a child, to an adolescent, especially, let's say to a daughter, gee, I read about this, or I heard this, and I felt so sad. I'm wondering how it affected you, or have your friends discussed it? To bring it up and to let her know, I don't have an answer. I just feel sad, and to see if she's willing to go through a conversation about it. Or, just like you say, this horrible tragedy. Nobody did anything, but what does that do in terms of emunah? What does that do in, these people were just doing the right thing, but what are your questions? And I have those questions too. Sometimes I'm worried too, or I'm concerned too. To allow yourself to be the one to bring it up. I recently heard a mom talking about this, and her daughter had gone to Sternberg. And the mom said that she sat down with her daughter and she said, she was going to tell her daughter about what happened. And she said, I want to have a conversation with you. I'm going to ask that we put your phone aside until I'm done. It's important. And she just shared what happened. And she said, I want us to talk about it. But she was the one who brought it to her daughter. She didn't want her to hear it on the news or the other kids. And she asked her not to be on her phone, but just to be present. But that mom showed, I'm the mom that can talk about it. I can bring these things up, whether you respond or not right now. And part of what we also can say to kids is, we can always talk about this a little bit later too. Sometimes, we can kind of pick it up another time. But to find that gentle, open way that you are vulnerable, you don't have the answer, but you do want to bring it to them. I'm the mom that can talk about it, that can just bring it up.
And for me, it's interesting. You sort of went almost maybe to the most nuclear place. With the young tragedy of the Garari girl who committed suicide, and I think parents struggle to bring up regular friends' issues, let alone anxiety, depression, alcohol addictions, drugs. And sort of the highest level is somebody who's contemplating suicide or actually committed suicide. And I think maybe the most important message that we can give parents is we don't need to be word phobic. We're so afraid of these terms or these words, or almost as if like these are going to plant ideas into children's heads. And, if it's just out of sight, out of mind, then they won't go there. And, those of us on the mental health side of things, we know, we say you're as sick as your secrets, and what can be dealt with openly, transparently, then you can have healing. What's got to stay under the rug in your own subconscious or in your child's or in this community, that's the stuff that really destroys people and communities. And I think that idea of saying, I'm struggling with this. This is an immense tragedy. There's no good answers to this. But I'm here. I'm somebody who you can count on to be real and raw and open, I think is crucial. And I think we forget that in general as humans, let alone as parents, we try to put on the front. I know the answers. I got this together. We have the approach. And we forget that our greatest courage is being vulnerable enough to say, I don't know. I'm struggling too. I have doubts. I have questions. I have concerns. The world isn't always rosy. And yet we can persevere. We don't have to fold. We can ask together. We can cry together. And I think those are some of the most beautiful moments we share as humans, let alone as parents, is not so much when we have the right answer, but when we're there together in something, then, then we can handle almost anything if we're in it together. And it's, remarkable. You were talking about this mom talking to her daughter about this car accident that happened. And actually, Debbie, you and I had been speaking Sunday morning, New York time, really early LA time. And the news had just come to me. My daughter is a 10th grade Camp Sternberg, attendee. And I wanted to be the first to let her know. I didn't want her to get it from a text, a friend, or even worse, some news article. And that is what happened. Right after our conversation, I went up to tell her. And one of her reactions after the immediate just sadness and shock was, what am I supposed to do? And I said to her, I don't think there's anything to do. There's no right thing to do. But it's to be, we're sad. It's just overwhelming. It's shocking right now. Later in the day, one of her friends was really struggling. And I said, now's an opportunity to be a good friend, and you can reach out, not with any answers, but just to be there for your friend. And so it sort of went down the line of me just showing up. I didn't have any great answers. I just wanted to be there for her. And it was just sad together. And then she was able to do that for her friend. And I don't think anybody came up with any brilliant answers about this tragedy. But I think bringing people together in unity and in vulnerability, and that we're sad and we're scared and we're overwhelmed and confused together, I think those bonds, when, we just read the parsha of Nashek Shura B'Nafshay, when you're bonded and you're attached together, then you can survive anything when you're together. And I think that maybe is the most crucial message.
And I think that what you did was you modeled for her something that is so important for kids, which is, how do I be a friend when someone else is suffering? And what about if some of my friends have no reaction at all and don't cry at all, and some friends are crying and whatever? It's an understanding that we all have different reactions to crisis and that they're all normal. They're all normal, but it's a way to discuss that. And the same is true of my reaction, or your reaction. You might be crying, you might not. Your friends may be, they may not. It's all normal. But you're teaching them how to be a friend and teaching them how to be open. I wanted to go back to something you had talked about in terms of bringing up topics with your friends, with your kids, friends. I think it's so important to bring up the topic of addictions, bring up the topic, they hear it from you. And I want to give you this little example of one of my own kids that's kind of humorous, but it really gives a message. So my older boys, before they went off to yeshiva, or maybe before they went off even to camp, maybe when they're in 8th grade, I sat down with them and I had the talk, I will admit it, and I talked to them about smoking. Now, my older boys are probably your age, Limey, so they're like in their early 40s. So I sat down at the time, my biggest concern was smoking, and I had a discussion with them about smoking, and I told them that we have a history in my family of my mother, who used to be, she hasn't smoked in 30 years, but she used to be a smoker. And my brothers all struggled with smoking. They don't anymore, but they all did. And that worried me. So I presented the vulnerability, but I really told them how important it was to me that they were cautious in terms of smoking. And we had the talk, right? My youngest, who is 10 years younger than them, so at one point when he was like, before going to yeshiva, he was like real irritable and getting, that adolescent-y stuff and whatever. And at one point I said to him, what's going on? And he goes, well, you don't care about me. And I said, what do you mean I don't care about you? And he goes, well, my brothers, before they went to yeshiva, you had the talk with them. You didn't have it with me. If you cared, you would have had it with me. And, he was young and he kind of forgot about it and whatever. But he took it as I didn't care about him. He wanted that talk. He wanted me to be open with him and have that conversation. And I think the kids do want us to address conversations, to be able in natural ways to bring things up.
Right. Absolutely. I think that this is a real shift for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That again, they have this notion, it's one thing if it comes up and you're sort of forced or compelled to deal with it, but let it stay under the rug, let it stay there, let kids be innocent. And one of the things that I think is so important for me to convey to people is we don't have this concept that ignorance is innocence. If you go back to the Torah again, it is full of everything. All emotions, all struggles, all of aspects of humanity are on display in the right way. And I think somewhere along the way, we got this notion of like, no, if we stay ignorant, then it's going to be protective. And I think what we found, and especially for this generation, is it's not going to work. That doesn't help. It just keeps a distance between parents and children. They will get the information, whether it's from their friends or from the media or from the internet, somewhere they're going to find. And this is not just a Jewish thing. This happened in the secular world as well. But the number of kids who turn to social media or to Google for, tell me about depression, tell me about mental health, is off the charts, because there they know I'm going to get an answer. Now, and that can be very difficult. They have to deal with all that information on their own. Sometimes the information is not the best, and they just don't have those supports at home to deal with it. And I think this idea of proactively looking for ways to bring up topics, both like you talked about in terms of smoking, of conveying a message, a particular family value and concern, that's imperative, but also just of being able to navigate the world, that this is there. And whether you're going to struggle with it or your friend, or you're going to hear about somebody, it's going to come up for you. And how much better to know I can always go to my parent. They might not have the answer, but I can always rely on them to show up, to be there, to say, you know what, maybe I'm going to ask, I'll inquire, I'm not sure, but they'll be open and authentic and honest. And I think that that's a lot easier said than done. The longer I do this, the more I find that it's sort of an inverse. The more okay you become with yourself, that means you're able to accept a lot of ugly things inside, a lot of emotions you don't want to have, a lot of actions you did that you regret. And instead of fighting ourselves and starting to suppress the same things we have inside, maybe we have these struggles with addictions or our own feelings, our anger, our anxieties, our fears, our disconnects. Oh, we're all very human. I think the more parents embrace their humanity, the more they're going to be able to show up for their kids. And the less that they can know, I got to be the parent. I have to be in control. I got to master this. My kids got to look a certain way. My family needs to look a certain way. Oh man, that's going to create the biggest vulnerability for you and your child. And it's so this really, it's a 180. The more accepting you become of yourself and your humanness, and the more you can transmit that to your children, the better off everybody's going to be. And then you can just have a really authentic relationship. And I think that there's something so special about that that's so hard to come by these days.
We live in a world where there is a lot of charity. There's a lot of kindness. There is a lot of chesed. There's a lot of sympathy. We don't live in a world where there's a lot of empathy. I think one of the most special things about the founding and the beginnings of Amudim, and what really makes its very foundation, is empathy. We look at each other, at other members of Klal Yisrael, and our fellow human beings, not as clients, not as those that need help, but we look at them as our own brothers and our sisters, as our own parents, as our own grandparents, uncles and aunts and nieces and nephews, and neighbors and friends and chavrusas. And that's what I think makes Amudim so special. That's what I think helps the staff of Amudim and the support system of Amudim stand up and go that extra mile.
I fully agree that concept of authentic relationship with them, it's so important. And I think going back to what you brought up at the beginning, looking at adolescence as a struggle and a challenge and a growth opportunity for the kids in a world that may be very confusing for them. I recently sat with a teacher that I was talking to about different issues that was going on. And she said they had a meeting in school of all their staff members. And one of the principals said something like, kids who are having, it's a very frum school, kids who are, can you teachers identify the kids who are having specific problems or kids who have, let's say, an off the derech sibling so that we can know that we have to identify mechaneches from them, whatever. And one teacher said, I think the assumption is it's every child. It is every single one of them that has something going on. And I think as parents, we've got to get it. If it's not in our family, then the next family has a struggle and our kids know. And what we need to know is really, if we don't bring it up and tell them what we want our perspective to be, they will hear it on the street and that will be their perspective.
Right. And I think that's an incredibly valuable point. I want to touch on something that's a little bit of an extension of this that you and I deal with a lot. I mean, Debbie Fox, you get enormous credit that we can't even fathom for bringing Safety Kid to the world and starting that abuse prevention work that really, at this point, I don't even know how many kids and families got educated because of. And that was a K-4 program that really was both for parents, schools, and children, had 3 components to educate them about abuse prevention. But where things really got stuck in some way was, what do we do with kids as they're entering the puberty years and the adolescent years, both on the girls and boys side? I know you did a lot of work on that, again, independent of the Safety Kid. I'm hoping soon to have a book out for parents of boys on the subject. And I think this is one of the hardest pieces, that this shift into, we need to proactively educate. And I think for so many, it feels like their arm is twisted. Oh, because of all this schmutz in the world and all this bad stuff in the internet, I have to ruin my kids' innocence, rather than seeing it as, no, kids are going to go through their developmental struggles. Kids' bodies are going to change. No kid ever needed to be taught about these topics in order to develop sexual drives and urges. And when I ask most people, do you honestly think that your son or daughter is going to learn about this in their chassan or kala class? They sheepishly giggle. But the idea of them proactively bringing this up is so hard. And I think it speaks to a lot of taboos and, again, very uncomfortable for people. But I think you hit it on the head that we want our children, when is the hardest point of childhood is often adolescence. It's the most confusing, difficult time that kids are actually aware of. They're not aware in infancy what's changing for them. This is really hard. And is there no better time for parents to show up and be there for kids? And how many of us would have benefited so enormously if some adult, whether it was a parent, a Rebbe, a mechaneches, or somebody, didn't wait till we struggled with something, but actually preemptively taught us what was going to change, what we were likely to encounter, the information needed, how many different types of internal and other issues could be avoided if we were to do this. I think it's enormous. And I think it took years to get even Safety Kit approved and to the point where it was. And I think now finally, we're as a community more ready for this, and the Rabbanim are really behind it now. And I hope this is a turning point for us communally, where we're stop playing defense and we're going to really go out there and be there for our kids, educate them about puberty, about sexuality, about intimacy, about mental health, about addictions, about even the peak struggles like suicidality. And I'm wondering if you have any specific thoughts or things you want to share about that.
So I think the first thing I would say, I so agree with you, and I know you know I do, but I so agree with you. And I think that really it begins so young. The younger you begin, I can remember when my oldest was, whatever it was, 1.5, or no, I guess my oldest was maybe 3 or 4, and I was pregnant with the third, whatever it was. And he was asking me questions about having a baby and where was the baby going to come from. And I was 21 or 22 years old or whatever. I didn't know what to answer. And I called up the pediatrician, and the pediatrician, Dr. Howie Klein, who now lives in Israel, said to me, "Debbie, I'm going to tell you one thing. If you say anything that's not true, like a stork brought the baby or whatever, he'll remember it forever. But if you tell the truth, be fine. Just tell the truth. Don't say anything that's not true." And you know what? He was 4, 5, 3 years old or whatever, but I've always remembered that. The sexuality and about growth and about whatever, it starts young, and it's got to be true. It's got to be the truth. And when we start talking to them about their body when they're young in the bath, we start making them feel comfortable talking to us about their body. When we identify their body parts for them, as Shlomo, you've heard me say before, in all honesty, they really do learn the name of body parts by the time they're 3 or 4 or 5 years old. We don't teach it to them, but their friends do.
Right.
And do we want them to learn from their friends? Because what they learn is, if something happens, they go to their friends and not us. So it's hard for us to name body parts. And I often say to parents, practice at the mirror, practice with each other. But if you can say, I know it's hard for us, but who else do you want to teach them? So we need to come forward at that age. The more comfortable we are talking about things when they're very young, the more they will come back to us when something happens, right? And if we take those window of opportunities all through their life, they're going to go to camp, and you sit down and you say, I remember when I went to camp, things that happened, when boys pulled each other's bathing suits off, when there are games that are played that are inappropriate, when girls are sleeping in each other's beds, when they're playing games and pulling each other's towels away, when they're coming out of the shower. I want to talk about those things with you. I remember them. I want to talk about those things with you. It's a great time to talk about and bring that up. It's that opening of the conversation about their body, so that when you start talking about puberty with them, about getting their period, about what that process is, and about what are the changes that are going to happen. As you talk about it, whether it's a girl or a boy, and the more naturally you bring it up, the more what they hear is your tone, that it's okay for us to talk about. When you talk about breasts developing, and we talk about that you're going to get hair and you're going to need to wear deodorant and, even an odor, and you talk about all those things that happen, hair on the body, where it comes, and it means I can bring it up to you. I can bring these topics up to you. And as they mature and you feel it's the right time based on either the questions they ask or you feel, or you've got a window move into talking about intimacy and sexuality with kids, it moves up in time in a natural way where you can bring it up with them. One of my kids at one point, I brought it up and he said, okay, Mom, that's it. I've had enough. But you know what? That's okay. He can go up to that point and say, that's it, I've had enough. And you can pick it up at another time. But I think the issue of looking at practicing being open, practicing saying things that are important, who else do you want them to learn it from?
And I think that's incredible. And I think, again, the modeling of being able to be awkward and be vulnerable and share and bring it up on purpose, intentionally. But like you said, if you start early and you build the muscle of sharing and teaching the vocabulary and being real and dealing with developmentally appropriate things as they come and as people hear, and they come in with all this information. My oldest was telling me that, oh my gosh, do you know what your first grader knows? I was like, oh yeah, he's in yeshiva. Of course I know what he knows. And he tells me that I know every curse. And he starts, the S one, the other one. And of course, he's getting this there. And then the question is, what am I teaching him versus what is he going to learn? And also, if I preempt, then I get to teach something with my values. I get to teach on a clean slate my Torah values, my moral and ethical values, how our family views things and lives, versus now having to undo. And so I think the earlier you do this and the more you do it first and you preempt, you become the go-to, you become the secure person, you become the safe person, and you become the best source of information in their lives. And aside from just the information, that's the bond. Mom and dad are mom and dad. I can rely on them. They help not just feed me and clothe me and provide shelter. They help provide my real emotional needs, my informational needs, and they help preempt. And of course, it's very natural that the kids can say, okay, Mom, I had enough. When I had one before a Shabbos, he said, you have to do it before lunch. I want parents to know that that's perfectly normal and that's okay. And that we just keep going, because I wanted to know that, yeah, it's awkward for you, for me, but I'm here and we can have this. And like you said, we pick it up.
And it's okay to come to me and for me to be awkward. Laimi, you brought up the concept of vulnerability. They're vulnerable, we're vulnerable. And also, I really feel that sharing with kids, oversharing is one thing, but sharing appropriately with kids is important because they see that you've had that struggle. They see that, or that you know. And I think that that's important. Saying when I was in yeshiva, I can remember that. I remember that people spoke that way. I remember some of these conversations. I remember, it lets them know you're in the same world.
Right. I want to I see we're running out of time. I want to just touch on that. I think you made such an amazing point that we're afraid to share. Share our own struggles, our own histories, especially parents who struggle even with emotional issues or things like that. And I think a parent can really share almost anything in the right way, as long as you're not burdening the child now has to become your therapist or your doctor or over parentified that they have to take care of you. If you could show, I have this struggle, but I have the right help and I'm working it through and the adults are working on it, I think the sky's the limit on what you can share. And again, we live in a myth that, if I'm struggling this, probably the kids don't know. Yeah, the kids might not be able to put the label on it, but they're living with it. whatever emotional, physical, anything going on in the family, the kids are the first sensors. They're the canary in the coal mine. They might not be able to express what exactly is going on, but they pick it up the most. And again, the best thing we can do is share and deal with facts, because the mind, what it'll create is much worse than anything in reality. And at least here I have those safeguards who can help me deal with it. So I think that's an incredibly important point. And I don't know if there's anything you want to just sum up with.
I just want to say, just in terms of the point you just made, I'm working with a client right now whose mother is in a severe depression, but refuses for her daughter to know that. The daughter feels it's all her, that her mother can't communicate with her. And if only the mother would do exactly what you're saying, you don't have to go through all the details, but explain, I'm going through a hard time now. The daughter would not be struggling so difficult in such a difficult manner. But I think that in closing up, it's really about seeing your children, being present for them, being vulnerable with them to a degree, and really trying to be the one to communicate with them and to bring things up with them. You want to be that parent the kids can talk to, and the more they feel that. And so bring it up in whatever way you can, so that you and your kids can communicate about things that are difficult.
I think it's excellent. Again, I think the more okay we become with our own vulnerabilities, with our own issues, we can be more accepting of ourselves. That allows us to be present with others. And the more we don't have to be perfect parents, and the more we don't have to have the answers, and we don't have to have our kids perfected, we can show up and be there, and we can really have that connection. Then it's an amazing thing that when kids have those good, authentically sharing parents, the research is off the charts, and we know this clinically. Those kids do amazingly, and they're resilient, and they can handle challenges. And we can't bubble wrap our kids. Each one is going to have their struggle, and we can't control that. But when they have that backing of a parent who's there and shows up and can be real and vulnerable and authentic, the sky's the limit.
And I just want to say that not every child is the same, and there may be ways of communicating with one that's different than another. One of my children, I had a journal with, specific kind of a journal, and that journal we used probably for 7 years. And when there were difficult times that this child had, she had, and she couldn't talk about it, she would write it, and I would write back. And we used this over 7 years. We ended up talking about it, but over 7 years before she got married was the last time that we had a journal entry. She, till this day, holds on to that. And so maybe it's in writing. Maybe it's when you go on a trip a little bit in a car rather than just in person in the house. Maybe it's dad that has it because he's more comfortable with it. Think about what works with your child.
Right. Absolutely. That's great. Debbie, it's always great talking with you. I hope this was helpful I certainly enjoyed it. I hope it's helpful for our Amudim audience. And again, on behalf of Amudim, I can't thank you enough for doing this. And those of you out there, please contribute to this wonderful cause.
Thank you. Okay. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in for the Unite to Heal 2021 campaign. This is our second year at this, and it's a pleasure and privilege to be with you all. My name is Miriam Lankry. I'm the clinical director at Amudim. I am here with Dr. David Pelkowitz and Dr. Hindi Klein. Dr. Pelkowitz is the Strauss Chair in Psychology at the Israeli Graduate School, YU. Dr. Hindi Klein is psychoanalyst, psychotherapist in private practice, a senior clinical consultant for OHEL, and both are members of the board at Amudim. Dr. Pelkowitz is on the board, and Dr. Klein is a member of the clinical advisory board. I welcome both of you here tonight. Thank you for doing this. I'm humbled to be part of this amazing team. And we're here tonight to talk about a very sensitive subject, sexual abuse. Dr. Pelkowitz, as a therapist who deals with the entire Jewish community in many important areas, but specifically sexual abuse, maybe you could share with us what pushed you into this field, into this particular area.
Okay, yeah. So I've been, working with sexual abuse in the Jewish community going back over 40 years. The first thought I wanted to share with you, which we didn't discuss before, but I think it's important, is what shaped my thinking in the area of what parents need to know, what people in general need to know about abuse prevention and abuse impact, etc., was shaped by a study I did many years ago, where there was a school bus driver who had sexually abused a group of children. They were on their way to school, and he would pull up behind the local, one of the local supermarkets, and he did it in a predictable way so that nobody realized what was happening. And these were little kids who were 4 or 5 years old. And I discovered something absolutely shocking to me when we did a systematic study of what happened. We were able to show from court records and able to show also from attendance records what the abuser, who was convicted of many counts of child sexual abuse, had admitted to, was that on the day that we knew that he had abused the children saw an excellent film put out by Disney on sex abuse prevention. It had all the elements of sex abuse prevention, doing role plays, helping kids understand how not to blame themselves, how to develop wariness without fear. And a nurse then came in and gave the kids a lecture also. She was excellent on abuse prevention. And we found out later that on the day that they heard the nurse, on the day that they literally had this excellent film shown, they were all abused by this abuser. So a study I did with some of my colleagues is we asked them a simple question. What were you thinking? We did it in a nice way. We didn't want to make them feel guilty, but we asked, what are you guys thinking? You know, you saw the film, you heard the nurse who you really liked, you literally, we told you everything that you need to do, and not a single kid disclosed the abuse. And the number one answer given by the kids was, tell my parents the disgusting things that this man did to us, they'd kill us. Because that's what kids do for a living. They blame themselves. And that made me passionate about what we're talking about tonight, passionate about the need to really talk to our kids, to name the monster, to be able to open up their minds to the knowledge that if anything happens to them that makes them feel somehow that they're not safe, or somebody touches them in a way that makes them feel like that uh-oh feeling, this isn't right, that they should immediately go and tell, the person they love, the person who they know will have their back. Might be the mother, might be the father, might be any number of people, but it makes such a difference. I've had the experience countless times where parents went to a session on the basics of sex abuse prevention, their role in that. And then I'd hear countless examples of when they themselves were abused, which we're going to talk about a little bit later, but countless examples of where they implemented what they learned in an abuse prevention program in a way that stopped the abuse.
So if I can comment on what you're saying, David, which is so important, I think the parent education of the children and the connection. So I'll ask a question that is somewhat painful even to ask, but I think it has to be asked. And what happens if the parent is the abuser? So what happens if the father is the abuser? What happens if the mother is the abuser? And what I've seen sometimes is that if the father is the abuser, sometimes the patient will say, I'm angrier at my mother because she didn't protect me. Because the abuser is looked upon as, horrible or crazy or sick or the monster, so to speak. Where was mommy? Or if it was the other way around, where was daddy? Where was Tati? Where was Abba?
And to perhaps compound on Dr. Klein's question, oftentimes parents will tell the child, something looks like something's wrong. You can tell me anything. If somebody did something to you, I'm going to go kill them and you don't have to be afraid. And the little boy or the little girl is thinking, well, it was my sibling. Are you going to kill my sibling?
Right.
They won't share because they're actually afraid now of what's going to happen next and what kind of rupture they might cause in this family.
Yeah, and by the same token, sometimes the parents, because a lot of the research, I think, David, correct me if I'm wrong, is that very often the parents, let's say there's abuse going on, not with the parent, but it's going on with a sibling, uncle, grandfather, etc. Very often the parents are not aware because the children are scared to tell, to share. And the parents are not aware. And when they become aware, they're like shocked. Like, how come the child is now 25? I've had this. How come the young woman or the young man is now 25, married with their own children? And I'm finding out now that they were sexually abused by a sibling. There is so much research and there's literature and there's so much personal experience that we've all had with doing this. But at the end of the day, do we know all the answers? We don't. But if we can come away with things that are psychologically minded, reflective type of thoughts and ideas for our listeners to hear and to say, you know what, let me think about that. Let me kind of chew that up and let me take that to my therapist, or let me discuss that with my rabbi or something. So if people can come away from this tonight by thinking this was really thought-provoking for me and I need to think about this and take it a step further.
The point of very often it's a family member, and as horrifying as that is to hear, but we also need to understand that abuse thrives on secrecy, and the secrecy feeds a sense of stigma, a sense of shame. And it makes sense to the kid because the kid knows as long as I don't say anything, I'm safe. But as soon as I talk about it, very often there have been threats. There's a fear that it was really their fault, especially if they might have felt a little bit of pleasure at the time, and which is the most understandable kind of normal response. And you put it all together, and what you have is a kid who is the norm is not to talk about it. And one more point, which we have to keep hammering away here, is it's far more likely statistically that the abuser in the case of sex abuse is somebody who the child knows. It's not like that dirty old man in his raincoat, It's much more likely to be, it could be a cousin, it could be a neighbor, it could be a friend, or it could actually be a direct family member like a sibling, and that heightens to a certain extent the damage. But the main thing that I hope we could spend some time talking about, I can imagine the average parent hearing this and just getting very thrown by this. The main thing I think that we need to hold on to is the fact that very often the norm is resilience. As long as you're there in a stable way with your kid and you continue to have them give them a sense that you believe in them and that you really are going to protect them and you're going to have the community protect them. In the years that I've been doing this, and I follow, many kids into adulthood in my practice, I'm amazed at how often it is that as much as the damage might be, at the end of the day, with the right kind of help, which I'd love to hear your thoughts about, kids could emerge, definitely impacted, but with a lot of resilience and strength around them.
I think that several things. Number one, if there's a good, strong parent-child attachment and relationship from the outset, even though the parent won't know, but then the parent will find out, and there will be a space of acceptance, validation. I believe you. Oh my goodness, what can I do to help you? I think that will help. We talked about the coherent narrative, that if the child afterwards, through their resilience and through the strong connection with their parent or whoever else will believe them and validate them, will be able to develop a stronger sense of a coherent narrative, which they will be able to use later on in their healing, in their repair, in their therapy. I think that will be very helpful. I'm reminded, David, of the essay, what you wrote, and you've said the story, which has always been so powerful for me, that, in terms of resilience, and the young man who was on the brink of suicide, but he used to get a card from his Rebbe every single year on his birthday. And I think he wrote his Rebbe, or he called his Rebbe or something like that. Oh, you saved my life today. Why did you save my life today? Because he was literally about to go and kill himself. And then he went and he was 30 years old. And then he went and he saw all the cards that the Rebbe had sent him over the past 15 years. Oh my goodness, somebody cares about me. I matter to somebody. And that saved his life. That to me is such a powerful, powerful story of what therapy, of what life and what therapy is all about. That somebody cares about you, and that's what comes out in the clinical treatment situation, that somebody cares about you, and it's so powerful. Okay.
What's so fascinating is that literally in every study I've ever seen, the long-term studies on resilience in kids who are abused, the top of the list is just one person who cares. It's three active ingredients, or one person who cares, that kind of connection, somebody holding your hand and hugging you. And then there's also a sense of a cohesive belief system, some kind of religious beliefs, even if you're not actively observant, but believing in something greater than yourself. And then also all the studies have another superpower that seems to be an active ingredient in resilience, and that's tzedakah. People who give charity.
People who give back,
people who give back, either by helping others, by mentoring others, but also literally in these longitudinal studies on where they looked at everybody born in three islands. Okay, Martha's Vineyard, Isle of Wight, and Kauai. And they follow them, I think in one case from 1956 to this very day. And what's fascinating is the power of those who, going through horrible times, were able to help at least one other person or were able to give charity, or were able to volunteer, that made enormous difference. And I imagine at the end, Miriam, when you give your Amudim pitch, that could be used. You know?
This is the best reason.
I think I'm going to have to give that pitch. You already set it up so perfectly. You know, it would be too easy an alley-oop for me to take it from there. But I find it fascinating. The charity piece people have done for others. We know one of the very meaningful tenets of 12-step programs is acts of service. And without, you know, of course, going to meetings and the person's sobriety and working their program, but with that as well are the acts of service. And I think that's a little bit the idea of, you know, getting out of your own self-centeredness, and in a positive way, that being, you know, too involved in your own troubles could actually be detrimental at that point. So when you're too stuck in your own head, in you know, in the 12-step program with addiction, these acts of service really kind of take you, you know, open up the world for you. It's more than just me and my experience. I find it really interesting that the studies show this with abuse victims as well. It's fascinating. Dr. Pelkowitz, I wonder if you would, you know, for the people who are out there, you know, watching, speak a little bit to parents who are hearing this, I'm sure are feeling anxious and want some guidance on perhaps prevention, and maybe even how to identify if possibly something happened.
Right. So in terms of identification, there's you know, no simple list, but the basic ideas are, if you see a change in your child's behavior in a way that's not typical, if they show unusual concerns about their body, if they show concerns where they are suddenly avoiding you know, certain people, places, the kid who used to you know, always love going to the indoor swimming program in the community and now refuses to go. A kid who used to love hanging around, you know, with friends, and now there's like a real change, like, you know, like that. But it's basically about your children. Very often these kids, the light of their soul starts to extinguish a little bit. When we see those kind of signs, again, you know, the sexualized behavior, regression, you know,
Sexual preoccupation.
There's, you know, that whole list. You know, the key is to be able to gently take it seriously and to gently, you know, try to figure out what's going on. Very often it's helpful to go to a professional who specializes in this area, or to go to Amudim to find out, you know, you know, because you don't want to have a response that will, you know, have your child start to become confused because of picking up on your anxiety. But that's where Amudim actually can be incredibly helpful in terms of taking you step by step from a place where there's nothing quite as terrifying as thinking that your child's innocence has been stolen. And we have to keep telling yourself this is a workable reality. Kids are, you know, can always be helped. And most importantly, there's help out there. Just knowing that there's help out there can make all the difference in the world, and that there's hope.
You know, it's so interesting that you say that, David. One of the things that about 25, 26 years ago, we established the Task Force on Children and Families at Risk, which is now called the United Task Force. And this was 26 years ago when, unfortunately, a child was killed by his parent. Really was an accident, but the child died at the hands of the parent. And then we established this program, and we are now a consortium of 40 agencies. But one of the things that we used to do is that we used to develop ways to interview and to evaluate children. In other words, one of the things that I know that Amudim does, and when you call Amudim and they try to take you, like you said, step by step, is that they will try to find an evaluator, a clinician, who not only will do a consultation with the parent or with the child, but has very specific ways. You're not supposed to lead the witness, so to speak, who is maybe through dolls, play therapy, and so on, who has very specific ways to evaluate as best as they can, obviously, whether the child was sexually abused or not, and how, because you can ask questions. You have to be able to ask questions in a very, very specific way. And this involves some very expert training. So let's say I would call Miriam and I would say, I need somebody who really needs some expert evaluation for their child. I'm a parent and I need and I'm panicking. And I say, you know what, I'm going to call Amudim and I'm going to ask them if they have evaluators. And I know Miriam does. And they have a beautiful roster of therapists and specialists. And you'll get somebody who will be able to evaluate your child, obviously speak with the parents, but you want to make sure, I would be like, how obsessive you want to be about it, that the child is evaluated in a way that's appropriate and not just, there's a real art and a science to doing these evaluations if they're very concerned and they do want it. Now, not everybody takes their child for an expert evaluation, but certainly they need to consult somebody professional.
And I have to give a shout out here to my team at Amudim, large group of case managers, their supervisors, Project Heal, and just how everyone works so beautifully together. So much of what each case manager will do with the people who call is hear the details that the parent is bringing, and a lot of psych education is going on the phone. Parents might hear any one of those symptoms that we that Dr. Pelkowitz and Hindi just mentioned, and will really start to feel panicky. Sometimes kids just grow out of basketball and they don't want to do it anymore. So it's really about, the case managers will talk to the parent, will be able to help them navigate just this first step. And then of course, send them to the professionals. I mean, all of the case managers are clinicians as well, but they're really able to contain and support. And it's a very powerful thing, very useful thing to have someone to talk to when you're at this real inner turmoil that somebody may have hurt your child may have suffered some sort of abuse, to have like this calming voice on the other end of the phone and just reassuring you and helping you navigate this process, because it could be truly overwhelming.
And I think also, which leads into a little bit of a different topic, but we could stay with this and then go into it. Mm-hmm. What makes children hesitate? They're scared, they're fearful to come to their parents and to tell them this is what happens and so on, no matter what the age is. And I think part of it, which really feeds into their sense of shame and guilt and self-loathing and disgust with themselves, is that if you understand this from a developmental point of view, it feels good. And sometimes because some of the sexual interactions feel good, they think that, it's my fault that this is happening because, I like it, even though they know rationally as they get older that what this is not their fault. But it's hard for them to differentiate that, because at the time that it might have happened, it felt good. And they don't understand that even though it feels good, it's not their fault and it's not them, and that they were wronged. And so they're embarrassed and they're ashamed, because they would have to maybe admit that, that's why. And I've had this with many, many patients who I've worked with over the years, that there is such a sense of self-loathing and self-hatred, because they couldn't, at that young age. Now in retrospect, they might understand it if they're older, but at that young age, it was so confusing for them. It was just so confusing how something could be so wrong that might feel good. And they, that's part of the repair that you do in trying to help them develop a healthier sense of self. And that, I think, has to be done. Well, that's done over a period of time and with, good treatment and so on.
Dr. Pelkowitz, any pointers on prevention?
Well, the key is to just talk to your kids without freaking them out. The research shows that if you talk to your child that your anxiety or their anxiety goes through the roof, it's going to lessen the efficacy of the prevention. But if you don't get them realistically anxious at all, it also lessens the chances. The key is to talk about it in a way that teaches them, some basics of, to follow their instincts, and how to be wary of anybody who touches them in a way or treats them in a way that feels uncomfortable. And it doesn't even have to be something that starts in a purely sexual way. Sometimes there is a grooming process where little by little it starts with just inappropriate violation of boundaries, and then it gradually becomes the whole sexualized kind of thing. Now, not everybody falls completely apart if they're, God forbid, sexually abused, but a surprisingly high percentage of kids it really does have impact. And that's why it's just so important to talk to your kids. And it may be something as simple as just a simple conversation. I find, for example, that Rabbi Yanki Horowitz's book on child safety.
Just thinking that, it's amazing.
It was done so beautifully and so in a way that was so developmentally sensitive. And he had, totally different art for different segments of the Hasidic community and of the more secular community in Israel and whatever. It's an amazing thing to look at. And I know that, I know it may sound a little bizarre, but among my grandchildren who have been living with us during COVID, I have a little 3-year-old granddaughter who Yanki's book is her favorite book. Now you may say, wow, what happened to her? I know, I'm telling you, nothing happened to her. I know nothing happened. She just loves the book.
Right.
And
no, because okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, because I find I don't have the book in front of me, but I have the book as well. It's a great book because the way he smoothly, he's got how to stay safe. So how to stay safe, I don't know, all the typical day-to-day things
Wearing
about
a helmet when you go biking.
When you're biking, when you cross the street, the fire, or this or that. And all of a sudden in the middle, like literally in the middle of the book, how to stay safe in terms of your body. And if somebody touches you in an inappropriate way, or it makes you, I think some people describe it as the box of their body. There's this box that, those areas that are your private areas. And if somebody touches you somewhere within that box, you should be aware that and makes you feel uncomfortable, and so on and so forth. I don't think he mentions that in this book, but I've heard that also. But it's just kind of segues as part of how to stay safe. Okay, so how to stay safe here. So it's like, it really is so smoothly and brilliantly done. And it just gets read as another chapter.
And kids then, if something happens, they feel that they could actually, this is something that I could actually, this is exactly what, Abba Nima or, Tati and Mommy talked to me about. And one study that I won't go into detail on, but it's just such a beautiful study. They found that if you talk to your kids about the possibility of abuse, doing some kind of abuse prevention, and there are a number of excellent resources that are on the Amudim website. But if you just talk to them a little bit about, here are some of the things that you could do. You could say no, you go and you tell a trusted adult, you don't believe the threats, and all those kinds of things. Just the fact that you talk to your kid about it lessens risk in that child in terms of the impact of the abuse, even if it doesn't stop the abuse, because they know that they have somebody in their corner who's watching out for them. And I find that to be so comforting, that it's not something out of our control. It's very much in our control. Dr. Susie Schulman, who, did a beautiful, some beautiful work on this over the decades as a pediatrician, first in
Borough Park.
First in Borough Park, and I think now in Ramat Beit Shemesh, or is she still in Borough Park?
No, I think she retired Borough Park.
Huh?
I think I don't think she's working in Borough Park.
Yeah. So I think she moved to Eretz Yisrael, where she's doing. Her daughter is also a pediatrician, and they're doing all this amazing stuff. But Susie has simple things to tell your kids. Number one, your mommy loves you. I'll always love you. Nothing you'll do will ever take that love away from you. This is the way she talks to preschoolers. I want to hear about things that happen in school, all the good things and even the bad things that happen. If you've done a bad thing, I may not like what you did, but I'll always love you. And then the simplest thing, there are three kinds of touches. The yes touch, that's like when mommy hugs you to make you feel good. The no touch, like when you, when a kid hits you, that's obviously something that is not good. It hurts when the kid hits you. But then what we're talking about is the I don't know touch. This is when someone touches you and it doesn't hurt, but it makes you feel funny. If anybody comes to you and touches you that way, say no, go away, and immediately tell your parent about it, or tell the safe person in your life about it. This may sound almost dangerous. Isn't it possible that it'll lead to violence? That's not at all typically what happens. What typically happens is that when a child is taught assertiveness and taught how to say no and how to go to the right person, it typically can lead, the abuser, will now be able to be taken care of. Hopefully, that's exactly what Amudim does so beautifully, in a way that'll make the community safer.
Right. And I think that, that's very important for parents with young children. But, all the milestone times, their first time off to camp, their first time off to a high school dorm, the first time off to Israel, to yeshiva or a seminary. These are all the times that, whether they're, young children. So what you said, David, about the parents talking to them, and I think that's brilliant. And then all the speeches you want, you're getting ready to go off to camp. So let's sit down and have the parent-child talk about, what might happen in camp, and, phrase it the way you phrase it in terms of, keeping safe and not letting anyone do anything to you in a way that'll make you feel uncomfortable. And you could talk about that. But I think that what you said before and what it's so, and then when they're off to seminary, even though going off to seminary and going off to the, yeshivas, when you think, oh, they're older, they know how to protect themselves. But sometimes if they've been not, touched by anyone, in other words, they've led very pure type of uneventful type of this type of life, and they go to seminary and they're on, or yeshiva, and they're on their own, and it's exciting, and they're making close friends, and all of a sudden, before you know it, something develops that could be inappropriate. Whether it's years ago, I'm sure David, Miriam, you might be aware of this, about this Rav in one of the major seminaries who was terribly sexually abusing his students. And this was a majorly respected rabbi, teacher, professor, who was horribly abusing his students. So this could happen, whether it's between students or whatever. And, so you have to give them this little speech no matter what, because even if they're older and you would think developmentally understanding of what's going on, if they've never had any sort of experience, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, you're amazing, like, love, and who knows what else you want to call it. So, it could be shocking, and it could turn into something that is very painful and detrimental to the, we get these calls all the time. I would get calls, they would come home from seminary, and we get the call that such and such a thing happened to them in seminary and yeshiva, and they need to be in treatment.
What's really important for people to realize is that the sexual abuse does not just end after a victim is abused. The effects of sexual abuse last a lifetime. And unless treated early and quickly, we have seen all too often victims of sexual abuse spiral downward, whether it's towards addiction, promiscuity, self-harm. Untreated victims of sexual abuse all too often lose the ability to trust, lose the ability to have healthy relationships, and lose the ability to communicate effectively. It is so important that as soon as we find out that somebody was sexually molested, we get them the proper treatment as quickly as possible so that we can give them the chance to lead a real, healthy, great life.
very powerful on David's list that you were reading from the pediatrician. I think it was maybe the third item. Nothing that you could do would take away the love that I have for you. And sure, that's maybe alluding to sharing something that might be shocking, but I think a lot of what we see nowadays, there seems to be some studies that show that adult child abuse has decreased with all of the awareness and the vigilance and nanny cams and things like that are out there. But peer-to-peer abuse is more on the rise. Sometimes it could be unintended, harmless exploration, but could definitely leave one or both of the people with some kind of traumatic residue. So when a parent tells a child, and we often, myself and other of my team at Amudim have to explain to a child that when you're giving this preventive talk to your children, make sure to include the part that if they did something that maybe they're not sure was so okay, what maybe wasn't so kosher, and they're having feelings about it and they're doubting themselves, or maybe they got a strong reaction from somebody, that it's okay for them to share that as well and to bring that to the parents' attention. And it will be dealt with. Hopefully there's a connection between the parent and child, and while consequences need to be taken, but it's not going to be punitive, it's going to be dealt with. We're going to help you. So there's a way that needs to be conveyed as well, giving that over to our kids, that if not only something happened to you, but if you were ever in a situation where you felt or did something that was less than ideal, it's okay to share that with the safe person in your life as well, and you'll be dealt with safely.
Yeah, that's an important point.
Yeah. So in terms of clinical treatment, if a person has actually gone through this and they have this experience and in some way or another do feel compromised, they're in some way in their life they feel like they're not functioning or not feeling as well as they would like to, they go into therapy. Hindi, what would you suggest that they look for in their treatment? How does one choose a trauma therapist?
So, there's many different facets of this, but I'll say the few, and then we could all chime in together. Number one, I think you need to look for somebody who is very well trained in general, because I think this is such a delicate and difficult topic, which will have an effect on the therapist doing the work, which I will call countertransference, but people will talk about the effect of what it has on you, the reaction that the therapist has to working with such traumatized material. So you want to choose somebody who is an expert, or who has a psychologist, a social worker, a psychiatrist, who has a lot of experience, and specifically experience in trauma. And either they have been formally trained in trauma work, or that through the course of their experience, 10, 20, 30 years, have had a tremendous amount of experience working with trauma. And I think that one of the things I had mentioned earlier when we chatted was that to me, the most important part of the treatment, the most mutative or healing factor in any therapeutic treatment, but I think specifically in this one, is the relationship, how important the therapeutic alliance and the therapeutic relationship is, so that the person feels safe, because trust is such an issue, safety is such an issue, feelings of being intruded upon is such an issue. I have found, and this is something I've found over the years, that very often when I work with patients late at night, very late at night, they're the last session that come in. It's late at night, and there's whatever little phones have been ringing, or hearing doorbells or whatever, it's finished. Nobody else is coming. So I always find that, like, from an intrusion point of view, it's very quiet. And it's kind of increases somehow the intimacy of the time spent together in a very safe way. And I have found that people who have suffered from sexual abuse do very, very well in late night sessions, because nobody's coming after them. and there's no sense of intrusion. And the whole idea of safety and security and safety and security and trust, because they have such a hard time with trust. And also to help them find their voice, because very often their voices have been silenced, and because they're scared out of their wits to report anything or to say anything to anyone. And in the treatment, whether they do it via the talking, whether we do it, which is psychoanalytic or psychodynamic psychotherapy, whether we do it through mind-body work, which is sensory motor psychotherapy or somatic psychotherapy, or journaling, writing, drawing, whatever it is, whatever modality it is, where the person feels that they can express themselves and they can have a voice. I was talking with my daughter, who is a psychologist. Her name is Dr. Malki Meyerfeld, and she runs a group for sexual abuse patients, victims. And she was telling them that one of them is what? Survivors, thank you, sorry. Survivors. And she was saying that one of the most dramatic and healing factors is the fact that they now have a voice. It seems that, if you read something to them or you show something to them, and then afterwards they say, no, we don't like it that way. We don't like this line, and we don't like this thing. We want you to change it. We want you to read the poem this way or that way. And then you say, sure, no problem. And they feel very validated and they feel very acknowledged. They say, you know what? You heard what I had to say. You took my advice under advice. You took what we had to say under advisement, and you changed whatever you changed. And they have a voice. And that is very, very important. Okay. So, I could go on and on, but please.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the implicitly learned inability to touch, to trust, and the ruptured attachment that the abuse caused. All of this gets repaired, you're saying, in that positive alliance with the therapist. So yeah, definitely makes a lot
very, very important. I think that's what saves the day, quite frankly. Mm-hmm. David, I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I agree completely. No, it's all about connection.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
About reparative connection.
That's right.
Connection. Yeah. And the therapeutic room becomes like a microcosm for the outside world. So if they can have a voice, a relationship, trust, safety in the office, then they can take it with them outside into the world, and hopefully have that with the people in their life outside, the people that they already have, and maybe the people that they hope to have. But that ability to feel safe, to be able to trust, and to be able to actually relate becomes so meaningful in the life of someone, for someone who's trying to recover from the abuse, the trauma that they went through.
Right. And having, maybe David, you'd like to speak about this, because I know this comes up in treatment all the time, the religiosity, the relationship with God. Well, I must be a terrible person because God is all powerful and all knowing, and he gave, he made this happen to me. So what's wrong with me?
Yeah, no, there's been all kinds of research, both in our community and in the broader community, about one of the core areas that gets impacted by ongoing sexual abuse is what it does to systems of meaning, what it does to our sense, our belief systems, to our sense of purpose in the world, and to our religious beliefs. So a shockingly high number of people who leave our religion and end up on the streets, or end up somehow, becoming actively anti-observant, have histories of sexual abuse, because, and these are often very spiritual people, mm-hmm. but their mode of connecting has been so violated that it shows itself with the lack of Amudim. There was a study that was just published a year or so ago by Dr. Rosemarin and some of his colleagues that I was somewhat tangentially involved in, that showed very definitively, this connection between religious alienation on the one hand and abuse on the other. But then, in keeping with the theme of resilience, when they reconnect to themselves, their benadam atzma, their connection to themselves, and start to the healing that often takes place through organizations like Amudim, that's when you start to see a whole cascade of improvement in not only therapeutically but also in terms of their belief, and that's often an incredible vehicle. Very often it's helpful to have a rabbinic mental health partnership, to have a sensitive, well-trained rabbi who Amudim often works with, or we might work with, who will work synergistically with us, with therapists, so that you're not working at odds with each other. Some of the most effective interventions I've seen have come from Rav Matisyahu Solomon, who is a major leader of the Lakewood community, who's come up with unbelievably creative ways of working with the pediatricians in his community and the therapists in his community to promote community healing, working in partnership with therapists and he and his colleagues as the rabbi. It's so nice to see,
I think that's an amazingly good point, and I think one of the definitive parts of that term is that the rabbi is a very psychologically minded and very much of a pro, really getting treatment and really working together with whomever, with a therapist or whatever. Because I've had referrals over the years from Hasidische Rabbanim and Hasidische Dayanim who have sent young women to therapy who have been sexually abused, and who said that the young women are ready for shidduchim, and everyone's ready for the young woman to go into shidduchim, and the Rebbe, but the girl was resistant or whatever. I'm thinking of one case in general. The girl was resistant, but she was going to go along because the parents are saying without chasanah and you have to get married, and no. And then the Rebbe said, how about this? How about you go to therapy? And you can't even, she told the parents, you can't consider any shidduchim until the child has gone to therapy. I think she was 19 at the time. And sure enough, they come in very often, these young women come in. I'm never getting married. I'm never going to be able to touch a young man. I am never, ever, ever. It's the never, ever, ever syndrome. And then through the therapy and the healing relationship and so on and so forth. And I think there's a lot of different supportive work that has to be done once they are ready to start dating. And then even possibly, if it's appropriate, to meet the young man they're dating, and so on and so on and so forth. And ultimately them getting married and then calling you with the nachas call that, hi, I just had a baby. Wow. Which is the nachas call. But it sometimes it seems impossible, and sometimes it's the Hasidische Dayanim, Rebbes, rabbis, Rabbanim, that really say, listen, you're not dating, you're not doing this, you're not doing that until you speak to somebody. So I think that has really helped our community tremendously.
We're coming to a close here tonight. Dr. Pelkowitz, if you can give us some closing remarks.
Sure, I'll close with a story. I have many stories running through my mind, but the one that last crossed my mind a few seconds ago was the story of Rav Aryeh Levin. Many of you have heard of the famous Rav Aryeh Levin, one of the great rabbis of our last generation, who was loved everybody. There wasn't anybody who was beyond the reach of his love. And he's a little short guy. And I heard a speech given by his grandson, where there was a young man in his neighborhood who, for whatever reason, stopped being observant. Who knows? We could speculate why. But so you have to picture Barry Levin as this short guy, spent a lot of his time in prisons, taking care of the emotional needs of these prisoners, many of whom were abused. And there was this teenage kid in the neighborhood who was very tall, and had evidently stopped being observant. He was no longer wearing a yarmulke. He just no longer looked at all like he was a member of the community. And Rabbi Levin wanted to talk to him. He didn't know what happened. He just wanted to talk to him. So for a long time, he was trying to catch him. This was a big, tall kid. He'd see this short little Rabbi Levin, and he would start running to the other side of town. One day, Rabbi Levin cornered him, and he said, we'll call him Yossi. He said, Yossi, why do you keep running away from me? I miss you. I want to talk to you. I want to hug you. So this teenage kid says, Rabbi, I'm so embarrassed. So I'm not even wearing a yarmulke. I stopped wearing a yarmulke. He had a buzz cut or whatever. And Rav Levin gave him a smile and a hug. And he said, from where I'm standing, okay, all I can see is your heart. All I could see is your heart. And it's that message is that, that's what Amudim is all about for me. It's an organization that saves lives, that sees hearts, and that's really there. And I'll just end with, I just had one thought that we didn't share, just one program that's changed my summers for years. During the summer, I used to spend an inordinate amount of time fielding phone calls from all kinds of summer camps, from modern Orthodox to Hasidish, about sexual abuse, about horrible abuse stories that destroyed kids. Since the brilliant initiative led by a number of organizations, but especially Amudim, where there had to be contracts signed, and where there was all kinds of really effective kinds of programming on abuse prevention in camps. So the kids knew, counselors knew, I'm responsible for letting other people know if there's any kid being abused in this camp. And they had to sign a contract. That made all the difference, to have to sign a contract. And they had to have training. And it was an organized, brilliantly implemented kind of program. And my summers are different. I don't get calls anymore. I'm not saying abuse doesn't take place, but I don't get calls anymore. It's because of these kinds of programs, just what Amudim is all about. There's been a shift in what's going on out there. We're never going to eradicate abuse. It's just not going to happen. We could daven for it, we could hope for it, but we can hope that, shipping away a program at a time with the amazingly talented and charismatic clinical team led by Miriam and led by Tzvi, I'm totally confident that, the day will come that we'll be able to relax more and not have to lose nights of sleep over some of the difficulties that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. So I would just like to end also by saying that this has been, first of all, I want to thank you, Miriam, and I want to thank you, David, and thank all the people at Amudim for inviting us to have this talk. I think it's been such an important talk. And I think that Amudim is an amazing, amazing organization. And Miriam is a great clinical director. And Tzvi is amazing and a visionary. And I have to just tell you my own personal story of how I became part of Amudim. I was asked by Tzvi, invited by Tzvi to be on the clinical advisory board. And I don't know, we were all so busy in our lives doing all this and all the different things. So I called Dr. Pelkovitz, who is kind of like a go-to guy for me in terms of asking him Eitzah and advice. And I said, David, what do you think? And he said, Hindi. He said one sentence that just did it for me. He said, Hindi, Amudim saves lives. Finished. Amudim saves lives. You can't say no to an organization like that. They are so devoted. The team, I know, besides Miriam, I know other various people on the team, clinical people and Tzvi and David Kirshner and all the different people on the team. They're amazing and they're so devoted. And they do it with such passion and such vision. So I'm so happy. I'm very proud to be part of this organization. I love the organization. So, and with that, I say thank you for having me.
Thanks again, Dr. Pelkowitz. Thank you so much, Dr. Klein. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to spend this time with you, to have you available whenever there are any questions that come up at Amudim. For anyone out there who's still suffering in silence, please reach out to Amudim. We'll do what we can to help you. To everybody else out there who could help support Amudim, definitely this is the time, this is an opportunity. But
yes, give. It's very worth it. It's a really great organization to give to.
But especially to anyone who might be suffering in silence, we're here and we want to do what we can to help you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I hope you consider supporting Amudim. I reached out to them many years ago for a family member, and with all their resources available to me 24/7, it was comforting to know that when I called, there was someone there to answer. They got involved in my community, and we did an outreach program, and I know from that outreach program that many people were helped. So again, please consider it. It's a one-of-a-type organization, 24/7 dedicated people to help all who are in need for a family member or for themselves. Thank you.
Hello, this is Howard Tzvi Friedman. I'm here to tell you about the good work of Amudim. I am just a guy in Baltimore, but when I need help, I call Amudim. When people call me on how to get someone into the country for an emergency basis, for someone who's sick, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because someone dies in Israel and they need to bring the body to Israel, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because there's a mental health issue and they need to get someone into a long-term care facility for teenagers or young adults who are on alcohol or drug abuse, I call Amudim. Tzvi Gluck and David Kushner and their team are there to help every Jew, no matter what, no matter where they come from. I'm honored to be a friend of Amudim.
Hi, my name is Devaira Hellman, Nizax, and I'm the founder of Avas Chesed USA and an expediter at Chaya Medical Resource. During COVID, we had so many crises with patients that needed to travel in so many last-minute scenarios, and David Kushner and Rabbi Tzvi Gluck were instrumental in making magic happen, literally, and opening boundaries and opening locked doors that no one was able to open. And we have so much hakaras hatov, and the patients have so much hakaras hatov. Levayas, emergency transplants, emergency transfers, Israel, America, England. Our gratitude and their gratitude knows no bounds. So thank you.
You almost can't have a conversation anymore today without somebody talking about the horrors that are facing Klal Yisrael in our community that we used to think we're immune from. And every single conversation you have with anybody of substance, it's going to come up. Horrific stories about abuse, about trauma, about addictions. And everyone has the same feeling about it, that there must be somebody who's dealing with it. There's got to be somebody. There are people out there who deal with it. Who are those people? You know, you have these meetings around Rabbanim, they say we have to call the people that deal with it. Who are those people? Who are the ones that deal with it? And what's scary to me is that there's an organization called Amudim. And what they do all over the world, you're talking about investing millions and millions of dollars in research, creating programs, in creating awareness, treatment plans, treatment centers. The things they're doing is incredible. And so many people, when they hear of it, they're like, oh, those are for those people, or that's for that situation. They are the ones that are doing the malachta nasas hayedei acherim. They're the ones that are doing the work that really every one of us should be doing. Everyone else has to be doing. We have to be involved, but we can't. We can't. The tzoros that is going on, the level of crisis and trauma and abuse and addiction is so blown out of proportion. It's not blown out of proportion and spoken about. It's just ridiculous how large of a problem it has become. And they are the ones that are there in the forefront dealing with it. And anyone that has the ability to help them, you owe it. You owe it to them to help them. Because really we should all be doing their work. They're doing it for us. They're doing the uncomfortable work that we don't want to do. They're dealing with the cases that we don't want to deal with or we can't deal with. And anyone who helps them, anyone that actually rolls up their sleeves to help them, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Tzchochem, not just for what they do for others, but what you should be doing yourself.
My name is Avi Feinstein, and I just want to say that I am in awe of the wonderful work that Amudim does and how they handle everything that they do with such incredible sensitivity. It's the number one call for many people who are facing crises, and I urge anyone who can support them to do so at this time. Thank you.
Imagine if you had a family member that was in a faraway city, in a faraway country, I don't know, in Norway somewhere, and they had a tremendous amount of health and emotional problems, and they were all alone, and then suddenly somebody came and helped them. How much hakaras hatov would you have for those people? The Rebbe Shalom sent some neshamas down to this world that have terrible, terrible problems. And Amudim is the organization that loves them and cares about them and makes them whole again. So I just want to say, from my own perspective, supporting Amudim is something that makes Hashem happy and brings great healing to the world, and something that will bring Mashiach.
I would like to thank Amudim for being an organization that has filled some gaps in the Jewish community where previously, if people had troubles in various areas, there was no address, there was no phone number to call, there was no people that could help. People had to suffer in silence. And today, Baruch Hashem, we have this organization that covers all sorts of areas, from mental health to travel, to assist people in every which way. And for that reason, I think Amudim deserves that support in every way that we could help.
The impact Amudim has on people is both personal and global. Amudim stands to instill hope, recognizes the survivor and the victim, and it helps empower people through their journey of healing and growth. Amudim gives people a chance at living. Amudim also brings tremendous awareness regarding the most important and yet least talked about topics in our community. Whether it be sexual abuse, addiction, or mental health, Amudim does not shy away when it comes to the most difficult situations that no one really ever imagines being in. Amudim gives people a chance at living life. Thank you, Amudim, for all that you do.
Hi, Zalmi Cohn here. We're living in unprecedented times where organizations such as Amudim is stepping forward and helping so many of us here in South Florida and all over the world. I call upon you to step up, step forward to help us in this much needed campaign. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chaskel Bennett, and I'm reaching out to you on behalf of the great organization Amudim, led by my dear friend, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. We all know we're living in unprecedented times. Unprecedented times calls for unprecedented action. Through thick and thin, through the highs and the lows of life, certain organizations really step forward and are there for everyone. Amudim has established itself as one of those organizations. They're embarking on their annual fundraising campaign. Times are so tough, but the need for Amudim has never been more important. Please, as they step forward, we must step forward too. Reach deep down and help support Amudim as they continue their incredible, tireless, really below the radar work. So many people, hundreds and hundreds, are being helped by the counselors, by the professionals, and by the tremendous heart of those who run and work for Amudim. Amudim is there for us. Let's be there for them. Thanks.
I would like to say that Amudim has helped our community, our Chabad house. Specifically, there was a Russian woman whose mother passed away in Israel a year ago, and there was no way for her as the only daughter to go to Israel. But when I called you, you were there. You were busy with this for hours and hours and hours to get all the papers, make sure everything worked so she could be in Israel for the Levaya. I can't even imagine that this was only one story and one thing you did, how many hundreds and hundreds and thousands of things you do to help the Jewish community, to help the Yiddish people, So big hashakayach, and the Eibusha should repay you. That Mr. Hashem, all of you are involved with Chassibush, Havatzlacha, Rabba Meflaga. Thank you very, very much.
Why I feel Amudim plays an integral part in our community. Amudim has filled a gap within the Jewish community that was lacking for years. Taboo topics to our community such as sexual abuse, substance abuse, and suicide, with often the suicide resulting from not having anywhere to go to deal with being abused, or substance abuse that was never dealt with either due to shame or the community as a whole not being educated. Amudim has tackled these issues from many different angles, such as in-servicing the school system on abuse and what signs to look out for. Yearly dramatical videos released to the public with various dramatization of the issues at hand, and each and every one of them had a powerful influence to make the person watching understand the issue and how to deal with it should they face it themselves. They offer various therapies from counseling to drug and alcohol rehabilitation. In addition, they are a distribution center for Narcan to help combat overdose in an emergency setting. Because of Amudim, parents now have the material and education they need in order to discuss important issues with their children about abuse, drugs, and alcohol. I couldn't imagine how bad the statistics they would post weekly if Amudim didn't exist. Klal Yisrael owes them a debt of gratitude for all that they do. So thank you to all the people involved at Amudim.
Hi, this is Pesach Friedman from Chaim V'Chesed in Yerushalayim, Israel. Someone recently asked me in an interview, what's it like living in these unprecedented times? And I told him, I'd prefer to be living in precedented times. But we don't get to make that choice. And over the past few months, we've been fortunate to help thousands during this crisis with issues, governmental issues, bureaucratic issues, and unfortunately deaths and tragedies and the like. And I can tell you that we would not be able to do what we do without the constant, almost daily support of Amudim. They support us. They give us the ability to do what we have to do. You've got to support them.
I would like to say a few special words about Amudim, an essential organization in our community. It has brought a lot of healing to many people in pain. Under the leadership of Rav Tzvi, who's been a tremendous man of chesed for the Jewish community for many, many years. And my special friend, David Kushner. We did some work out in Houston after Hurricane Harvey. We were chasing sparks, as we called it. Amudim really is an organization that you can support fully and know that you're literally saving lives with the money you donate to them. Amudim, you should go from strength to strength. Continue to do good things. Amen. Kenny Ratzon.
Hello, my name is Daniel Braum. I'm the director of LA Shmira, the local Shomrim organization. Amudim is a unbelievable organization, invaluable to the community. We should all support Amudim, and we really appreciate the support that Amudim gives us.
Okay, for the past over 20 years, being in this field, we always had the biggest problem of where is there a central place where every single person could go and get the help they need. That doesn't mean that that place offers all the help. That just means one central place that can literally deal with every situation with love and care and be able to send them to where they need to go and help them along the way as they go. Amudim personifies this. They did an incredible job doing something that I thought may have been impossible, of literally being able to help every single Jew that I've ever sent. So many times people call me and I don't know what to do with them, and I'm able to just say, call Amudim, and I'm proud to be a good friend of Amudim.
Welcome. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce